game's gone. Hello, welcome everybody. What? Coming out. It's working. I see. Every time I exit the game, it shuts down. Okay. Hi-yo! So today, I was thinking of playing Persona 4. But then I was like, I'm gonna play something else. So today we're playing Sound of Drop, Fall into Poison. Interesting name, isn't it? How you doing, everybody? Vapor, Mike, good to see you. I don't need a controller for this one. It is a visual novel. Yeah, I would say horror, but it's not really. There's no, you know, crazy scary stuff. It's just fish. And, I know, you die by fish. So I wouldn't say there's nothing, I wouldn't say that there's anything real spooky. No, I just feel like something easy today. Just something easy. Before she realized it, the girl was standing before an imposing door. I also get some reading practice out of this, so looks out for me. The girl occasionally came to the Manten Aquarium alone. She watched the manta rays, she watched the jellyfish, and finally she decided it was time to go home. Oh, I'm going to see your family, oh, I see. Well, have fun with that when it comes. How's the sound, by the way? Is it alright? It looks like it's leveling fine. Okay, let's continue. Where is this? No. I don't think there's that much of a psychological horror. Where? I'll try and voice act a little bit. I'm not the greatest voice actor. But I think there's few enough characters for a variation. Where is this? She had her doubts, but there should be nothing else there except for the aquarium. She assured herself that she probably wandered off onto the side path. The door before her had a large padlock hanging from it. Sorry, the music ramped up and I was like, what the? It suddenly got really loud. Just as she had heard, it was unlocked and merely dangling there. The girl drew in a breath. Being locked would usually mean that it was a place she shouldn't enter. Oh, hey Alchemy! It's just a visual novel about an aquarium. You'll see some nice stuff. Being open just meant that a staff member had forgotten to lock it, so going in and out was out of the question. Her curiosity piqued. She was past the point of persuasion. Her imagination ran wild and her mind raced at the prospect of what might lie beyond the door. Just for a little bit. Just for a little bit. She opened the door and saw lots of glass tanks. Several types of fish hailing from the deep seas, from football fish to oarfish and pelican eels and barrel eyes. They were all swimming about. Why isn't this an exhibit? She thought it over, wondering why this would be in a closed-off area. Behind her, the door shut on its own. The girl spaced out, staring at the deep-sea fish swimming about. They would leap from the tank and swim in mid-air. The entirety of the room was the fish and their ocean. Though it wasn't a natural occurrence, the girl treated it as quite normal. Wasn't there originally a deep sea fish booth that was shut down? She suddenly remembered. At that moment, her surroundings were dyed in a deep red. The water in the tanks, the fluorescent lights, all of it was red. The girl's vision also became red. When she opened her eyes, the girl was back in her own room. It was well into the night. She couldn't remember how she had gotten home after all of that. But more importantly, she had a bad feeling about something else. It isn't red here. She became aware of how hard it suddenly was to breathe. No matter how hard she gasped, she was unable to get oxygen into her body. Like the fish who couldn't breathe anywhere but in the water, she couldn't breathe unless she was inside that red color. She was convinced. On impulse, she threw open the window, leaned out, and thrust a hand out. What? And thrust a hand outside. She couldn't inhale the wind flooding her room. She could only smell its milky, unpleasant scent. More. At that moment, the girl's body was tossed into the air. For just a second, her body seemed to float like a fish in the sea. Her room was on the 12th floor of her apartment building. In her fading consciousness, the girl watched her blood flow endlessly from her body. It's red. Only then could she breathe. Now everything would be fine. The girl smiled. The full moon in the night sky smiled too. This cord is all over the place. Damn it. Now you're out? The sound of falling drops. The moon was concealed behind the clouds, and all of the lights in the town were covered in water. The sound of it, the only thing left to resonate. She couldn't tell whether it was hot or cold, merely that the humid air was encircling her. Too much of a visual representation? But there's nothing there. It's literally black. Wherever they were falling to, wherever they were coming from, the drops just continued to trickle out. That single drop. I stopped it with both hands. The sound of that solitary red drop. See you! It's not horror, I promise. Though the tag says horror. Just comes with. Look, it's a school. Nothing sus. Or at least there was an urban legend that goes like that. Talking about Mountain Aquarium again? That's your new thing, isn't it? While stuffing her lunch into her mouth, Tamagawa Himeno spoke, with her eyes sparkling. I had no idea which point in the story got her so excited. That's right. Isn't this the scariest part? The girl jumped to her death smiling after coming back from Mountain Aquarium. It's pretty bad. Yeah, you don't seem the least bit scared, Himeno. That's not true. I've got chills running down my spine. Someone who's got chills running down her spine wouldn't be eating a pastry so cheerfully. someone who's got chills running down her spine wouldn't be eating a pastry so cheerfully. And hey, that's my meatball! During a break in the conversation, Himeno stole a side dish from my box lunch. This minced meat from growing cobs and little piglets, it's the best! Why do you have to put it like that? Jeez, why'd you have to make me lose my appetite? I'll give you the rest of it. Alright, I'll take it! Himeno takes the rest of the meatballs from my lunch with amazing rhythm. The reason that I, Nakanobe Mayumi, lost my appetite wasn't because Himeno's story scared me. Mountain Aquarium and I are connected in a way that I'd rather not think about. Of course, Himeno has no idea about that connection. If she knew, she'd never mention Mountain Aquarium around me again. At the same time, I've been afraid that this thing might cause Himeno to stop talking to me. Himeno is pretty much my only friend. It isn't that I haven't talked to anyone since entering junior high, just that the only person I can actually call a friend is Himeno. Seriously, I think this whole Mountain Aquarium rumor session is getting it to be a bit much. Maybe. But there's so many rumors though. Like that there's a man's ghost in the tanks, that the deep sea fish booth is only open on a full moon, that the water changes into blood, or that you can hear crying from behind the tanks. That earlier one goes with this one. Also, no, it's fine. You don't need to say more. I say firmly, causing Himeno to make a sour face. Soon after, Himeno changes the subject, first to a TV drama that aired the night before, then to some cute fake nails with cats on them that she found in a magazine. Then she talks about a classmate who is dating a boy from a nearby private school, alighting on one subject before quickly changing to the next. Normally, the subject of Mountain Aquarium shouldn't have popped up again. Anyway, getting back to what we were talking about earlier. What exactly are we getting back to? Mountain Aquarium! I looked into it, and this Sunday will be a full moon. That was all I could say, the rest of my words unable to come out. So, we should go and see if the rumors are true or not. But I know you are interested in stuff like that, or like urban legends, Mayu, but next week we'll start preparing for the end of the semester, and I won't be able to hang out with you. Lately we haven't gone anywhere together, have we? If the full moon was next Sunday, I'm sure Himeno wouldn't have said anything. But I suspect because it happens to be this Sunday and next week happens to be our exams, she's chosen Mountain Aquarium. Ooh, my reading's terrible. I know that I'm not hiding my confusion or hesitation very well. Even so, Himeno turns her carefree grin my way. Since an aquarium, even if the rumors aren't true, we can still have fun, right? Well, that's true. Usually anywhere I go with Himeno, I have fun. Whether or not we have fun was not what I was worried about. By the way, Mayu, in the east building of Mountain Aquarium, they have a Haagen-Dazs. As in the eat-in restaurant? They had closed up at one point, but it looks like they're reopening for a limited time. Really? Really? They have the cookies and cream flavor you like too, Mayu. Of course I hesitate, but in the end that settles it. Then we'll go. As long as we definitely get some cookies. Get some cookies and cream. Why do I stop there? saying you have no money because you did too much shopping is out of the question. I know. After all, I'm something of a glutton myself. Fine. In the end, we settled on Mountain Aquarium and ice cream for Sunday. Since I already received my reward money for moving on to the next grade, I don't need to worry about my allowance. Still, it's been 5 years. Did you say something, Mayu? No, nothing. I bit my tongue, covering the words that I had carelessly spilled out. I'm looking forward to the aquarium. It's probably been about 10 years. I'm looking forward to the cookies and cream. What? That's not true. It's the truth. That's the only thing I'll eat there. Himno goes, "You little," as she playfully stretches my cheeks. The end of lunch chime sounds and Himno goes back to her own seat. If it's with Himno, I'll be fine. That's what I told myself at the time. At the time. Dun dun! I need to maybe slow down my reading eyes. Read properly. Sunday is 3 days after that. The day I promised to go with Himeno to Mountain Aquarium has arrived. We are there to meet at noon at the Mantencho station, as is customary for me. I arrived 30 minutes early. Leaning against the pillar, I do nothing but space out. Tons of people pass before me. Manton is really crowded on days off. Even so, there aren't really that many families or groups of students. Everyone around me appearing to be adults. Because of that, I quickly begin to feel uneasy. Within this crowd, I am alone. Inexplicably, my head begins to hurt. I wonder if Himeno will be here soon. I mutter to myself, then look at my shoes. Deep blue sandal boots that were this year's newest product. When Mom and I had stopped off at a department store on Saturday, she bought them for me after some coaxing on my part. They were far from what you'd call high quality, but they were still a bit pricey on a junior high schooler's allowance. I'm not usually the type to beg, but I couldn't take my eyes off these boots. My mom bought them with almost no resistance, saying, "You're going out of town, so you need to look your best." I liked both their form and their color, and found them a better fit for the summer season than anything else. She's really taking her mind off being alone with some shoe monologue. I take my cell phone out and check the time. There are still 15 minutes to go until we're to meet. 15 minutes early, woo! Since Himeno is always 3 minutes later than the time we establish, I've got about another 20 minutes. I finished reading my paperback on the train, so I have nothing to kill time with. There's nothing I can do about it, so I decide to keep myself from boredom by watching people pass by. If I don't keep myself distracted, horrible thoughts will revive in my mind. I'm always worrying about what will happen if I'm late, though. It had actually been about a month and a half since Himeno and I had gone out. We always talked at school, but rarely spent time together afterwards. Anyone who saw us probably thought we were opposites. Kill time, you want a knife? Oof. Outings like this aside, I often spend my days off at home. When I was in elementary school, our family would go out often, but lately that's been limited to dining out on Saturdays. So when I'm asked what I do when I stay at home, I usually just say I do nothing. Doing homework and watching TV is stuff that seems pretty common to me. On the other hand of the spectrum, at the other end of the spectrum is Himeno, who goes out regularly. I often hear stories of when she went to karaoke on weekends or about how she traveled out of town on Sundays. She's a member of an active sports club and often wants to hang out with them afterwards. Going out of town on the already limited days we have off tends to make me think. Even though it's a day to rest, I don't feel rested at all. In other words, is something like this is a difference between Himeno and I. Without much common ground between us, why have we become friends? Why we became friends is... Suddenly, the light fades from my vision. It wasn't just that it had become dark, but that I had the sensation of being unable to breathe. But rather than sweating it, I get a little mad. Nig. Sorry. Hearing my wordless protest, Himeno pulled her hands away. I get playing the Who Am I game while covering someone's eyes, but covering up someone's mouth too was just like Himeno. When I puff out my cheeks and object, Himeno just smiles at me. It's because you're staring into space, Mayu. Ayu! What? Oh! What kind of words? What kind of sound is that? Ow! Instead of apologizing, Himeno blew on the nape of my neck. Without thinking, I made a weird sound. Embarrassed, I looked around 2 or 3 times, but the pedestrians walking by seemed unperturbed and didn't even look our way. The culprit who had surprised me moves in front of me before I realize it. You're mean, Himeno? But I got to hear something good. No, you didn't. Moreover, you're... As I say that, I check the time on my smartphone. It's 3 minutes to noon, agreed upon meeting time. Which one? It's not time yet. How rare. That's rude, jeez. That's so confusing. That's rude, jeez. I'll make you make a weird noise again. Saying that, Himeno opens and closes her fingers in a small, swift, grasping motions. At times like this, I know I had better change the subject or get messed with by Himeno again. Oh, by the way, did you buy a new one? You mean my necktie? Wait, who is... Himeno is the pink one, yeah? And Mayumi is the blue one? You mean my necktie? Yes, I did. I thought I should get one to match my shorts. You and I haven't hung out since around midterms, Mayu. If I buy something today, I'll really be out of money. What about the aquarium? You're still set on finding out about the urban legends then? Of course! That's my #1 goal. But as usual, I can't count the things I want to do on just one hand. Okay, I get it. As long as I eat cookies and cream, that is absolute. I haven't forgotten. Anyway, Mayu, aren't your sandals new? Himeno says as she looked at my feet, talking about 3 times as fast as she does in class. Yeah, they're nice, aren't they? They're super cute. How cool. I want a pair too. No, then it will be too similar, and these are the only pair of sandals I have for the summer. Talking like this, it puts me at ease. Unlike myself, who is childish, Hirano knows a lot about fashion and trends. Even here in Mountain, it seems like she blends in. Most importantly, by being with Hirano and constantly chatting, I no longer feel lonely. Oh yeah, Hirano, why did you bring such a huge bag? I'm glad you asked. With a hee hee, Hirano opens the Boston bag she had let sink down from her shoulder. A variety of things came out, such as a flashlight, insect repellent, a simple blanket, first aid kit, matches, and snacks like chocolate and cookies. What is all this? Hirano, where do you plan on going? Ignoring the twitch developing in my face, Hirano thumps her chest. Geez, to the aquarium! But since we're investigating urban legends, we should at least have some supplies. Rather than an investigation. I think for just these inner thought text, I should talk a little deeper. Just cause the two ladies is same-ish. Rather than an investigation, the equipment she has reminds me more of going camping in the mountains. The snacks and blanket aside, where in a city this size would we need insect repellent or a flashlight? I keep those feelings to myself and just smiled. I let out a breath that is half exasperated, half amused. I don't get sick of being with Hirano. Whether Hirano is aware of my exasperated gaze or not, she starts to take something out, then quickly shoves it back in. She gives me a smile implying some secret. No wait, it's too soon for you to see that. What were you about to pull out? I'm not telling. Upon hearing that, Hirano quickly closes the bag. The way I see it, it is a wonder she fit all the supplies she had out just a moment ago. I wonder where it's all being stored. By the way, no club today? Wait. No, that's right. I ask with the underlying question of whether or not today is a day off for the club. At my question, Hirano averts her eyes. It didn't say Mayumi. What? Nope. Probably no club today. Really? Giving a brief answer, I start walking. Upon hearing her reply, I immediately understand it as, she skipped it again. But not wanting to ruin the merry mood, I merely quicken my pace. I'm not in any clubs, but even I know it's not good to skip. Speaking honestly, I want her to show up for club, as she seems to be respected even by students from other schools. Coming here together like this makes me equally guilty though. Once I get thinking, I don't usually stop, so the conversation shifts to a ramen shop that catches my eye. Oh, Mayu! Do you want to get lunch? Huh? You caught that? Feeling as if she had seen right through me, we head into a nearby coffee shop. It is apparently famous for following its coverage in a magazine. For a sandwich that was overflowing with vegetables. I say apparently because on excitedly finding the restaurant, Hirano shared this. Compared to a hamburger shop, this place is a bit intimidating and trendy to me. But since I'm with Hirano, it doesn't bother me. Shoving the roast chicken sandwich with extra olives that I ordered into my mouth, the unease I have been feeling disappears. In contrast to my fervor, Hirano eats her avocado and shrimp sandwich in small bites. Those are some awful sounding sandwiches. Just saying. Those sound awful. Well then, about our plans for today. Himeno starts in as soon as we have finished eating. We'll start with the aquarium. No matter what, that's the main thing. So we'll look into the old man's ghost and the closed-off deep-sea fish booth rumors. After that, we'll go to the shops and finally have some ice cream. I think it's better to get the cookies and cream first. If you eat 2 times, you'll mess up your stomach and get fat. You won't be able to wear a bathing suit. Aw, Himeno, it's no fair for you to put it that way. It isn't fair. Himeno is in the exercise club, so she'll be fine. But for someone like me who doesn't exercise enough, it makes me stop and think. Having said I wanted to go to the pool, it is all the more important. Okay, then we'll stick with my plan. That was a delicious meal. Get Ring Fit adventure. Yeah, Ring Fit. Urged on by Himeno, I decide to leave the ice cream shop for another time. Talking about silly things together, we leave the station behind. As opposed to the station's excellent cooling system, the city streets have a peculiar humidity and heat to them that envelops our bodies. The beginning of July, summer has only just begun, and I can already tell it is going to be a tough one. We weave our way through the crowds until we are 10 minutes away from the station, finally ending up in front of a skyscraper. I think I'm gonna skip till we get to the aquarium. There you go. Wait, copyright! Skip. Spoilers. From the elevator landing, we need to head for the top floor of the separate Mantian East building. The elevator is the type that has a glass window so you can see out. That is the only thing that distracting me from my gloom. What? More! Aquarium. There we go. Stepping onto our floor, the atmosphere immediately switches to a lively one. The sounds of chatter are drowned out by the roar of a large fan. The lighting is dim and tinted slightly blue. The windows are also covered, giving the feeling that it has suddenly become night. As this is an aquarium, it makes sense that the concept is based around the ocean. Yes, the pungent smell of salt is a major change. Amazing! It's like we've dived into the deep sea. That's what I thought too. Instead of being targeted at families, lately it seems more like a date spot for adults. Or at least that's what the magazine said, but it's true. Even though this is my second time coming here, it feels like the first time. Next to the entrance is the Souvenir Shop. Though it lacks the usual boisterous voices, it appears to be a place that can be reached both from the inside and outside. But it doesn't seem to get many customers. Just as Himeno had said, the aquarium seems to target adults. In an atmosphere like that, even Himeno looks nervous. Hey, Mayu? What's up? I forgot to tell you one important thing. Himeno makes a mysterious face that brings her mouth up to my ear. What? Did you drop your wallet or something? No, that's not it. This is something that I heard that's a bit of an urban legend. But they say the amount of people going missing is on the rise. There's a rumor that this month alone the number missing is well into the double digits. Huh? We have this conversation in front of the metal rack that holds the map of the aquarium. Aside from the map, there is a guide to Mantian East building and information about affiliated hotels. During that time, we hear the sound of the elevator opening and closing, but do not see the people going into the aquarium. Mansion used to be a shopping district, right? That seems to be why. Even if there were a lot of runaways, the media wouldn't pay much attention. But supposedly many of the missing persons had stopped off at Mountain Aquarium. That rumor, who did you hear it from? Who indeed? No one in particular. You know how rumors spread. At Himeno's words, I feel a cold shiver along my spine. Regardless of how credible the rumor is, a sense of dread shoots through me. Considering my past, it's natural that I would feel connected to missing persons in my age range. Especially if they are runaways. If that is the case, it would send chills along the back of my neck. Why on earth? You could have told me before this. Well, I thought if you had heard about it, Mayu, you might not have wanted to come. Oh, so you're forgetting to tell me it was a lie then, you little... I had intended to protest firmly, but it still ended rather anticlimactically. Ghosts may exist, and they still may be unable to come back, but that doesn't mean I'm uninterested in visiting places where they are. This is proof that Himeno has her own strange interests, yet it still makes me feel even more worried. This rumor has a continuation. Specifically, people who saw the deep sea fish booth never came home. Himeno relays those two pieces of information that frighten me with a smile. The rumor itself aside, she wanted to pass over the question of why people weren't able to see the closed-off deep-sea fish booth in the first place, not wanting to discuss it at all. Wait a minute, Himeno. Something else is tied in beneath that fear, something about the aquarium, and the missing persons who didn't come home. That was essentially... Are you okay, Mayu? Sorry, I guess I scared you a bit too much. I think this story is pretty exaggerated, so don't worry about it. I heard it's a fun aquarium. I think we should take those stories with a grain of salt, right? Though her kindness was misdirected, it's kindness just the same. Having involuntarily sat down, I take the hand of Himeno extends to me. As I slowly rise to my feet, I respond. Yeah, you're right. To think that I would hear a connection to my precious memory in a place like this. It's strange. Skip. While holding my half-finished cocoa, I turn in the direction of where this random voice came from. Rather than the boy's voice I expect, it belongs to an adult, so I respond timidly. I'm okay, so... Ooh, no need to be so vigilant. He's wearing a grey knit cap and a brown running shirt. He's tall, even for a guy, so I have to look up at him. His build is almost all muscle, and his shoulders shudder a bit in surprise. He appears well over the age of 20, so I can't think of a reason why he would want to talk to us. Whether he realizes I'm looking up at him or not, he plunks down right next to me. Even after he sits down, we aren't sitting at the same height. Pretending to fix my posture, I move away from him a little. We got choices! He asks, "Are you not feeling well?" Do I say, "I'm not feeling well"? That I'm fine, really? Or timidly keep silent? I should have a vote system. How do I do voting? I probably need a plugin, don't I? Widget? Something I should have planned beforehand. Well, if you guys got no opinion, I'm gonna go with the... I'm fine. I'm fine, really. Thanks to my nerves and wariness, I end up speaking unnaturally fast. Moreover, if he really is a kind person, I might end up abusing his good intentions. How cold. It figures. I say again without thinking. Without my knowing that he is so happy about it, the man's mouth loosens into a grin. You're pretty clever. I give up. But you know, I seriously am worried about you. Your face is pale and all. That's... His kind words, taking me by surprise. I inadvertently avert my eyes. For some reason, I become strangely embarrassed and begin tapping my index finger on my can of cocoa. Well, that aside, since you came to have fun, let me show you around. I really just fine. Good. The words come out so naturally they surprise even me. I have now become a complete idiot and my eyes meet his. I work part-time in this building, so I'm familiar with it. This area, that is. Hey, what are you doing? Himeno! I gasp and look up. Himeno is there carrying 2 tickets and some pamphlets. With her hands on her hips and cheeks puffed out, Himeno glares at the man with narrowed eyes. I think the only ones allowed to hit on junior high schoolers would be high schoolers. No, I'm not trying to hit on anyone. This girl just looked unwell is all. I think it was what you'd call hitting on someone. Was it hitting on someone? Or... Opinions, anybody? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. Was it hitting on someone? I turn to the man and tilt my head. Since Himeno has come, I've relaxed a bit and can look him in the eyes. You're asking me that? So that was what you were doing? Himeno says that in an exasperated voice in my place. She says, "You're the worst!" and grabs my arm, pulling me to her side. The man rests his elbows on his knees and shrugs. He punctuates the shrug with a sigh. Mayu, let's go. And hey, mister? Himeno mutters, facing the man's chest. On hearing her say, mister, and giving a puzzled look, the man shows us the plastic name tag hanging from his neck. I must have forgotten to take this off. Himeno, speaking of which, he did say he works part-time in this building. Then is that his entry card or something? He slaps his knees and rises to his feet. He probably played some kind of sport or something because the movement as he stands looks so effortless. I'm Hiyoshi Kenji. I work part-time at the shop downstairs. With this entry card, I can get into Mountain Aquarium at a discount. Is it a company employee discount? Something like that. I'm not exactly a company employee, but I get in half off anyway, so I come here often. Really? That's quite unexpected for you, mister. When you become older, you'll crave these soothing experiences as well. And I'm not old enough to be a mister. Now he says it. Compared to us, you're definitely old enough to be a mister. Yoshi-san, Sudden honorific. Grimaces angrily, then sniffs a self-deprecating manner. He appears to be a little older than a college student, so calling him old enough to be a mister is probably rude. But Hirano only said the impression he gave us was pretty close. With the aquarium as a shared point of interest, Hirano's attitude towards Hiyoshi-san softens. As proof, Hirano talks with Hiyoshi-san as the shops about the shops in this building. I don't really know a lot about brands, so I sip my remaining cocoa and listen from the outside. My iced cocoa had become lukewarm cocoa. I kind of just wanna voice what they're saying instead of the inner thoughts. It's so... I don't know. I don't feel like it brings much. Well, mister, are you also well versed in urban legends? That's rather unexpected for you as well. So you're interested in such things? Of course I am. You're only young once, so you have to satisfy your curiosity. We're looking into the closed-down deep-sea fish booth. There's a rumor that it's open on the day of the full moon. Do you know anything about it? I think you need to give up on that one thing. Naturally, since I'm a regular here, I often hear rumors like there are spirits floating in the tanks. Or, every time a person dies, the jellyfish tank increases by 1 and so on. Stop dancing around it. Just tell me. Previously, I knew someone who went looking into this, just as you girls are doing now. Hirano-chan. He went missing soon after. Missing? Is that for real? I wonder if it is a lie. I've thought from the beginning that it would be better just to give up. No way! I've already bought the tickets anyway. Well then, wanna walk around with me? One, two, three. No way? I think we'll pass, or that's fine. No way! No way! Mayu, that made the old guy feel bad. You can use him as a scapegoat when stuff happens. True. I'm sure he'll be around. I'm so sorry. See you! Bye! We're gonna go see the aquarium, just the two of us, cause friendship. Oh! They got a little mini display of the bridge. And over there, another one. Meh. It figures that the whole if you come on the day of the full moon, all the water will change into blood thing is a lie. The water's normal. Of course it is. Jeez. As we come out of the gate, there are several small tanks nearby. Mountain's Aquarium's first and most celebrated exhibit is one displaying the fish native to Tokyo Bay. There are 4 tanks in this corner, from left to right, each one showing the environments of the river flowing into Tokyo Bay. Brackish waters, shoals, and open water come one right after the other. Himeno giggles as rockfish, porgy, and other fish we recognize from the supermarket are also there. This booth also showcases environmental problems in order to prompt consciousness of the issue, causing a tightening in my chest. Water pollution is a serious problem. Tomorrow, I think I'll try asking Mom to use a little less detergent. It suddenly got like this. I'm moving the mic around. Hang on, I need to move it up a little bit. Himeno's reaction is the polar opposite of mine. Even as I'm reading the panels, she's uninterested in the display. Just like that, I read every last panel. Himeno has long since stopped watching me, crossing her arms and puffing out her cheeks. Thanks for waiting, Himeno. Jeez, you're too serious, Mayu. If you act like that the whole time, the day will be over. They're closed. It'll be fine. This area isn't that big, and it's not like I'm going to read everything. Well, let's head to the next area. Next is the tunnel tank. There might be ghosts. Oh, maybe that'll be with the human-like fish? Human-like fish? Jeez, come on already. Ooh. Amazing. Really amazing and pretty. With no door to partition this booth and the next. Passing beside this tank took us to the next one where larger breeds of fish swim about. This is no ordinary tank, but rather a giant tube-like tunnel with the left and right sides connected above our heads in an arc. As we walk through the tunnel, we're able to watch the fish moving about in 3 dimensions. We bring our faces as close as we can to the glass, giving the illusion that we're in the ocean. Just watching the mantas, the rays, the various types of sharks, and the sea turtles can be intoxicating for us humans. When I was a child, I thought the ceiling might crack, but now I passed that feeling up, leaving only the throbbing of my heart. The water is a giant bundle of blue, various colors within it shooting every which way. Being able to see how big they are up close, separated by mere centimeters of glass, is so impressive that it gives me the greatest realization of our shared existence. Here Himeno's pace slows, and she takes her steps one by one. Hey Mayu, look at those huge fangs. Himeno, that fish is cute too. Wow, the stingray's face is creepy. Really? I think it's cute. A manta, it's huge. That little one over there looks yummy. Talking as the words come to us, our conversation seems out of sync. Our feelings of being touched, however, are the same. And Himeno's enjoyment is obvious. Being surrounded by the water and the fish as we are, we feel as though we're freed from any sense of time. Mayu, doesn't this raised face look human? Maybe so. It does. The mystery of the human-faced fish is solved. Naturally. Well, if you're okay with it, then so am I. Thus we learned the true nature of one of the urban legends. It's fine either way, but for Himeno this way is probably the best. Though from Himeno's enthusiastic stance, even as she watches the fish she probably realizes just how implausible it all is. Rather than get tired of it though, I'm having fun. We move leisurely through the tunnel, coming to a stop at the center. Up to this point, only the big things have caught our eyes. But on closer inspection of the tank, There's also sand piled up to our knees with shrimp, shellfish, small fish, and other such creatures dwelling there. Compared to the manta rays, the small shrimp, which can't even be considered child-sized, seem so cute and innocent as they swim about, breaking through the sand. Hey look! Himeno! Ah, it's tiny! As expected, Himeno has followed the human-faced ray, and on seeing my fingertip, speaks in a playful tone. Upon sensing the tremors from Himeno poking the glass, the ray kicks at the sand and flees deeper into the tank. Man, it's gone now. Man, it's gone now. As I say this to Himeno, I smile at a small shrimp. Himeno does the same thing, smiling widely. Before long, the two of us are looking up at the ceiling, toying with the question of how high it is. Even looking up, we can only see the fish swimming, never the ceiling itself. Looking up from the bottom of the sea, one would normally see the rays of the sun piercing the water, but looking up here was the opposite, with the bottom of the sea seeming to continue forever. It could have been the reflection of the light, or the ceiling really might have been too high. As I realized I can't be sure, my eyes settle on a small but characteristically long-nosed shark swimming past. Sharks. Sharks? That's a ray, isn't it? You just saw it from behind earlier. As soon as I mutter that, Himeno responds. It's true that although I'm interested in this type, Himeno has fixated on the human-faced ray. Huh? What's up? Himeno asks, but I falter. This conversation gives me a sense of what you might call deja vu. Copyright claim. How strange. I felt as if I've heard this conversation before. At that moment, my vision is dyed ultramarine. Huh? It was no longer Himeno in front of me, but someone else that had caught my attention. This can't be real? Hey, Mayu? The ultramarine color unchanged. Within it, a face like mine passes before me. A face like mine from 5 years ago. Wearing an ultramarine overcoat that merges with the color of my vision. The girl turns to me and seems to be giving me a gentle smile. Mayu, wait! Without hearing Himeno calling me back, I start running. We haven't finished looking at everything in the tube tunnel tank, but there's something more important right in front of me. Long hair that looks almost transparent. A thick blue coat. Cute boots with fur on them. There was no way I could forget that outfit. That's because it was the outfit my little sister, Nakanobe Mari, wore when she went missing here 5 years ago. The girl quickens her pace as if playing with me and disappears out the other side of the tunnel. There are hardly any people here. There. I lose sight of her between the shadows of the tank and the corner. Mari? How? Why? Hey, Mayu, wait! Breathing heavily, Himeko chases after me. I say, sorry, and break away from her, searching for the vision of Mari. As I come out of the tunnel, I survey the area, sporting a winter skirt nearby. I chase after that swaying form. Behind me, I can hear the intensity of Himeno's rushing steps, and quicken my pace. Kya! Having fallen into a trance, I realize what's going on when I slam into someone and fall on my backside. girl clicks her tongue as she picks up what she had dropped. As I start to say, "Excuse me," to her, she's already moving past me and running off somewhere. Because of that brief incident, I'm unable to find my way out of my confusion. Anyway, Mari! I feel bad about the person I'd run into, causing me to feel flustered. In that exchange, I lose sight of both that long hair and that long skirt. But you're going this way, right? I'm not sure myself where I'm running to. But I think you can say I'm definitely running with all my heart. I pass between more tanks than I can remember. I don't pay them one bit of attention. I just continue following Mari's back, running. Mari is just as bashful as she was the day she disappeared. Mayu, get a hold of yourself! Those words end my chase. To be more accurate, it ended by Himeno herself, who grabbed my wrist. Huh? You suddenly took off. And you wouldn't turn around no matter how many times I called you. Even when you dropped something, you had no idea. What happened all of a sudden? Wait, Himeno, if I can go after Mari, I'll explain everything, so... Hold it! I look back at Himeno upon hearing her extremely hurt voice. Oh. So then it was more like a... Hold it! Just... Stop! I see tears forming in Himeno's eyes, and I turn my whole body to face her. I stand in silence like this for several seconds. If I tell Himeno about Mari, I'm sure she will regret bringing me to Mountain Aquarium. When she followed me, she had to have seen Mari. It's natural that she would have some misgivings about me chasing some total stranger, since she doesn't know Mari. Shinch? Even so, I'm not sure what to say. If I apologize now and play dumb, we can probably go back to playfully searching the aquarium for information. But that is not something I can do. It isn't the similarities that are the problem. Mari is here, and just as she had been on that day. Maybe like a full stop instead. Mari is here, and just as she had been on that day. There's no way I can go home without taking her with me. Mayu, tell me what's going on. Who is Mari? Why do you keep running off without saying anything? Tears are pouring out of Himeno's eyes. I can't understand why she's so sad, but still, my little sister, she was here. Little sister? See, the girl I was chasing, she's my little sister. Mari disappeared 5 years ago at this aquarium. Looking at Himeno's tear-stained face, I no longer feel like hiding anything. Perhaps in the depths of my consciousness, I'm hoping Himeno will become satisfied and say she wants to look for Mari with me. I'll explain in more detail later. On top of that, when I look back once more, Himeno squeezes my hand and holds me back. This is the gentlest but the strongest that she's held my hand. Himeno stares into my eyes, then tilts her head to the side. What do you mean, you were chasing someone? I told you, the little girl that was in front of me, wearing the ultramarine coat and the boots, remember? That was Mari, exactly how she looked long ago. Mayu, snap out of it! Himeno shouts. It isn't simply a loud voice, but one weighed down with great sadness. It definitely gets through to me, but that doesn't mean it will stop me. Because without a doubt, I was right. Mari had been right before my eyes, so I had to chase. Let's just say that even if this Mari girl is here, she would have grown in 5 years, and her clothes wouldn't be the same. It's summer, so she wouldn't be wearing a coat. Moreover, she was here! I saw her! No, Mayu. No. Mayu, you weren't chasing anyone. You just took off running, leaving me behind, okay? Could you just calm down for a bit? Our tickets will get us back in. So how about some cocoa in the rest area? I think you're tired, since you were a little shaky earlier. Himeno seems pretty frantic, so I know she isn't lying just to persuade me. But there's no way that seeing Mario there was a lie. That's why I start to speak without really knowing what I want to say. Himeno. Mayu. Okay? Wiping away her tears, Himeno smiles at me. Surely she has plenty of strong feelings about this whole thing. I'm sure she has loads to say about me keeping the Mari thing and my reason for resisting visiting Mountain Aquarium quiet. Even so, it seems as though Himeno has accepted me. She just smiles and lets it go. That's probably right. Surely if we were by the entrance, we'll know if Mari comes out. Mayu. That's good. That's right. That's more like you. Let's go have some cocoa and you can tell me everything. As she smiles, Himeno once again takes my hand into her soft palm. Oh, that's right, you dropped this. You gotta be more careful. With the hand that isn't holding my own, she hands me something small. It's a keychain. The blue droplet shape is inlaid with stardust and also holds a starfish charm. It isn't exactly rare, but being a giveaway item. But why did Himeno have it? Only questions arise in my mind. Why then that keychain was... On thinking about it, I instinctively shake off Himeno's hand. Hey, what are you doing? After I picked it up for you and all? Himeno's voice is like an arrow, piercing through me. The pain in my chest is nothing more than a discomfort. What is Himeno saying? That isn't mine, so I couldn't possibly have dropped it. And now I can't look at Himeno's face. But... Liar. Huh? Liar? That's not mine. It isn't something I dropped. It was Mari's. Mari dropped it. That can't be. I'm not lying. Really, there was no Mari-chan. So she couldn't have dropped the keychain. Himeno was becoming gruff as she continued. Really? Isn't it you who's lying? No one else is here. That's enough, Himeno, you dummy. Saying only that, I turned my back on Himeno. When I glanced back, Himeno's shocked expression is getting further away. She was there. Mari had definitely been there. Because the keychain Himeno had, it belonged to Mari. There was no way I could forget. It was just before Mari went missing. How's everybody? Not spooky yet? For the two of you, just this once. Upon saying that, Mom handed us 100 yen coins. That day was a cold winter day. At the Mountain Aquarium souvenir area, the smell of construction lingered faintly in the air. Everybody's fine, that's good. There were banta and penguin stuffed animals, stationery with the logo on it, and various souvenirs. At the entrance to that souvenir stand, there were a gacha machines. Gacha machines? Containing that keychain. I don't remember all the various types, but the star sand was packed in with the plastic drops. And the charms were all modeled after fish at the aquarium. It was fairly typical for a gacha, but at the time it seemed very enticing to me. It was the same for Mari. We gazed into the gacha machine. Mari was the one who would usually beg our parents at this point, but neither of us had bought a souvenir. And both of us said we wanted the keychains. Since Mom couldn't be completely broken, she emphasized the one-time only bit. Yay! Mari held out both hands with glee, while I probably just smiled. I remember that inside, I was just as happy. As to which of us went first, it was of course the more assertive Mari. She was always like this, a cheerful and inquisitive child. How cute, Mr. Star! Mari got a starfish charm keychain. At this point, Mari still didn't know the difference between starfish and star. I was the next to get one. It was a pink drop with a jellyfish charm. A jellyfish. That's the one I wanted most. Mari pointed the index finger of her tiny hand, exclaiming in a loud voice. Mari was just learning how to use the first person. Mari was just learning how to use the first person when she mentioned her cell phone. Instead of a normal I or me, she said it slowly. Hey, big sister, trade me. No way. I want this one. Oh. Naturally, as I had already fallen in love with that design, I obstinately turned her down. Upon begging my mother for one more time, my mother, who had warned us earlier, held her purse strings tight, leaving Mari to sulk. Fine, stupid big sister. Without listening to my mother's admonishments, she ran off. Sulking after being called stupid, I naturally didn't chase her right away. My mother, being optimistic about the aquarium's small size, also waited a while to go looking for Mari. And now all I'm left with are regrets. If only I had gone after her sooner. If only I had traded her keychains in the first place. Even so, the past is unchanging, and I am left with only regrets to bear. So in case I could ever trade with Mari again, I've stubbornly carried around that keychain, the one with the pink droplet shape and the jellyfish charm, like a treasure. I rummaged through my bag, seeking to feel the keychain in my hand. Huh? Why, at a time like this, I had forgotten to bring it. The keychain wasn't in the bag nor in my pockets. Huh? A sigh naturally slipped out of my body. After all, I've lost sight of Mari and strayed from Himeno. Himeno was the building map. Himeno has the building map, so there's nothing I can do. Huh? At that moment, a pungent aroma floats by and causes me to speak in surprise. Unable to bear the irritating stench, I pinch my nose. Still, the stench seems to twist in my nose. It's made of the smell of sewage, sulfur, and the nauseating stink of vinegar. Squish. As soon as I try to get away from the smell, something soft creeps along the bottom of my foot. I hesitantly look down. I realized the true identity of the putrid odor. Oh, that's really loud. It's a corpse. I'm not sure what type, but it's as big as my arm span. Ah, so loud! The body is slowly decaying and hasn't retained its original form. Yet, by its bulging round eyes and slightly extended tail fin, I can just barely tell it was a fish. I couldn't tell you right away, but it has a silhouette similar to a piraruku. So loud! What's with that fly noise? I feel like I've seen those eerie glaring eyes, characteristic of a freshwater fish. Okay. I feel sick. 4D fly sounds, yeah, I know, right? I move my foot slowly, and a small fragment of the corpse sinks to the bottom of my shoe, on the underside of which I notice something wriggling desperately. The slight sound of flapping wings departs from beside my ear, and I understand that the wriggling thing is an insect. Ah! Shaking chills run up my spine as if someone had pressed ice to it. I take a step back and drop my cell phone. The phone reacts with the backlight and LCD screen coming on, illuminating the dead body. It's not bad. It's just fish. The syrupy dead body absorbs the light, and the winged insect that flees to avoid it. There is also a meandering white nematode. What's a nematode? That seems not to notice. Oh my god, that fly sound is so loud! The backlight soon disappears, leaving its stench amidst the darkness. The shadows of those hideous insects are scorched into my retinas, and they sway like the light of a heat haze in the darkness. Whoa! I'll endure it, or I can't take it. Something was creeping up from the pit of my stomach. I'll endure it, can't take it. Endure it, can't take it. Endure it, can't take it. Endure it! No puking allowed! I immediately shut my mouth, enduring what had come up. The intermingled acidic taste of the vomit that had come up, and the scent of stomach acid lingering in my nostrils mixed with saliva, and caused my eyes to water in pain. Why was it so painful? I can't figure out the answer to my doubts. Not at all. I cover my eyes with both hands. I couldn't have made it if I didn't. But shutting out my vision leaves my sense of smell, causing the smell of rotten water and the stench of the dead body to become more intense, so I uncovered my eyes. No. What is this? This is a place for the customers. Is it really alright for this to be here? On top of that, I was in the middle of chasing Mari. Wasn't I? No. That isn't the problem. It's strange enough that there is a place like this in the middle of the aquarium. Of an aquarium. Anyway, I have to get out of here. The stench is so overpowering. It's as if I can see it. I want to get out of here quickly, satisfying myself with the argument that it is a garbage dump or something. And that that if I only get away, it'll be fine. I'll be fine. At any rate, I can go back the way I came. No, that's no good. I might run into Himeno. At this moment, I don't want to see your face. My eyes having adjusted a bit to the darkness, I search for a way out. Here the tanks are broken, the little remaining water stinking, and the bodies of living things have tumbled out here and there. I think about how happy I am that I can't see. Even so, to find the exit, I'll have to look around. My nose has begun to go numb, and thanks to that, I'm somehow able to retain my sanity. Before long, I find a dim emergency light behind one of the tanks, and head towards it as if it were the last hope I could cling onto. I feel squishing several times beneath my feet, but I try to ignore it and move on. As I move towards the emergency light, it seems the smell is becoming faint. I get used to the scattered shards of glass and the rotten fish corpses just before I reach the door. The tip of my shoe feels as if it has kicked something hard, something different from before. Wondering what I had kicked, I casually look down. No. I get the sensation that all the blood has stopped flowing through me, and that my heart has stopped completely. The round thing I kicked has patches of hair, 2 eyes, a nose with a bone to it, and a mouth. Altogether it is... The round thing I kicked has patches of hair, and it's... altogether... a human face! You don't see anything. There's no actual human face picture. Speaking accurately, it's a head rather than a face. It's completely lifeless and rolls away with a flopping sound when my foot touches it. Seeing the state the head is in, I begin to feel ill again, despite having finally calmed down from before. Of the white cranium, only the forehead area seems to be exposed. It seems this is new, and it has only just begun to decay. No, for starters, there's no way a human head should be rolling around here. It's my imagination. Or it has to be some form of model. I haven't yet looked in the direction it was rolling, convincing myself that it isn't a human head. It really is different. So there was no satisfying myself. I placed my hands on the door in an attempt to escape. Unable to control my shaking hands, it takes 3 tries before I can open the door. It's a heavy fire door that is usually open. Ooh, Jellyfish Tanks. I step inside with my thoughts racing, and the atmosphere changes completely once more. I can hear the sound of the door closing behind me. You gotta oil that squeaky ass door. Yeah. What room was that anyway? Inside is a very clean place. The transparent water is tainted a faint blue, and inside float fantasy-like jellyfish. The countless pillar-shaped tanks are spread around, and the water shimmers as it reflects the light of the fluorescent lamp. Red and yellow, green and purple, the jellyfish's bodies diffusing light like a prism. In spite of the strange space I've reached, I'm fascinated by the shimmering live art display. Himeno, I muttered without thinking. Then I quickly shake my head, erasing the image of Himeno's face that appears in my mind. Earlier, she didn't come after me. After all, Himeno chose on her own to part ways from me. I'm sure it's because she dislikes me now. It isn't something I should worry about. Even at a quick glance, I can see that there are various types of jellyfish in the tank. Having made efficient use of the small space, it's a charming area. It vividly expresses the starry sky as is fitting of the name Mountain Aquarium. Compared to the earlier Fish of the World booth, this one isn't the least bit in decay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So, we are met with 2 red options instead of the usual blue ones, which means that both options are bad. They are possibly kinda gonna be bad. Which one to pick? Going back is dangerous. I can't do anything by stopping here. I have to press on. Or, I feel worried about him and all of a sudden, I'll go back. Which one? Quick save. Well, quick save. And, see where it goes. I feel worried about Hirano. I'll go back, is what I'll pick. Upon thinking whether or not it is alright just for me to enjoy something so pretty, I reach for the door behind me. Even though we fought, Hirano and I are friends. Sharing such a lovely memory will surely help us make up quickly. I step forward, and it is at that moment... When I open the door and step through, there is no Fish of the World booth. Before I can even rationalize the scene before me, I'm pulled in by some sort of swell. Trying to figure out what's wrong, I realize I'm having trouble getting air. I really want air. So I pause for breath. My mouth fills with a fishy stench. Brine. Seawater. I know from the salty taste that I've swallowed seawater. The reason I can't breathe is because all around me is ocean water. I understand that I am in the ocean, devoid of light, no sound, and in the darkness. Wondering why, I move my limbs. At this rate, I will drown. It hasn't been more than a minute since I got pulled under the sea. How many seconds have passed at this point? No, that isn't it. I have to get above water. However, up to this point, there has been no light overhead, so I'm forced into an inevitable battle with my despair. I frantically endure my suffocation, swimming higher and higher. Suddenly being thrown into the water hasn't thrown off my sense of up or down, as the desire to live serves as an instinct to guide me upward. I still can't see, but I'm alright. Just like that, I seem to have answered my own question. I can feel the clothes I'm wearing become heavy. However, if I have time to shed my clothes, then I have time to continue upward. My thinking is that alone. I've heard there is high pressure in the deep part of the ocean that crushes any living thing. But my body is completely fine. That means where I am at the moment shouldn't be that deep. If I swim hard enough, I could make it. I just have to hit the surface and take a breath. How many seconds have passed at this point? I have no sense of time whatsoever in this darkness. Even so, I know that some time has passed since I was thrown into the ocean. A minute probably passed a while ago. Here, my consciousness begins to fade. Immediately after, I see the darkness of death. A small light illuminates the tip of my nose. Because I have been swimming so frantically, I haven't noticed, but it seems as though I've gone up a ways. It will be alright, the surface is close. I reach out my hand. I reach out towards that light. That is all I can do. That's because my legs won't move. No matter how frantically I try to move them, my legs won't even quiver. It feels as if something has ensnared them. It has the elasticity of a bottomless trampoline. From the tips of my toes to my rear end, that soft sensation wraps tightly around me. Elasticity. Thank you, Sushi. I want to think this is a lie. No. I've actually decided I will not believe it. That a giant octopus has wrapped itself around my legs. Its gum-like suckers are the size of the palm of my hand. I can't even imagine how large its entire body is. The light is getting further away. My eyes have already closed. For some reason, Himeno's smiling face floats before me, though it should be her angry face that I see lost. Just like that, I'm in darkness. As much as it has tightened up, my legs have lost all feeling. No wonder. My legs are no longer what they once were. With the depletion of my oxygen supply, my brain has already changed into a machine for merely processing my situation. Within the darkness, it dispassionately communicates my non-existent will to my 4 limbs, which have lost all sensation. It won't be long before the only thing I can sense is darkness. That's because I've already become part of that darkness. I don't get to see anything. What a G-rated horror novel. Boo. Well, a big octopus drowned me. I got a bad end. Death number 1. Totally needed the guy to block this stuff. Probably. Continue. We did a quick save somewhere. Let's pick. Going back is dangerous. I can't do anything by stopping here. I have to press on. And so I start towards the starry sky. I gaze in fascination to the right and left of me. If circumstances weren't what they were, I would have stopped and stared into each and every tank. The tanks lined up all together. Are beautiful enough. But each one is vivid like the night sky inlaid with jewels. Jewels. Altogether, there are 7 tanks. Each one holds a different type of jellyfish. Some with poison, some without. Categorized with by aspects such as where they live. They really are beautiful. I stop and stand in every center. Start again. I stop and stand in the very center, between the 3rd and 4th tanks. I wonder if the last time we came, these tanks were here. Nakanobe Mari, my little sister. I lean my back against one of the tanks and sit down. Whenever Mari's face appears in my mind, I lose all of my strength. If anyone saw me, I'd be embarrassed. But here and now in Mountain Aquarium, there is no one around. I heave a sigh and look up at the ceiling. For some reason, a large fan is revolving there. My memories of the last time we visited Mountain Aquarium aren't all bad. It was the first time in a long time all 4 of us had gone out as a family. Mari and I got along really well, and we always held hands as we walked. We would do things like play house and read picture books out loud. Mari was a bit more of a tomboy than I. So even though I was the older sister, she was the one who gave the orders. Since it was the first time the two of us sisters went to the aquarium, it was natural for us to be very excited. Just as one would expect, the first time Mari and I laid eyes on the creatures of the sea, we experienced fear, awe, and the sense of being deeply moved. The creatures we saw at that time have stayed with me as vivid memories. Happy memories. I still have plenty of them. But on such a special day of all days, Mari and I ended up fighting. The rest proceeded just as I remember. Since then, my parents buy me anything I want. However, I changed as well, and I didn't really want anything anymore. Greed itself seemed to decline for me, and I never really got excited for anything. That's why, when my mother bought me these boot sandals, I was happy. I was fascinated by the nostalgic ultramarine color. But 1 year after Mari disappeared, she stopped coming up in conversation. I don't know if my mother and father had accepted it as a tragic accident, or if the sadness had slowly faded, but my new normal had begun. I had become an only child. But that is nothing more than an excuse I can't escape from. Mari, you're here, right? Finally, it seems my strength has returned, and I stand up. Even though I ask, no answer will come. The thundering ventilation fan in the ceiling is the only sound I can hear. It was almost at the same time I stood up. Yeah! A crack appears in the glass of the tank behind me. Since the glass doesn't make any noise when it splits, I realize it's broken when water splashes on my rear end. Water continues to flow out, gradually spreading to my feet. The amount of water from the tank is more than just puddles after a heavy downpour. Along with the water flowing forth, the jellyfish that had been in the tank until just a moment ago float out. In order to avoid contact with the water already soaking my sandals, I step back from the puddles without looking away. How? Why? As if to play further with my already bewildered mind, the tank behind me also cracks. Uh-oh. This time I hear the high-pitched noise of glass cracking. Following that, the tanks are each destroyed in turn. Being stuck in the middle of the passage, water is closing in on me from all sides, leaving me pressed in between. The edge of the water is steadily drawing near. What should I do? The words that slide from my mouth also flow away with the water. The colors of the tanks that had been so vibrant now seem eerie to me. Among these jellyfish are poisonous ones. Even worse, some of them are fatal. On thinking that, my legs begin to shake in fear. No. But no matter how frightened I become, I know I can't sit down. Uh-oh. Quick save. As if the area I'm in is shrinking, water and jellyfish are both heading toward me, and it's impossible for me to touch the floor. I have no choice but to run straight through. No, I can't think of anything. Yes, let's not think of anything and see how that pans out. No, I can't think of anything. I'm becoming panicked. If I don't calm down, with my thoughts swirling around frantically, I'm getting even more confused. It's a vicious cycle. My sandals. My sandals are getting dirty. It isn't the first thing that occurs to me, but regardless, it's my only clear thought. The piles of water are gradually drawing closer, and I can't feel anything from the strange jellyfish. I feel my heartbeat speed up as my chest starts to hurt from nervousness. At this point, I have to run through without worrying about my sandals. Though they are sandals, the soles are strong. As long as the jellyfish don't jump, I probably won't get stung. Little by little, the safe spots are disappearing. I tightly pull my legs together, which makes me stagger. Choo! I let out a small scream and straighten up a bit. With nothing behind me to lean against, I'm just about cornered. I wonder if I'll die of jellyfish poison. Rocked by waves of blended nervousness and fear, I carelessly entertain that line of thinking. The meter gauging my fear must be in full tilt. I think with cool self-deprecation. You from earlier. The sudden yell confuses me. Upon looking in the direction of the voice, I can see that the door has been thrown open and a man is standing there. Shoot! Why are your feet exposed? It can't be helped. That is definitely Hiyoshi-san. The man we had called names is now gently removing his shoes and tossing them over to me. My mind races as I catch them. They are thick-soled boots. Put those on and make your way over here. All of the jellyfish floating there have deadly poison. Be careful. I take off my sandals and put my feet into his boots, just as he tells me to. The size doesn't fit at all, and they are way too big, but not so big that I can't walk in them. I cautiously take a step, and confirming it's alright, take my second then third steps towards him, with my sandals in one hand. Thank you very much. You can thank me later. For now, don't look around. Just come toward me. I know my breathing is increasingly rough, and I get a little embarrassed. However, knowing some concessions will have to be made, I walk through the water and over the jellyfish. When I step on a jellyfish, I feel the squishing sensation through the shoes and shudder. The background totally fixes the jellyfish tanks. Yeah, true. There are shards of glass in the puddles, and that makes me want to thank Hiyoshi-san for being considerate enough to lend me such strong shoes. I can walk the remaining meter. Hiyoshi-san seems fairly close. Adjusting my breathing, I carefully take the remaining 3 steps. There's no mistake in my carelessness. I have overlooked a transparent jellyfish at my feet. Even though I can't see it, I can clearly feel it. And the baggy boots I'm wearing now, throw off my balance. At this rate, I'll end up on my butt. If I fall now, all of the help I received will be for nothing. Watch out! However, my body is supported by some strength that pulls me back. Hiyoshi-san's right hand has grabbed onto my left wrist. It was a close one. Just like that, I had been pulled out of the room with the broken tanks. As soon as I was out of danger, Hiyoshi gave a mighty pull and shut the fire door. I got rescued. I wanted to see when I died. This is in front of the souvenir stand. More importantly, why are you here? Yoshi-san steadies me against the wall in front of the souvenir stand. The terror from a moment ago hasn't escaped through the heavy, dark gray emergency door. Isn't this meant an aquarium? Besides, before I met up with you, Hiyoshi-san, there was so much... Hiyoshi-san just stares at me in my flustered state. Alright, calm down, Mayu-chan. A wry grin appears on Hiyoshi-san's face, and he motions in front of the souvenir stand before sitting down. Today I have nothing but bad memories in relation to the floor, so I merely lean against the wall. The gacha machines are still there, but the whole lineup is new, and I don't know a single one of the products. I'm gonna drink. Well then, have you come down a bit? Yes, thank you very much, Hiyoshi-san. Hiyoshi-san, Hiyoshi-san, Hiyoshi-san. Thank you, multiple choices. What is it you know about this aquarium, Hiyoshi-san? Geez, I told you that you can call me by my given name. That wry grin appears again, but there is nothing I can do. I have some hesitation about actually calling an older guy by his given name, and I've only heard his first name once, so I don't really remember it. After that, Hiyoshi-san makes a serious face. I think of him as a light-hearted person, but as his mouth straightens, his face seems very focused. Well, it's fine. At any rate, there's only one thing I know. This is Mountain Aquarium, but it is not Mountain Aquarium. It's not Mountain Aquarium? Something like that. I don't know the principle or the cause behind it, but this Mountain Aquarium is on a distinct time axis from the one you and I visited earlier. Mayu-chan, that's what I think. I can't think of it as anything else. Different time? Whether past or present, you could call it a parallel world, Hiyoshi-san adds. I can't understand what he's saying, not in the least. Hey, how do you know about this, Hiyoshi-san? That is... Hiyoshi-san mumbles and snorts. He looks my way and smiles bitterly. Mayu-chan, didn't you meet any friends or acquaintances from long ago? Huh? On the contrary, you didn't see any staff or other customers, did you? His words seemed very enlightened. I couldn't think of a single thing. After all, I had just come from that experience firsthand. However, there was something that bothered me as well. Yoshi-san had said long ago. Mari, who hadn't changed since that day. But then why? I don't get it. That bit about long ago? Therefore, I rejected it. In doing so, I could affirm the fact that I had reunited with Mari. Is that so? It seems I said something a bit strange then. As he looks away and says this, I have no response for him. Staying like that for a moment, Yoshi-san says, "By the way," and continues speaking. That's a bit weird. I think what caused the glass in the jellyfish tank to rupture was an expansion of gas from something within the tank. So the gas expanded and ruptured the tank from within? If we're thinking about the cause, right? Since there is no stuff in a space-time distortion, then it's not strange for the oxygen modulator here to break down. Then it wasn't the work of ghosts? To to my murmuring, he had no answer. Even if we have to force ourselves, we should think positively, right? For us to have come here, and there to be ghosts, it's not something I can take. Can we get back to original time axis or something like that? We can get back, definitely. Yoshi-san asserts decisively without looking me in the eye. Once again, he starts the next topic with a quick by the way. That girl that was with you, the one who seemed into the occult and stuff, what happened to her? You mean Himeno? Yeah, Himeno-chan. Weren't you together? I inflate my cheeks without thinking about it. When he notices, I become embarrassed and look down. I rest my hands on my knees and moving them up and down. Say, I don't know. You're pretty easy to read, Mayu-chan. Got into an argument, did you? It has nothing to do with you, Hiyoshi-san. Still, you do get that there is something foul about this aquarium, right? Mayu-chan, you experienced that yourself. At his words, a pang of pain surges through my chest. That room with the rotten corpses, the sudden cracking of the tank at the jellyfish booth. When I think that the same accidents could happen to Himeno, I instinctively leap up. Speaking honestly, I have no desire to see Himeno's face. But knowing that the whole aquarium is dangerous, I can't calm down. What ifs? Imagining possibilities alone makes me want to cry. Wait a second, Mayu-chan. You must be tired from all that's happened. Moving quicker than I do, Yoshi-san's hand holds me back. I'll go look for Himeno-chan for you. I'm more knowledgeable about this place, you wait here. As he says this, Yoshi-san gives a thumbs up. It was a mystery to me. We had only just met today and had an inconsequential conversation. So I wondered why he had come to rescue me. He was even showing concern for Himeno. He was supposedly a total stranger, so why? Supposedly? See ya. Uh-oh. They're both red again. Quick save. Without hearing my response, he starts walking away from where the jellyfish booth was. His face, in profile, made me feel very reassured. Please wait, I'll go? Or please, Hiyoshi-san? What do you think? 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. One. Please, Yoshi-san. Trusting in his masculine appearance, I bow deeply. In reality, it was as Yoshi-san had said. I had very little stamina to begin with, and our fatigue was building up inside me. Deciding to stay standing up was good, as these heavy legs of mine were proof of. As for things with Himeno, it would be best to talk them through later. If we talked them over in this tense state, we would probably just get into another argument. Yoshi-san might even serve as our mediator. As expected, in this gloomy building, he didn't have to walk far before he disappeared. The sound of his gradually fading footsteps had also disappeared. The only thing I could hear nearby was my own breathing. That's why that high, roaring scream pierced right through my eardrums. Gah! It was a scream that seemed to have echoed through every corridor. No, in and out of the whole building. It wasn't just someone shouting, but someone crying out as if splitting apart but someone crying out as if splitting apart their throat. Oof. At the sense of impending danger that voice bore, my throat began to tighten. That scream! That voice wasn't merely familiar, it was the voice of Hiyoshi-san, who had been right in front of me just 1 minute earlier. After that single loud scream, I could no longer hear his voice. Hiyoshi-san? I quickly stand up, running to the source of the scream. This place connects the tube channel booth and the souvenir shop. That's where I heard the voice coming from. I ran toward the tunnel tank. Huh? Mayu-chan? I told you to wait there for me. More importantly, that scream a minute ago. Did something happen? More importantly, that scream from a minute ago. Did something happen? Hiyoshi-san is sitting at the entrance of the tunnel tank, not far from the aquarium entrance. At my question, he gives a wishy-washy reply of, "You were worried about me. I'm so happy." Nah, it's a somewhat embarrassing story, but it looked like there was a person floating inside that tank. Under the circumstances, it just surprised me. A person in the tank? Speaking of which, Himeno mentioned something like that. But I'm glad. I thought you'd gotten caught up in some terrible situation like I had earlier. I was relieved from the bottom of my heart. Following that relief, I became aware of my own fear of being isolated again. Chuckling, Hiyoshi-san scratches his head. Say, Mai-chan. I never got to hear the rest of what he was going to say. Huh? It all took place in a matter of seconds, leaving me unable to make sense of what had happened. However, I gradually realized what was unfolding before my eyes. From Hiyoshi-san's neck up, I could see through to the tank. I didn't understand what I was seeing. In other words, his head was no longer where it should have been. Having lost a piece of himself so valuable to the human body, he collapsed slowly on the spot. From there, he never moved again. Soaking up the blue lighting, his reddish-black blood spread across the floor. You see her, but not him. No! This time it was my turn to split my vocal cords. Hang on, I'm fixing my mic. Why? How had he gotten like this? What could have happened to have him left? What could have happened to have left him in this state? It just looks weird. The corpse. I mean, there's not really much there to look at. Hiyoshi-san's head tumbles along the ground and catches my eye. His eyes are wide, and his pupils dilated. The grin I had seen hours earlier still spread across his face. There are marks at his nape. There are marks at the nape of his neck, as if his head had been bitten clean off. Hiyoshi-san? I intended to run. Oh. Is it just me or is my volume higher? I only changed the position of my mic. What the? I'll turn myself down. Hang on. I intended to run. I intended to run and leave the dead Hiyoshi-san. Whatever left those bike marks are still nearby, but I couldn't do it. It hurts. The area below my knees had become pitch black. My boots. Mom. There is no pain, only the visualization of pain running through my mind in spite of losing my legs. I can't actually feel the pain. Of course not. That body of mine has lost its legs. I'm watching it from a separate place. This subjective point of view would have been impossible while I was still alive. My head was already just like Hiyoshi-san's, just rolling around on the floor. The cold temperature of my blood, that was the last thing I felt. Right before I lost consciousness, I saw an unbelievable true form through the wavy mist of my fading vision. With many fangs and a giant body, it was a fish. Those damn fish. Everywhere. Decapitation 1. Dead again. Death number 2. Rip. Quick load. Continue. Alright, so instead of please Hiyoshi-san, let's pick please wait, I'll go. Somehow moving my heavy legs, I followed behind Hiyoshi-san. It would have been easier to leave it to Hiyoshi-san. However, Himeno is my best friend. Though I can't believe we had fought, that reality can't be changed, so I want to go get her. Since the souvenir shop is near the entrance, Hiyoshi-san heads toward the closest tunnel tank. If Himeno is still in the building, then we need to look everywhere for her. I'm able to catch up with Hiyoshi-san before he enters the tunnel. I'm going too. Huh? Mayu-chan? I told you to wait there for me. I can't do that, because Himeno is my friend. On hearing what I said, Hiyoshi-san gives me a patronizing look while grinning at me. Looking into the tunnel from the outside, I realize it hasn't changed from the mountain aquarium I had seen earlier that day. Large fish like manta rays and sharks swim about. This is the tunnel tank. If you two went in order earlier, then shouldn't we start with the first exhibit? I nod, as what Hiyoshi-san said is right. He adds, right, and walks on. I notice something there and pull him back. Look, over there. I say, as I point to an area nearby that's visible from the entrance. As the silhouette becomes clearer on close observation, I become frightened. Something hops freely from side to side. It bounces about the tunnel numerous times, then stops itself. After bouncing up and down the floor several times, it ceases to move, completely exhausted. Straining my eyes from far away, I can see that it is a fish. From what I can see from 10 meters away, it has sharp fangs and a body as thin as a rail. That might be a cutlass fish. Quick save. Hiyoshi-san mutters this, having laid eyes on the same thing I had. Still, fish aren't creatures that can hop up and down and around a room like that. So then last time we got cut down by a cutlass fish. Sneaky bastard. Should we get a better look? Or at any rate, head inside. Let's get a better look. Hell yeah. After waiting near the entrance for several seconds, a fish resembling a cutlass fish bounces around the tunnel, then flops down the floor, causing the amount of fish corpses on the floor to increase. The gathering of numerous fish scales reflects the fluorescent light back like a kaleidoscope. Though it is the same as the fluorescent lighting, the light reflected back is vivid, putting the sensation of the scale's slipperiness in my mind. Ugh, that's pretty creepy. Yoshi-san's lips curl up in disgust as he grumbles. I also thought it was creepy, but compared to the rotten corpse I had seen earlier, that was as far back as I allowed my memory to go. Could that be? In contrast to Hiyoshi-san, who had averted his eyes, I just continued to stare, and was able to pick up on something. Those fish hopping around, they're coming from below. From that place that looks like a vent. From the beginning of the tunnel, the fish hop up intermittently. It doesn't appear as though they are going to stop, with a new fish popping up after a fixed interval of time passes. The fish mechanically shoot out of the vent, ricochet about the tunnel. The tunnel mechanically shoot out of the vent, ricochet about the tunnel at high speed, then finally, their vigor exhausted, die as they land in a pile on the floor. At the moment they fall, the fish's long, narrow bodies wriggle like snakes. They collide with other fish as they cease moving, the next fish hopping to its death in the same manner. They are. Good eye, Mayu-chan. So many strange things have happened that I'm probably becoming used to them. Unable to bear these strange circumstances any longer, a self-deprecating smile reaches my lips as I give a light laugh. Whoa. At the same time as the fish leaps up, Yoshi-san takes a handkerchief from his pocket and tosses it into the giant cylinder. The fish pierces the handkerchief once as it dances in the air. Then the fish passes through it a second and then a third time as it bounces repeatedly. In an instant, the fabric he tossed has become dust. On placing myself in the handkerchief's position, I subconsciously covered my neck. It shouldn't penetrate this. Himeno. Not having a form, that should mean it isn't going through. A form? A dead body? I didn't want those words to pass my lips, but it was definitely as Hiyoshi-san had said. Mai-chan, you don't remember where you and Himeno-chan split up, do you? I look down and tilt my head to the side. I'm worried about Himeno. I can no longer make baseless statements like Himeno is fine because she is Himeno. The reality is that if Hiyoshi-san had rescued me, hadn't rescued me, I'd no longer be in this world. There's no way I can let that happen to Himeno. I have to hurry and meet up with her, then find a safe place. No, no safe place. This place, no safe place. Okay, well, we need to do a once-over of the building. Yoshi-san knocks on a panel that is to the left if you are looking in from the entrance. I hear it make a hollow sound before he pushes the panel in, making a rattling sound. The panel opens. This isn't just a display, but also a door. In contrast to the nature-reminiscent blue exhibit space before the door, a mechanical gray hallway stretches before us. The dim, white, fluorescent light flickers and fades on and off. Apparently, going back to look at the killer fish made us live. Again, subverting expectations. Is this the staff passageway? Correct. When I came through here earlier, I saw some employees, so I was lucky it had been left unlocked. Could the fact that the lights are on mean that someone just came through here? Even if they had, that person would be aware of all the unusual phenomena here. Anyway, if we go through this passage, we can circumvent the tunnel and look for Himeno-chan. Alright. Yoshi-san walked ahead, taking several steps before I stepped in. I was hesitant about walking through the staff passageway without permission, but it was certainly better than going through the tunnel tank. Moreover, if we were able to come across a staff member, we might be able to gain some information about this mountain aquarium. Big sister. The staff passageway is approximately 10 meters, just wide enough that people can barely pass each other. Walking up ahead of me, Yoshi-san's shoulder width is so great that I wouldn't be able to pass him unless he turned sideways. Even more than before, Yoshi-san seems stronger and more reliable than ever. Big sister! Huh? That voice that I thought was just in my head bore a silhouette. The second time. It made me suspect that it was probably an optical illusion. Behind me, I was sure I had heard a nostalgic voice. What's up, Mayu-chan? Yoshi-san asked me without turning around. I squeak out that I'm fine and turn my attention to his back. Big sister? Look over here! Hello? However, that was my confirmation. It was neither a visual nor auditory hallucination. The voice calling me, Mari's voice calling me big sister, had definitely come from behind me. Mari? Unable to hold back, I let that name slide from my lips. The next moment, I wanted to see Mari so bad I turned back. You can't, Mai-chan. My eyes open wide in surprise as Yoshi-san plants himself firmly in front of me, arms spread wide. I had unconsciously backtracked to the passageway entrance, back to where we had started. Huh? Suddenly going back? Don't you remember where we came from? Where is Mari? I see, you moved without hesitation, as if you had been cold. So, I thought that's what it might be. Calm down, Mai-chan. There was nobody there. Huh? But that voice... There's no voice, alright? Calm down. You have to calm down. His expression as he calls for me to calm down is frantic. A crease appears in his forehead as he strains his voice. I steady my breathing as I stand in fear of his threatening attitude. Breathing deeply, I keep my back against the wall of the corridor. As my determination rises, so does my body temperature. Listen, calm down. Calm down, calm down. Yoshi-san, I'm alright. Calm down. Oh. Are you alright? Oh, whoa. Whoa. He's like wooing. Whoa. My words don't seem to be reaching Hiyoshi-san at all. His eyes open wide and his voice rings out. Like a broken DVD player, he cannot move past that one syllable. Hiyoshi-san? I back up instinctively. However, as if he's completely unaware, Yoshi-san just keeps yelling in a strange voice. Yoshi-san, please tell me you're okay. Aren't you? 3 meters away from Yoshi-san, I peer at him. He sways. His legs unstable. He's definitely moving towards me. Almost at the same time as the strange voice stops, he falls over on the spot, as if his power supply had been cut off. He suddenly tumbles to the ground. The sound of him flopping to the ground sends a chill down my spine. That gets used a lot. chill down my spine. I'm not familiar with what you'd want to call ukemi. What's ukemi? Ukemi? But I know the way he fell is dangerous. Are you injured? Poke him a little bit. Sitting down, I extend a quivering hand. It's probably a bit rude to the person who saved me, but he would understand. For at this moment, the image of his strange behavior is seared into my mind. Even when I call out to him, there is no response. But if I strain my ears, I can hear shallow breathing. Thank goodness he's alive. That alone is enough to satisfy me. There's something I can rely on within this mysterious aquarium. What in the world was all that? Still having my doubts, I am, for the moment, relieved. What should I do? I can't just leave him unconscious and defenseless while I proceed further into the stuffed passageway. Oh, that's what ukemi means? The action of bracing for falls. Alright. Learn new things every day. On the other hand, carrying someone an entire head taller than I am is impossible. Thank you. Thank you, Sushi. Hiyoshi-san. Hiyoshi-san! Please wake up. I call his name over and over, but he still doesn't respond. Num. I hesitate a bit, and then I touch his neck. Yeah, he's back. Nothing weird. Nothing says. Putting all of my strength into it, I am able to roll him onto his back. His body is now facing up with his eyes closed. His chest goes up and down to form a breath. Yoshi-san? I can't make the distinction between whether he is just asleep or has passed out. I have never seen someone who has lost consciousness. I take deep breaths to keep myself from giving way to panic. Other than the sound of Yoshi-san's breathing, the sounds of machines running echo. Sometimes I can hear the sound of my own breathing. I'm alone. My awareness of the situation quickly turns to anxiety. I am all alone in this incomprehensible mountain aquarium. The only other existence I can rely on is Yoshi-san. Currently has his eyes closed. Yoshi-san, please wake up. Growing impatient, I shake him. He doesn't even moan, and his lack of reaction only increases my anxiety. So I call his name louder Yoshi-san, wake the fuck up! Whether or not my voice reaches him, his eyes flutter open. On closer inspection, he has distinct double eyelids. Thank goodness you're awake. Huh? Are you looking looking Are you looking down on me too? Hang on, I'll turn up the microphone sensitivity and go 0 distance. Are you looking down on me too? There you go. Yoshi-san, what? I'm Nakanobe Mayumi. I'm not looking down on you or anything like that. You too! Screaming, he grabs my left ankle as I squat next to him. His strength is unthinkable compared to his gentle demeanor from only moments ago. His rough hands dig into my soft skin. Terror rages within my heart at this first brush with a man's real power. Please, stop. Whenever he seems to be losing his grip on my leg, he tightens it more. Every time I verbalize my pain, his grip intensifies a little further. My concern for him is gone. Only the feeling of his rejection remains. You little... I realize that little by little, he's pulling me closer to him. He really is that strong. I haven't done anything. Yoshi-san. Yamete kudasai sound alert when... Yamete! Yamete! Gripping my ankle tightly, Yoshi-san pulls himself up little by little. His chest is huge, and the muscles in his arms bulge and form a mountain shape. Nice. Admiring the muscles. Very good. His face lacks the appearance of sanity. His eyes are looking in different directions. They roll without end, seeming as if they will go completely white. Though I intended to put distance between us, I am unable to do so. As if coaxed, I'm pulled closer to him. My bad. No! Rejected. The big rejected. The ones doing it. Rejected. The ones doing it. Are you all? No! While standing himself up, he sluggishly lifts his left hand. His fingers point in my direction. There's no mistaking his intent to grab me with both hands. I'm filled with the desire to free from him. Uh-oh. Safe? Kick about frantically. Shake off his right hand. I'll call out frantically. Ooh. Let's try to shake him off. I have to get his hand loose. As I try to loosen the hand clutching at my leg, he frantically pushes me off. As if pushing against a rock, his hand remains unperturbed. Uh-oh. We failed. No way. Even giving those words form can't change reality. No good. Yeah. As he lets out a groan. Yoshi-san's left hand reaches for me. His movements are slow, but his fingers are moving in my direction. Hurry! I have to hurry and get him off me! As before, Yoshi-san's hand won't move. It has an uncanny strength. Even trying to loosen his fingers one by one, my strength is no match for his. What should I do? Then I realize I'm concentrating too hard on my left leg. He has latched onto my right leg with the same strength. Ah. Having grabbed onto both of my legs, I have no room to put up a fight, and I'm pulled in closer to him. His bloodshot face appears right before my eyes. His pupils are split in opposite directions, much like a fish's eyes. Damn those fish! With their psychic powers. So very well. You all will. What comes from Hiyoshi-san's mouth are not words. Without realizing it, I've stopped listening to him. Ow! He's definitely splitting apart my legs with all of his strength. An intense pain shoots through me as if my leg is being torn off at the hip. Even as I try to escape, my legs will not move at all. On account of him lifting me by my legs, my torso goes limp as if hanging in midair. No, Hiyoshi-san! This stench is... Ruka? Mickey? Either one is fine. Ooh. My words suddenly no longer reach him. But that is for the best. I can no longer hear his words either. When I open my eyes, Hiyoshi-san is no longer there. Moreover, I no longer care about him. Losing consciousness was surely to prevent my mind from going all to pieces. Really, what a useless effort. Seeing as how my body has already gone all to pieces. Guess who's dead? Oof. Hiyoshi-san is scary. Yikes. We did. Let's try again. Continue. Let's try calling out frantically. Some of the same text here. Some of the same text. Ouch. Ignoring my attempt to calm him, his large arm tenses, shooting out towards my leg. This is bad. At this rate... Ooh, there's another option. Shaking him off doesn't work. So, I can kick about frantically, or call his name again. Let's kick him. No good. I'm at my limits. I give up trying to persuade him and begin moving my body in an attempt to escape. No! No! In time with my words of rejection, both of my legs jerk frantically. At any rate, I don't think I can take it if he grabs my right leg. So I struggle with all my might, not even worrying about whether my skirt flips up. He is as strong as before, but his movements are slow, somehow allowing me to continue my resistance. Kick, 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 in the face, kick. Nevertheless, between the pain and my resistance, my stamina is fading rapidly. Before I realize it, my haggard breath is louder than a machine's motor. Don't reject me. You should be more accepting. Hiyoshi's words gave an unchanging, distorted image. Whether he has given up on grabbing my other leg or not, his body leans toward me. The upper half of my body falls back, but he quickly yanks my leg and throws off my balance. Kya! Upon hearing me let out a scream, the corners of his mouth twitch. He is enjoying this. He is enjoying watching me lose the ability to resist. His expression makes this clear to me. One more thing has become clear to me. That is, that I can no longer see him as the Hiyoshi-san I once knew. I'm sorry. Even so, my consciousness is tugging at me. My words of apology are proof of that. I used the heel of my boot to kick Hiyoshi-san. It pulled himself up in the nose. my skirt flutters up, and I reflectively hold it down. Gah! Seizing the opportunity, Yoshi-san yanks my left leg hard towards himself. Whether it is because of his hesitation or not, my other leg slides free of his right hand. A single line of blood trickles from his nose. The heels must be harder than I thought. Ah! Upon seeing the blood, I shut my eyes immediately. However, I realize I no longer have the luxury of instinctually worrying about him. Pulling myself upright, I break into a run in order to escape from him. In no time, he has moved in front of me. I want to get away from Yoshi-san. With that one thought, I decide to go in a direction unknown to me. Kicking me? Isn't that impudent? Could the stench on the sole of that shoe be Ruka? Or is it Mickey? I hear him say after getting about 5 meters away from him. I quickly regret turning back. Feels good, doesn't it? That's fine. That's just fine. Yoshi-san yells, writhing on the floor. The transformation of the one who had rescued me is too devastating. Even so, there is no changing the fact that he tried to hurt me. I understand somewhere in my heart that through no fault of his own, he is no longer sane. And the desire to protect my own body is winning inside of me. I'm sorry, but... As I shut my eyes, I turn away from Yoshi-san. I'm sure he isn't looking at me anymore. In other words, he is no longer conscious of anything. His voice attempts to stop my fleeing legs many times. But no matter how fast he is, I've already decided to head for the exit of the staff passageway. We ran away. We did it. Survived. As soon as the door is between us, I put my ear against it and listen to the sounds in the passageway I just left. However, it is only my own violent pulse and not Yoshi-san going crazy that I can hear. Honestly, I almost feel relieved. Being separated like this leaves me feeling worried about him, but at the moment, I don't have the time to spare. I wonder if this is wrong. It's natural that I'd have these doubts. I say over my shoulder. The only thing to respond to my words is the wind rustling my hair. That's right. That's right, this is... Finally, I begin to confirm my location. This place is semi-outdoors and even colder than the passageway. Despite the fact that it's summer, I shiver instinctively. Below eye level, there are several plastic chairs in a row. We have entered the seal stage. In the center of the stage is something resembling a small shed. A stage? That's right, for things like sea lions. A stage, one facility that no aquarium should lack. From kids to adults, the show is something everyone can enjoy. Looks like it hasn't been used in a while. Upon muttering this, my doubt enters my mind. Yoshi-san said this place was on a shifted time axis. But even so, each section just feels too different. The Fish of the World booth, where the first strange phenomenon occurred. The Jellyfish booth and the tunnel tank. Thinking back on them in order, they each felt like they had their own distinct time period. Countless fish that decayed, the immensely entrancing beauty. With each new facility I entered, the look changed. Ridiculous, there can't be. I start to say, then shake my head. I don't know how many things I had thought impossible have come past here. This crazy theory, perhaps. Never mind, I have to find Hirano. Pushing my doubts to the edge of my mind, I head down the stairs for the guest seating towards the stage. Huh? This is... About halfway to the stage, I find a booklet on top of a seat that is thick enough to contain about 50 pages. Mountain Aquarium Guidebook. Ooh, sounds handy. Ooh, a map. This place is really small. And yet, so much content. So we came from 13, then went through to 5, then went through to 4, and then we ended up here in 16. Seems short. I suddenly realized that I am finishing my sentence. Oh, they're both blue. Save. Since Hirano has our map, this is definitely going to come in handy. Let's try and read it a little more. Thumbing through the pages, I see that it has an introduction to Mountain Aquarium. Other than that, there are bits of trivia, blah blah. I want to read through this later. Though I don't want to part with the guidebook, I detached the map from it. Not knowing what might happen, I come to the conclusion that I don't want to carry anything bulky. Okay. Suppressing my desire to sit down and read it, I return the guidebook to the seat. Staff room. There might be someone there. On weeknights, they hold the adult-targeted Mountain Aquarium Exploratory Tour. It supposedly shows off the other side of the Mountain Aquarium. For that expedition, pathways that customers are normally unaware of are printed in the guidebook. According to the map, there appears to be a staff waiting area. It seems they don't stop there on the exploratory tour, but the place itself is printed on the map. If I go there, someone might be there. It seems there are two paths to the staff room. The first path through the passageway I went through earlier. The other seems to be through the underground passage connected to the inside of the shed on the stage. Even though it's labeled as underground, it is more accurate to say it is one floor down. I still don't know how Hiyoshi-san is, so I think I should take the lighter path. I'm scared after all. Hirano, where are you? Lowering my defenses, these weak-hearted words well up inside me. I mumble them as I step onto the stage. Following those words, anxiety descends upon me. I am right here. No way! Hirano? I doubt that voice, which seemed ready and waiting on me, was an illusion. No way, that's cruel, Mayu. Hirano? Hime! I can hear Hirano's voice, but I can't see her. Where is she? I think as I glance about the stage, right? Hirano is nowhere to be found. That's right, inside the shed. When the shed at the edge of the stage enters my line of sight, I head for it at double speed. The floor is wet enough that it seems I should slip, but somehow I hold on and move forward. The inside of the shed, as if a waiting area and a warehouse had been combined into one room. The fishy stench is probably from the stains from the food used during the shows. In the past, I had seen a fish thrown to the sea lion that caught a bowl with its nose. Okay. Hirano? At the edge of the shed, in a plain metal chair against the wall, Himeno is leaning against the back in what appears to be a state of total exhaustion. You... I have so much to say to you, Himeno, because I... Seeing her face, any thoughts of our argument are completely blown out of existence. Words that found no form are forever pushed away. The fact that she is alright, all on its own, makes me happy. It's fine. Nah, it's fine. First of all, calm down. Uh-oh. What's that noise? Himeno? What's wrong? Yeah. Nayu, don't make that face. There's nothing to worry about. I have a lot of things to say to Himeno, but my words get caught in my throat. Seeing Himeno breathe heavily, my own pulse quickens. As I stand there forgetting how to breathe, Himeno lays a hand on my chest. Even when she had a cold, Himeno would still come to school with a smile on her face. She seems to be getting attacked by slugs, is what this sound is. When she got injured at a club, she wouldn't take time off from gym class. That's why even in this aquarium, I thought somewhere in my heart that Himeno would be fine. If only we could reunite, surely she'd lead with a smile. We'd go home side by side. That had been my hope. I'm sorry, Mayu. I don't think I can make it. It's so easy for Himeno's soft complaints to punch me right in the heart. With just one phrase, I dropped to my knees in front of her. Hime? Mayu, get up. I won't. No, because... I shake my head at Himeno's words. I can't remain standing, not while seeing my precious friend like this, and hearing her frail voice. Each time Himeno speaks, she spews white nematodes from her mouth. I'm not sure if she is aware of it or not, but thin creatures that look like mealworms wriggle at her feet. Oh boy. With a clatter, Himeno seems as if she might fall from the chair. I support Himeno from under her arm, propping her up. Thank you. More like... Thank you. Don't thank me, Himeno. What happened? Himeno's body is hot. The same as when I had my 104-degree fever. No, higher than that. I'm glad I got to see you again. But... I don't want you to see me in this state. Unable to finish what she was saying, Himeno coughs up several nematodes along with the same spit. With some spit. Uh-oh. Her eyes! Her eyes! I don't want to see it. Not necessarily because it's weird or disgusting, I just don't want to see Himeno this way. Himeno, let's go to the hospital. We'll eat ice cream, alright? It's probably impossible now. Hearing the words that had fallen instinctively from my mouth, Himeno smiles back at me. Even as I ignore the lie in Himeno's smile, I still become aware of it. It's not possible! Mayu. It's not impossible. I'll take you to the hospital, okay? So let's go. Thanks. That you made me... that you feel that way. Fills me up. It's not just my feelings, got it, Himeno? Can you stand? Don't overdo it. Okay, Mayu. That's right. I wanted to apologize to you, Mayu. In an attempt to lend her my shoulder, I take Himeno's arm, but she quickly brushes me off. Himeno's hands are shaking. Despite this, she reaches into her pocket and pulls out the keychain. That's... Yeah, by the way, when I thought back to when I picked it up, it most likely wasn't yours. Mayu, I'm such an idiot. No, you're not. It was because I didn't listen at all to what you said, so... Because I was so convinced you had dropped it, Mayu. Thinking back... She's repeating the same thing over and over. Himeno's consciousness must be getting hazy. Every time Himeno gets choked up, she vomits up viscous sputum, and lively bugs. Even so, I can't look away from Himeno. I get the feeling that if I don't look at her face, I will never again see her smile. I don't think I'm being overdramatic or anything of the sort. Since I had never heard of someone throwing up bugs. Here, you take it, Mayu. What? This keychain? Yeah. There seems to be no mistake. Someone dropped it. That's why... Give it back to them. Give it back? That's... We're going back together, right? Mountain Aquarium is small. Surely we'll find them right away, won't we? Jeez, Mayu, you idiot. Can't you tell by looking? There's no way I can go home. No, don't, Himeno. If you say that, it'll come to pass. Himeno places the keychain in my palm, then softly places her hands once more on my shoulders. She moves her hands from there to the back of my head, then with a light feather-like sensation pulls me close to her. No? Mayu, get home. No matter what. That hug lasts only a few seconds. Then Himeno lightly pushes me away. I couldn't take it if I infected you. Just leave me here. Right as the end of her sentence fades away, her head flops forward. No way! No way! Himeno's body with her eyes shut and not even one fingertip moving. Tut. Even so, Himeno won't turn her smile my way. She won't respond to my voice. No way! There's just no way! Without a second thought, I hold Himeno. She said I might get infected, but that doesn't matter to me. Having welled up inside her mouth, nematodes crawl about Himeno's puffed up lips. Ugh. Experiencing feelings of intense denial, I wipe away the nematode and crushed it. A murky green liquid remains on my finger. I quickly rub it off on the floor. She's moving? With her chest so close to mine, I can feel a pulse. No mistake, it is a heartbeat. Pulling away from Himeno, my trembling hand somehow lands on her left breast. Having sunk into that softness, I definitely feel a pulse going ba-dump, ba-dump. She's alive! Himeno, I'm so glad! Just like that, I forget about rubbing off the filth and sit down. Even with the bugs getting into her body, as long as she is alive, I think it can work out somehow. I won't even consider the possibility of it not working out. but I can't think of a concrete way to save Humano. Within my completely blank mind, there's anxiety and fear. Having slumped more than sat down, the third person's voice reaches my ears. Third person? Anisaki's and Pseudo Terra Nova. Philometra that aren't supposed to infect humans. I wonder what exactly could cause something like this to happen. If the situation wasn't what it is, I would immediately preserve some of them in a petri dish. What? From behind me, a cold voice interrupts my thoughts. In contrast with the feverish Himeno, that voice clings coolly to the nape of my neck. It's a woman's voice that I've never heard. It's a pity I cannot collect this precious sample. I don't have the luxury of time right now. I must find that child quickly. Oh, my, what a cute girl. What is it? Might you have come to the aquarium to have fun with your friend? Aquarium? This is meant an aquarium, right? That's right. Me and Himeno. So this girl, she's called Himeno-chan then. Himeno-chan then. The woman looks to be in her 30s. Her blue eyeshadow leaving quite the impression. Her appearance coupled with her calm manner of speaking both tell me that she is quite mature. Her light-colored hair is collected in an updo, and her suit is impeccably chosen. Those clothes, could you be an aquarium staff member? Yes. I am Saginuma Reiku. At this aquarium I am, I suppose, a representative of the director? Like a vice director? A little different. It would take some time to explain. More importantly, you should move away from Hirano-chan. Huh? The woman called Hirano by name with a coquettish tone. Croquet? It gives me the impression of being very forced. Croquet. Crossing her arms, as she looks down at me, the woman narrows her eyes. It would be easier for you. Would it be easier for you if I used the word infection? You have a wound on your leg, don't you? It's as if their fertility has intensified, meaning there are probably eggs amongst all that is as well. You're kiddish. What? She doesn't appear to be dead, but it's only a matter of time. You can no longer save Hirano-chan. Please wait a second. It's fine to leave her like that. After I finish my business, I'll take her with me as a sample. The corners of Saginuma's mouth widen as she says this. The fear of this woman is even greater than my anger at Hirano being referred to as a sample. Even though someone right in front of her eyes might die, she is smiling. How in the world can she make that face? Because I can't understand. Sakinuma Reiko-san seems terrifying to me. Please wait. If you're a member of the staff, then you can't take me to this building's first... Then can't you take me to this building's first aid room? I'll call an ambulance or something, since Hirano is alive? It seems you care for Hirano-chan a great deal. So try to imagine this. If you die because of her, think about how Hirano-chan would feel. Hirano is alive. Please don't say something like that. I'm begging you, please save Hirano. I am not a doctor. It's not possible. Moreover, I don't think the rescue workers would want to respond to such a hopeless call. Saginuma-san says this bluntly in a cruel voice. Her voice is colder than the first time I heard it, like water that has frozen over. She can't be saved anymore. Every time those words come from her mouth, my pulse grows louder and quicker. My blood is rushing through me fast enough for my veins to be worn down from within. That's not good enough. Please, save her. Please save Himeno. Before I know it, I'm facing her and pleading. However, my desperate pleas are being shadowed by her cruel smile. I don't like disobedient children. I also have work to do. Important work. That matters. You have work? This place isn't normal. Isn't that something a staff member should get? After fear makes a lap through me, I push aside my emotions. Leaping over my fear and anxiety toward this woman, I wholeheartedly just want to save Himeno. Not normal? Whatever do you mean? As aquariums also serve as research institutions, the situation itself isn't normal, now is it? I don't understand at all. That's enough. No matter how much time I spend here, it won't help. If you wish to join me, you are free to do so. Free to join you? Saginuma-san, aren't your staff here? Why are you saying you don't know anything about this aquarium filled with nothing but phenomena? I don't understand the word of what you are saying. Are these good things? I'm telling you I'm going now. If you wish to die along with her, then just sit there staring about like that. Later I'll study you in full as well. Though one sample is more than enough. I shudder as a chill runs up my spine. Again? I am finally able to understand that this isn't a joke. That she is saying she sincerely doesn't care about whether Himeno lives or dies. Wait, please. You have wasted enough of my time. I must hurry up and find that child. The last bit of what Saginuma-san says is inaudible as she runs out from the small room on the stage. Neither being harmful nor harmless. That's the type of person she is. Thinking she could point me down to one path that leads away from Himeno and I dying together. With just one phrase, I am thrust down to rock bottom. Himeno can't be saved. That single phrase bounces around my head numerous times. No, no, no. Turning it over in my head with such frequency, the truth Saginuma-san had stated is becoming engraved upon my heart. I can no longer hear the click-clack sound of her high heels. Instead, what resonates is the sound of drops falling from my eyes. If you're having doubts, then just die. Huh? Who? It is a girl's voice, much younger than Saginuma-san, around the same age as me, in fact. I turn towards the voice coming a short distance away from where I'm holding Himeno. A slender girl who was a little taller than me, with eyes a slightly different color than Saginuma-san's cold eyes, looks down at me scornfully. Her long hair is tied back, dangling behind her like a tail. She is a bit different from Himeno, but that is still a girl in fashionable attire. I watch her with a cautious interest as she glares at me. What's this? All of a sudden? Who knows? I'm just annoyed with you, since I hate people who are so wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? You think you can just show up and know how I'm feeling? I don't know. I'm not interested. I feel irritated at this girl who knows nothing of my circumstances, showing up with all these complaints. To think that Saginuma-san left and now this. She is directing her futile impatience at me as well. The girl is calm, but speaking fast. Hearing such a tone, I can't go on without saying something back. If you're not interested, then why did you speak to me? More importantly, you haven't gotten swept up in anything dangerous, have you? Who knows? What's with that answer? Just say what you want to say. How mean. When this girl started speaking to me, I raised hope somewhere inside of me. I briefly hold out hope that she's talking to me because she knows some way I can save Himeno. That's why I begin to feel something more than just irritation towards this girl who has come to kick me while I'm down. That girl's gonna get eaten up by bugs and die, right? But parasites aren't all that quick or efficient. What do you... Because it's this mountain aquarium, she will die. If it were me, that's what I would think. Then what are you saying? My heart begins to beat faster out of words. Now I regret placing so much hope in this girl. Nonetheless, from a way of speaking, could it be that if you get out of here, there may be a way to cure her. If it comes down to crying and dying, I would fight back rather than giving in. Cure her? Just now you said cure her? Really? But that staff member earlier, she said she could no longer be saved. I don't know. There's no guarantee she can be saved. But the one who said she couldn't be saved was an employee of an aquarium, right? Not a doctor? Not a doctor. She seemed like she knew a lot about parasites, but sure enough, that woman was not a doctor. She said so herself. Also, the girl said something previously that caught my attention. Earlier you said this mountain aquarium, right? What is this place? If you know, then tell me. Don't take me for a fool. But I don't know. Since this is an aquarium where nothing but dangerous things happen, I want to know how to get out of here. I can't save Himeno. Which path you take is completely up to you. I don't have any more time to worry about other people. I'm just saying if it were me, I wouldn't quit until I was dead. Upon making her blunt assertion, the girl heads for the innermost part of the shed. Somehow, in contrast to the employee earlier, she had entered from the side of the stage. If you don't have time, then why are you encouraging me? Encouraging me? Upon saying those words, I get an awkward feeling. The cutting assertion she made in a blunt tone and the words she said to me weren't exactly kind. However, I find them kind in the moment. It isn't that I can't save her, nor is it guaranteed that I can. Having received even a small amount of hope, my tears have stopped. I told you ready. I was just getting annoyed. Without looking back, the girl walks away. Sitting on the ground, huddled close with Himeno, I think over the two possibilities in my mind. Since it's unlikely that I can save her, should I just stay here with her a second longer? Or should I believe the girl's words and escape from this danger-filled aquarium? Oh, save. Let's, I've been picking options that, I've been hoping leads to my death. But somehow, they have been only giving me life. But this time, I'm sure I'm gonna die this time. Still squatting, I hold Himeno even tighter. Her feverish body occasionally chokes up. Then Himeno vomits out several nematodes. Several parasites squirm at the base of my throat. It's alright, it's okay. No matter what, it's okay. As long as I'm with Himeno. Himeno! Himeno, Himeno, Himeno! I have no idea how much time has passed. I no longer have a sense of time, but not more than an hour could have passed. My body is no longer my own. The depths of my body have been corroded with a fever, and I no longer have any feeling in my hands or feet. I can no longer feel the softness and warmth of embracing Himeno. My vision is filled with countless lines. It feels as if something is actually crawling on my eyeballs. This is my body at the moment. The lines covering my vision are probably all the same as the bugs eating away at Himeno's body. But this is fine. As long as I can be with Himeno. Before I realize it, my own consciousness has melted away. I can no longer see Himeno's smiling face. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Did. Continue. What do you think of the story so far? It's we're leaving a trail of death behind us. And everyone we meet is dying. Oof. Is there escape? Who knows? I don't know what things I need to click to get to the good ending. I'm just gonna hum. It's like a recap. Okay, we're going to follow the girl down the stairs. Underground. We are checking the entrance once more, apparently. We're going back. Like an idiot. If we came to this warp space-time meant an aquarium, then somewhere there should be a connection. It shouldn't be one way. I can go back to my original idea, deciding to head for the entrance gate. If I can get out normally from the gate, then next I'll seek a safe route. It will take some time for me to move Himeno, so I need to carefully ensure that no more phenomena will occur. In the event that I can't get out through the gate, it would mean that we're trapped inside Manton Aquarium. If that's the case, then I'll look for a way to break out of this cage. Circumstances won't be any worse, just different. It'll be alright. My plans clarified, I feel as if even I can do this. I have no special skills, and my personality is probably introverted. But my desire to save Himeno is second to no one's. Save. Go back the way I came. Go back using a new route. Go back like an idiot. Kiyoshi-san is probably in the stuff passage I came through earlier, but it shouldn't be a danger I cannot overcome. If I can run past him in one shot, surely it will be okay. Where's my hydrate? I need a drink. I open the door carefully with a soft ka-check. It's at that moment. Gah! Gah! A sharp pain runs up from the base of my neck. Whatever bit my neck knocks me to the ground. No, not good. Gah! Gah! Ah, you're still there. With each bite, the area around my neck makes a squelching sound. The cold stench of iron and the smell of blood is the smell of my blood and the saliva of whatever is doing this to me mixing together. Choked up by the stench, I realize that the air is filling my mouth is hitting the bottom of my chin. Breath from my own mouth shouldn't reach the bottom of my chin. But it still chases. The inconsistency here is because that breath is being vented from an air hole that has opened in my neck. Ugh. My voice isn't a voice anymore. It is nothing more than a sound of air escaping as unable to offer resistance. My body is overrun by that something. Gah. 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 Ah. There is no pain. All I can feel is the gradual depletion of my own flesh. That something's head bobs up for a second. It's someone I know. The face of a man I know. What a coincidence. For long, everything is engulfed in silence. Surely, this is my death. Being eaten by the one who saved my life. Hiyoshi-san, it is merely my tiny death and nothing more. Dead! You don't see anything, it's okay. Yoshi! He became zombie! I'm gonna pick a horror game with actual visual. Go back using a new route. Ian's favorite. In order to get back to the gate, it seems there are two similar routes, but I'm afraid to take the path containing the insane Hiyoshi-san. Yeah, good. Hiyoshi-san was clearly not normal. Yeah, he's zombie. He's zombie now. I have the desire to save him, but speaking honestly, protecting myself takes priority. He's gone, man. Moreover, as opposed to Himeno, he didn't seem to be headed down a straight path to death. If I can get out of the aquarium, I should check on Hiyoshi-san's condition once more at that time. Because there's no changing the fact that he is the one who saved my life. I head back inside the shed and decide to move on using the underground passage. Even if by accident, that was the way the mysterious girl had disappeared. Ooh. Opening the door, I step down a rusty stairway. It's a spiral staircase, and as I step off at the very bottom, I see a dim underground passage stretching out before me. After going down the passageway a bit, I run into a door. It seems that if I do not pass through this room, I cannot proceed. Upon slowly opening the door, I see several computers and various other machines. Since I see lots of levers and dials with numbers, and up and down symbols on them. This must be where all the machines in the aquarium are controlled. They probably control the tank temperature, oxygen regulation, lighting, and such from here as well. At any rate, I should keep moving. As I proceed, the sound of my footsteps echoes with a click-clack, click-clack. An echo lingers with a click-clack sound. Which figures, this place is creepy too. I mumble something like that after all that has happened. Even as I reflect on this and walk on, a jarring sound blends in with my footsteps. What was that sound just now? Puzzled, I strain my ears and I can hear someone moaning. The voice is coming from my destination, the interior of the cellar. Despite my hesitation, I proceed onward with caution. What? After taking several steps, the voice becomes clearer. Peering through a gap in the machines, I discover the origin of the voice. I scream without thinking. In a corner of the control room, something completely detached from reality is taking place. Is that an orca? But how? I give voice to what lies before my eyes. A plump, round body with a distinct contrast between its colors of black and white. On the opposite side of its sharp, shark-like fin is its mouth, with its tapered teeth all lined up. That's right, orca are swimming around in here, in this room with no water. They swim about in the air. It isn't just they float in the air, they move and swim about using their fins and bodies. Moreover, there isn't just one, two, no, three. There are three of them swimming right before my eyes. Marine creatures that are much longer than the span of my two arms if I were to spread them wide. How? The orca continued to swim about, unaware of my presence. No, at this rate, I'll be attacked. As I realize this, I step back. However, immediately after I do so, I catch sight of the owner of that small voice. That girl is... The three orca are swimming around, encircling something as if it were their prey. That something at the center is a girl. A girl around the same age as me. A girl I ran into only a short while ago on the stage. Her eyes are wide, and she trembles with a terrified expression, standing stock still, as her only escape route is blocked. Her mouth is flapping open and closed, as if she's having trouble breathing. Oh boy. Save. As the orcas swim about, they occasionally point the tips of their noses at the girl. They probably aren't smelling her, the movement appearing to me as if they are sizing her up instead. Well, they do like to play with their food. What should I do? Save her? Or just ignore her existence? Save the cheerleader, save the world. I don't even know that girl's name. However, as things are now, it seems the girl will be attacked by the orca. I push my numerous doubts aside and focus only on that fact. I want to save her. Thanks to those words welling up inside, I can no longer say this doesn't concern me. Moreover, if it were Himeno, she would surely get involved. Even if I saved Himeno after ignoring someone in trouble, she wouldn't be happy about it. I'll save that girl. Someone. I hear those timid words she mumbles. Little by little, the 3 orcas swimming in the air seem to be tightening the circle they have made. I have to hurry. But what should I do? Uh-oh. Let's try the fire extinguisher. It's definitely not the machines with the computer. Fire extinguisher, go. That's a fire extinguisher? At the end of the room, I discover a fire extinguisher. If I could attract their attention with this... She's closed her eyes. And somehow while the orca are distracted, I would need to get away. I pull the yellow pin from the fire extinguisher and point the hose at the orca. Ah! In time with my shout, I pull the nozzle of the fire extinguisher with everything I have. At that moment, white smoke sprays out. Hidden in the smoke, the orca forms immediately vanish. Take this opportunity and run for it! I shout, leaving the fire extinguisher on the ground. I then run for the exit. Huh? It is only a second later that I feel something strike my back. It's so hard, it's incomparable to bumping into people in town. I pitch forward and fall. No! Yeah! That scream is involuntary. Little by little, the area around my neck starts to hurt, and I scream once more. My breath grows light, air blowing out of the hole that has opened in my neck. After a while, my screams will not even come out anymore. An orca is right in front of me. The 3 orca that had been with that girl, and one more, was right where I had been heading. There was 4. It is useless to wonder about where it came from. With the orca swimming in the air, the concept of space itself has become more than ambiguous. My body is overrun with the orca's small, sharp teeth. I try to raise my voice, but I realize my mouth is full of seawater. Before I figure out what's going on, I'm in the ocean. The blood exiting from my body gradually flows upward. I'm not just in the ocean, but it seems I'm in the deep part of it. As I try to fill my chest with air, water flows into my lungs from the hole in my neck. My body will likely return to the sea. As I think this, my body which has taken on buoyancy, seems as if it belongs to someone else. Yes, you're dead. Being too kind-hearted is mere foolishness. Well, I'm in a hurry. I have something I have to do. We did! And the chick that we tried to save just went, well, and left. And apparently there's one more orca. There's 4. Let's try the machine next, shall we? Or maybe we should just leave her. She did it to us first. It's dangerous to get too close to the orca. That's why I can't think of a way to undo these circumstances. If I had bait, I could probably distract the orca, but I don't see anything nearby. Needless to say, the girl under attack is already playing that role of bait. Something I can use. Hoping against hope, I place my hand on the computer console. The liquid crystals on the touch panel seem to power on, causing some sort of control screen to be displayed. This is the tunnel tank, the stage, the jellyfish booth. Aside from those, the names of various facilities in the aquarium are displayed. From this computer, I can probably access each of those facilities. However, now is not the time for that. Anything's fine, just ignoring the other faculties or facilities. I touched the selection for the basement level control room. The control screen for the air, the speakers, and so on is displayed. How much does the habitat of these orca have in common with the real orca? Realizing I don't have the time to think it over, I decide the temperature settings are the best place to start. It's ideal for humans, but it could burn the sea creatures. It's no use, this will take too much time. The roar of the air is fierce, but there is little change in what I can feel on my skin. Oh shit, there's more. Let's use its sense of hearing. The orca have begun probing the girl with the tips of their noses. The girl provides no resistance. This is bad, I have to... Small but sharp teeth peek out from the small opening in the orca's mouth. The tips of its teeth seem to sparkle, and my pulse quickens. There is no time left to test another method. I have to find some sort of solution from within the machine right in front of me. The speaker! I discover the volume setting on the liquid crystal display, and hazily recall something inside my mind. Sound. Ultrasonic waves. Their sense of hearing. I remember something I saw on TV about orca and their environment. Dolphins, whales, and other similar species use sound for communication. The various species make noise and can comprehend that sound. These are creatures with excellent hearing. Anything's fine, just some noise. That's my only hope, I think. If I can make a loud enough sound, I can probably repel the orca. Setting aside my feelings of impatience, I set the volume as high as possible. All that's left is where the playback comes from. I wonder where the sound comes out. Huh? At that moment, chills run up my spine. Again? What's that count now? Like 4 or 5 times? Maybe even 6? I don't know. Too many. The girl and the 3 orca are at the periphery of my vision. Then I wonder what in the world it was that just brushed against my spine. Could it have been? Despite trying to keep it under control, my heartbeat had rapidly increased. Sweat drips from my forehead. There is one more orca here now. 4 in total. Yes, that one. Huh? As I realize what is happening, I suddenly feel my legs floating. Not just that, but suddenly my entire body is floating about. No, there's no way I could be floating in midair. My body has taken on buoyancy and is floating. try to speak, but salty water flows into my throat. We're underwater again. Uh-oh. Not only does it seem like I will drown, but the orcas are at my back. My eyes have finally grasped their enormous stature. On the other hand, the backdrop of the basement has disappeared. The computer and machines, I can no longer see any of it. Eck. It's no good if things stay as they are. I'll be attacked. I'll become the orca's helpless prey. My hands wriggle about and seize a long, narrow pole. As I'm parted by the tip of the orca's nose, my body gives a violent shake. The giant orca has the intensity of a semi-truck. The force from being pushed causes the pole I grab to spin about. The orca opens its mouth right before my eyes. The fangs, which I have only seen from a distance, seem very large at point-blank range. No, Hime, no! Pulling my body back. I forgot she's in water, so it's more like no, not even words would be. Anyway, pulling my body back, I begin to float slightly away from the orca. The velocity at which I'm floating backwards is still much slower than the speed of the orca's approach. As I'm trying to use the pole I'm holding in my right hand as an axis, it begins to spin. Falling victim to my current created by the orca's movement, I lose hold of the pole. An orca approaches from the front, seizing me. Ow! Just as the orca's fangs graze my head, a screeching keen sound reverberates. My body hits the hard floor with a thump. With hard, ragged gasps, I realize I can breathe. What? The seawater that once surrounded me is now gone. I am once again in the place with all the machines. As if a filter has been placed over my ears, I cannot hear clearly. Strange. More importantly, that girl. There's nothing where my eyes land. Seeing that a shadow has fallen over me, I look over my shoulder. Yeah. Sorry? The girl from earlier is touching the machine. It seems as if she is talking, but I can't understand what she is saying because I cannot hear. It's as if someone covered my ears. On top of the computer is a microphone, spun around. It's a type connected directly to the machine. Right. Accidentally. The howling and the clicking sound. You may... a bit hearing. As the filter of my ears fades, I'm able to understand the girl's words. The clicking sound, the ultrasonic waves the orca emit, the loud volume of that sound probably repelled the orca. The illusion of being in the water is also gone. Somehow we've seemed to have escaped danger. As I stand up, I start to feel relieved. Good. Don't start feeling relieved on your own. If you look at the big picture, our situation hasn't changed all that much. Huh? Mari? What did you say? Long hair and a bit shorter than I didn't realize it earlier, but she has the look of my missing little sister from behind. Her hairstyle and color are different, but something about her makes me feel nostalgic. The girl turns away from the machine and looks back at me. Her eyes are the same color as Mari's after all. If Mari had continued to grow, she would surely look like this. If you're going to cause a disturbance, don't involve me. Well then. But wait a second. I refuse. With no concern for me, the girl begins to walk away. She must know something. My intuition tugs at me. Wiping the dust off my butt, I follow after her. It isn't that I'm trying to cause a disturbance. If I truly believe this girl to be Mari, then I may have to deny what I see before me. But if only I want to I only want to speak with the girl. However, in spite of these thoughts, my words will not come out. I am searching for my little sister who went missing here 5 years ago. You look a lot like her, that's all. So that's why you saved me then? No, that's not it. It's just you were in danger, so... I don't get it. Well then, tell me what you know about this mountain aquarium. Because my little sister and my friend Mari and Himeno, I want to save them. Himeno, the girl from earlier? You're able to pull yourself together then. The girl stops walking for a bit. In that moment of inaction, I am able to reach her side with small steps. Giving me a sideways glance, the girl speaks quietly. I'll pay back my debt now. Debt? The debt I owe you for saving me. I don't see it as something you have to pay back at all. I think it is. Because I don't know when either you or I will die. I should pay it back while we're still alive. So within this malicious mountain aquarium. Malicious mountain aquarium? The place where we're standing. It was born from an incident 5 years ago. A malicious alternate dimension existing alongside the regular one. If it weren't such bizarre phenomena, it couldn't occur. Malicious alternate dimension? What exactly do you mean? If I could explain it, I wouldn't be having all this trouble. The girl says curtly, and just like that turns around. Her words only deepen this mystery further. This alternate dimension world. Could it be like the parallel world Hiyoshi-san was talking about? Paying no heed to my being deep in thought, the girl starts walking again. Wait, at any rate, could we at least say we're trapped in this aquarium? To my knowledge, though I haven't tested that theory. I'm getting out of here, together with someone precious to me, because I will save Himeno. Do what you want. Let's go together. We'll go together. There's no need. I don't want to run away from this place. The girl rejects my proposition flat out, giving the impression that she would never accept. Quickening her pace, she walks back in the direction of the previous room. But I was planning to go this way too. That's right. In the end, moving forward means our destinations are the same. Moving at a trot, I follow the girl. There are stairs at the end of the underground passage. Climbing those stairs leads to a waiting room for staff. According to the map, it seems this waiting room is connected to the passageway where Hiyoshi-san went crazy. However, I cannot hear any particularly strange sounds. There are various things scattered about in this room, and they seem to have been left this way for some time, but doesn't appear to be in disrepair the way the stage is. Why are you following me? Because, in order to find the clues to escaping from this aquarium, I have to keep moving forward. Forward. Is that so? By the way, could you tell me your name? If you're going to ask someone their name, you should give yours first. Right. I'm Nakanobe Mayumi. I'm usually called Mayu. How about you? There's no need for me to tell you. The girl mixes a sigh in with this brief conversation. Thinking that I'm the only one who feels like sighing, somehow the conversation has come to a close. Though her attitude toward me is cold, she has shown no outright aggression, reassuring me that I'm no longer alone. It feels like someone was here recently, I mutter, unspotting someone's clothes and partially consumed sports drink. As if having reached the same conclusion, the girl returns my glance. In this aquarium, each room is completely different. Being completely ruined, or being in use like this room. You think so too then? She's surprisingly receptive to what I said. Oh, whoops. The girl sits down on the sofa in the staff room, motioning for me to sit opposite her. She seems to be telling me she wants to talk everything over thoroughly. The phenomena of Manton Aquarium. You mentioned how every room is different, but I think that each door you take is different. What exactly do you mean? I hoped you'd be sharper. But you're a blockhead after all. You have also experienced opening a door to find things have changed, am I wrong? Yeah, I have. Things like hearing strange noises or having a normal person go crazy. The girl places her hand on her chin. A serious expression appears on her face. I didn't think she would listen to what I had to say at all. But apparently Manton Aquarium is the exception. You said, also, does that mean you have as well? When I entered one room, I was choked by the stench. I thought it was from the tanks not being filtered. But no matter how many rooms I passed through, I realized the situation in each room was completely different. It was the same for me. Thinking I didn't completely grasp the situation, I tried going back the way I came. When I did so, the situation was completely different the first and second time around. At first, the fish in the stinky tanks were swimming about. Do you get it? When you open the door, the circumstances of the room change? At the very least, the doors are the key. After hearing your story, I'm convinced. After saying this, the girl rises and adjusts the hem of her skirt. Well, I'll be off. Wait a minute. Shouldn't we share information, like what things are like in each area? There's no need. It changes every time you open the door. So all of our experiences up to this point are in the past. With that cold attitude, the girl puts her hand on the exit door. Somehow, I feel like trying to stop this girl from going on alone is pointless. Slumping my shoulders with the realization that I will once again be alone, I discover a book lying on the sofa. Were you just sitting just now? Where you were sitting just now, is that a diary? A diary? Could it belong to one of the staff of Manton Aquarium? The girl reacts with a sudden interest and returns to the spot facing me. Somehow, just as the girl said, it seems to be the diary of a Mountain Aquarium staff member. A bit larger than a paperback, it is similar to a pocket notebook. Let me see it. Did that emote work, by the way? I didn't see it. Send a few emotes. I should send one too. Ah, it does work, good. Okay, confirmed emote wall still active. Okay. I'd like a drink actually. Okay, continuing. The girl takes the diary from my hands and opens it. This date, it's from 5 years ago. From 5 years ago? 5 years ago, the date Mari went missing and that the incident the girl mentioned occurred. Mountain Aquarium was the thing these two incidents had in common. This diary has something important written inside. That is what my intuition is telling me. I want to look too. Pulling back the girl's arm as she reads the diary on her own, I force my way in so I can peek at it as well. In the beginning, it is all a simple description of this person's job. I'm interested in how the fish are cared for and the hidden workings of the aquarium, but now is not the time. The girl flips through the book looking for important information. This is what I want as well. Let's take our time going through this part. The date is one I recognize. A cold day, halfway through January. The date of my first visit to Mountain Aquarium. A day of destiny. Diary. There's been an accident. A big one. The fish in the deep sea fish booth died due to an error in the pressure control valve. In the ensuing panic, Director Sakuragi died as problems with the machinery increased. The loan on the deep sea fish booth hasn't even been paid off yet, but tomorrow it will be closed down right away. It's being called a closure. But the staff is being called together. I'm so down. I'm moving on. Okay. For some time after that entry, it seems to be just his grumblings. Evidently the girl is skipping over these parts. Diary. It's been 3 months to the day since we started operating with the deep sea fish booth closed down. Customer traffic has decreased, even though we have the tunnel tank and jellyfish booth. Thanks to it being promoted as a date spot, the amount of couples coming in is increasing. Our bonuses have probably been cut, but it seems we can continue without losing any staff. Finally, an optimistic entry. 3 months since the accident. For recovery, it happened pretty fast. I don't think I was as positive as he was 3 months after Mary disappeared. The girl finally begins to read on in the diary. After a month passes in the diary, the speed with which she flips through the pages slowed down. Diary. Lately, strange rumors have begun to spread, like that the water in the tanks turns to blood, or that the director's ghost swims about. They're urban legends. I don't know who's spreading these rumors, but they seem to be popular amongst high school girls. Thanks to that, the amount of high school girl customers is increasing. It's probably a one-time boom. Once the boom is over, there's no doubt that the amount of customers will recede in contrast. They've been around for 5 years. These rumors... The girl nods at my words. She doesn't take her eyes off the diary. Diary. Though the rumors should be fading into obscurity, they seem to be steadily increasing in their grandeur. Diary. I've been asked things by girls like, the director was killed, right? It was a murder, right? That shouldn't be happening. Well, it's fine as long as the girl is cute. For a second, a scowl on the girl's appears on the girl's face. Diary. Even amongst the staff here, rumors have begun to spread. Even those who are decent adults are keeping them alive. I want Kozuki to stop with the "there are so many fishy things" about the accident in the deep sea fish booth and playing detective. Diary. That Kozuki has been out for 3 days now. He's pushed his luck too far by encouraging these rumors. It doesn't seem to be just someone skipping work. The girl's puzzled expression gives a hint of something more. I should skip that. Diary. That guy, ever since he came back, he's gotten weird. How are the fish? How is the ghost? Am I the only one that's actually listening to him? Diary. Don't play around. Stop messing with me. What's going on? Kozuki drowned to death in one of the tanks. I thought he'd been going too far with these rumors, but he was a good guy. Everyone else has started calling it a curse. What's going on, damn it? Diary. Something is weird. Lately, deaths amongst the creatures we have on display have increased. After all our work to recover management is hitting a slump again. The weird rumors aren't going away either. Why can't I see the ghost of a girl inside the aquarium? It's so over the top. I don't get any of it. Diary. Lately I'm seeing fish everywhere. As if seeking prey. I have a ferocious appetite? Come to think of it, I've started to think that rumor in particular might be true. After the closing of the exhibit, I've seen a girl with long hair. Even though it's June, she's wearing winter clothes. There's no doubt about that. What? Voracious? Voracious? Google. How do I say the word? Hey Google. Hang on. Type message. Hang on. What's the sound? Say it again.
That's pronounced voracious.
Oh, it is voracious. It's good to hear it. Voracious. The girl notices that I've fallen into a strange state, and she curtly says, "Concentrate." Either way, I'm already concentrating. I take a deep breath and steady my breathing. squinting to follow the words of the diary. Diary. I've gone crazy. Or so many of them say. What's crazy about me? I haven't the slightest idea. This is an aquarium, so it shouldn't be weird for there to be fish everywhere. Look, even as I write this, they swim around me. There's a clownfish. This is probably the same phenomenon as I experienced. Yeah. Fish swimming about, even in places with no water. It had to be connected to the phenomenon in the underground control room. Even with this girl and I having experienced being attacked ourselves, it feels like I'm still resisting this for some reason. Well, at least in these rooms, like the same things kind of happen. If you put everyone's stories together, at least in the room, there's like a somewhat predictable outcome. Diary. Lately I feel like I'm going to drown. I wonder if my body is weakening. Nonetheless, everyone is so cruel. Even if I were to start drowning in this room, no one would help me. Drowning with no water there, that's... yes, the same phenomenon. And by this room, maybe... the room we're in right now, the staff room. Diary. I want to go ahead and quit. I'm at my limits. Fish are swimming around everywhere. No matter where I go, I feel like I'm drowning. And no matter what, no one believes me. Ever since Kozuki died, I'm miserable. The next entry is the last. Yeah, let's take a look. Diary. I wonder if my past life was as a fish. Recently I feel no resistance in the water. I wonder what that means. Who knows? The girl closes the diary and places it on the table with a dull thud. The last entry in the diary was July 10th. Around the same time of year as now. I wonder what could have happened to the staff member after that. I somehow know the answer. Surely he met the same end as the one called Kozuki. As I mull over my doubts, I notice a half-full plastic bottle on the table. This juice, the expiration date on it is from 4 years ago. There was a calendar on the other side, but it's also from 4 years ago. I thought this room seemed to have been recently in use, but it's the Mountain Aquarium 4 years ago. 4 years ago? Yes, the prices in the pamphlet left here are also 200 yen cheaper than they are now. There's no doubt about it. Despite my lingering doubts, I believe what she says. Up to this point, I've seen time passing in a weird fashion here many times. Rather than being in awe of the fact that we're in the Mountain Aquarium of long ago, I'm more caught up in the realization of how many years have passed. Once, 4 years ago, Mountain Aquarium closed down for about half a year. It was around July. Surely that was when this employee died. I had no idea. It wouldn't have been that big a deal. There are other things for people to do for fun. Anyway, the current urban legends about Mountain Aquarium probably came from this period. And they aren't merely rumors. You're saying there could be others that wound up in similar situations to ours? Yes. Moreover, there may be someone who got out of this Mountain Aquarium. There has to be a clue somewhere after all. This diary hints at that. However, this diary holds one more possibility. That 3-day absence from work. After that disappearance, the person called Kazuki had an accident and died. Kazuki had returned to the real world, but was unable to live on peacefully. There was a stinging sensation inside of me. The reason we came to Mountain Aquarium was because of Himeno's ghost story. Couldn't that have also been someone who returned from Mountain Aquarium? The story's content was different, but the result was the same. The full moon and red water could be considered a dramatization of an urban legend. There's something that's bothering me. It's a ghost story I heard from Himeno. Ghost story? Having caught the girl's attention, I tell her the story as we sit. I forget some of the finer details and mix up the order, but I give her the same general story. You heard this story from that girl Himeno. You don't know any more details? That's all I heard. Himeno insisted it was a rumor, so she probably doesn't know any further details either. I see. By any chance, have you heard that story as well? Some time passes, but the girl doesn't say anything else on the subject. The girl's expression seems a little different than it has up until now, but I can't get a deeper read on it. Not allowing the silence to continue, the girl speaks without looking at me. Thinking about it won't do any good. Well, I'm going. Wait, Didn't I tell you? I have no desire to run from Mountain Aquarium. The girl says this over her shoulder, putting her hand on the door to the staff room. According to the map, the side the girl exits from leads to the gate. The girl having turned down my request for company, I can see that she is no longer going to stop to help me, so I don't try to make her. And now I am alone, once again. Skip, 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 skip. Alone. Now we make a decision. We have to save Himeno, or we have to save Mari? Which person do we go after? Where's the choice for both? It's not there. So I saved you. I'm gonna go with Mari. If I were to guess based on what was written in the diary, then Mari wandered into the closed-down area of the Mountain Aquarium. If that's the case, I have to bring her home. Even as I flee this Mountain Aquarium to save Himeno, I can't just leave Mari behind. There's no way I can prioritize one over the other. What? You just did! Eh? Even so, I have to move forward. Time to go. As I say this, I reach for the door to the staff room. After I leave the staff room and walk for a bit, the entrance gate appears in my line of sight. I exit into a different place from the staff passageway I entered with Hiyoshi-san. This aquarium has more back passages than I thought. Thinking it over, I almost walked the entire aquarium. The only places I haven't visited are places for authorized personnel only, and closed off deep sea fish booth. And the booth. Diagonally across from this area is apparently an authorized personnel only space. The director's office, reachable by going behind the Fish of the World booth. There's a map for authorized personnel to use hanging on the door to the staff room. If I head out from the tunnel tank, I can make something of a shortcut. But I'm still afraid of the flying cutlass fish. Going through the door will probably cause the state of things to change. But I can't handle things getting as bad as the tank breaking or something like that again. If that's the case, I'll have to go by the jellyfish booth. In that room, even if the glass is broken, I know I can deal with it. If I walk carefully, I won't fall. I can't just loaf around here. Closing up the map and starting to walk, the gate to Mountain Aquarium appears in my line of sight. I wonder if I can get out this way. The question born from within me has a simple solution. That girl had said this aquarium was isolated in a different dimension, but she had also said that she had not tested that idea. I think I should try tossing something in, or so I roll a bucket that had been knocked over, and the bucket passes through the gate, and at the very center of the gate, it disappears. It vanished. From here, I can see the Mountain East building elevator. Uh-oh. Let's try it with your body. I prepare myself, then push the door to the automatic turnstile with my hands. Right. What? For some time, my consciousness feels like it's gotten hazy. When my head clears, I can hear the sound of chatter. Could I be... what's wrong? This is Bantam Aquarium, isn't it? Yes, that's right, you can purchase tickets over there. Noticing that I look disorientated, the woman speaks to me in a kind voice. Her uniform is the same, but her manner is quite different from Saginuma-san's. It's kind. Could it be? I have no room for any doubts. Numerous people are entering and exiting through the gate. I can't hear any strange screams either. I was able to get back. But I have no time for relief. There are some problems that remain unsolved. I'd like a return ticket, please. I hold out my ticket and complete the re-entry procedure. I pass through the gate and find only customers having their fill of the aquarium. The Tokyo Bay booth is exactly the same. I'm able to pass through the tunnel tank normally. In the Fish of the World booth, there are tons of brightly colored fish. There are no mummified dead bodies or fragments of destruction. The jellyfish booth is as pretty as ever. I can't get back. The fact that I came back but now can't return is quite a contradiction. But that's the way it is after all. I want to return to that mountain aquarium that is full of phenomena. A different dimension, side-by-side worlds, parallel worlds. Whatever they really are is irrelevant. I just need to return to Himeno's side. What do I do? I run through the entire aquarium once. Even so, nothing happens. That mountain aquarium with the heavy atmosphere is gone away somewhere. Big sister? Mari? I'm aware that it's an auditory hallucination. I just wish that she could hear me. After that, I search for Himeno until the building closes. But with the staff member hanging around me and urging me to go home, I'm finally forced out. Slumping my shoulders, I tell the police what happened. "5 days ago, Himeno's parents filed a missing persons report. Despite my frantic feelings, no news comes about Himeno." A clownfish? On my end, I haven't had any major accidents. In regards to myself, even outside the aquarium, I have begun to see fish. I trip over things that aren't there. I start to feel like I'm going to drown. Mom and everyone else are worried about me. For the past 3 days, it's been getting hard to breathe. It's hard to breathe. Finally, 1 week later, I'm in bed. Yes, I've been admitted to a hospital near Manten. While the cause is unknown, my lungs seem to be failing. Now I can't breathe without a machine to assist me. I wonder how long I'll be hospitalized. As much as I love reading, I've grown tired of even that. From the hospital window, I can see the top of Manten East building. Himeno. Even though I want to speak her name, my voice won't come out. My trachea is just too weak for that. Trachea? Wait, whatever. If I can, I want to eat ice cream once more. My beloved cookies and cream with my beloved Himeno. Oh no! Stuck in bed forever. Rip. Looks like we'll have to avoid the gate. That counts as a bad end, yeah, apparently. Continue. I should stop. The tests haven't gone well. It still isn't a guarantee that I can get back to Manten Aquarium where the phenomena are happening. Even if I succeed, I'll be separated from Himeno. But I'll definitely get home. I muttered to myself. It's strange since it's as if I'm talking to the entrance gate, but it's a declaration of my resolve. As I move forward, I spot the souvenir shop. It makes sense as I'm going back the way I came, but it gives me mixed feelings. Huh? It is there that I witness an unexpected sight. The girl from earlier standing in front of the souvenir shop, apparently lost in thought. So the coordinates were the doorways, So the coordinates where the doorways led has to be fixed by someone. Otherwise, there would be no way you would have come across me being attacked by the orca in the machine room. I don't really get what the girl who is reassuring herself is saying, so I changed the subject. What's wrong? Did something happen at the souvenir shop? Just now, it looked like someone went inside. Someone? I don't know. It was just as they went in, but thanks to whoever it was, the coordinates are fixed on a safe place. It could have been Mari. Your missing little sister, right? I'm sorry, but no, it was definitely an adult. I glance over at the entrance to the souvenir shop. Even as I peer through the semi-transparent wall, there are no human shadows. Still, if the person she saw walked through a door and moved to different coordinates, it wouldn't be strange for there to be no one in there. The girl said that it was an adult. Could it have been... Could it be Hiyoshi-san? Hiyoshi? Who's that? Someone who saved me when I was caught up in the dangers of Mountain Aquarium. He went crazy in the stuffed passageway and I moved ahead on my own. After I explain as simply as possible what happened back then, the girl just nods and says, Well, he might have regained his sanity and found an exit, or he might be wandering around still crazy. Whichever it is, I think it's worth checking out. Yoshi-san seemed like he knew things about Mountain Aquarium. Well, why don't we go? I'll be waiting here. Oh, why don't you go? I'll be waiting here. Huh? Aren't you coming with me? Got all the way to my throat before I gulped it back down. Either way, if he's not here, we might not be able to go through the door and return to this safe place. Right. I don't know this Yoshi-san's face, so it's better for you to go. Come back in 5 minutes. If you don't... You'll leave me? Of course. The two of us both dying and getting hurt would be stupid. Oops, no. Save. You're mean or I got it? I got it. I don't think it really matters. Got it. Oh, you're so sincere. I don't think you're mistaken in what you said. Well, I'll wait for you without worry. Okay. Quietly, I open the door to the souvenir shop. The door closes on its own. Not that I had even tried to leave it open. Thinking back on it, no matter what room I entered, the door always shut on its own. The lights aren't on, but I still see where I'm going by the light shining through the semi-transparent wall. The only thing I can't see is the girl. The scenery visible from this room seems to reflect the time distortion affecting this room as well. The fact that I've become this used to these strange phenomena is a little weird even to me. The souvenir shop hasn't changed that much from how I remember it. Numerous shelves are arranged so that the purpose of each is visible. There are some for confectionery, stationery, and stuffed animals. The keychains and cell phone straps are in a place that stands out. Since I can't find any calendars or magazines, I don't know how many years ago, or from now, this is. Inside the glass bowls on the shelves are specimens of shrimp and jellyfish. Maybe this is the present. As one might expect, there's no sign of a shopkeeper. I walk the perimeter of the store in a semicircle. I study the room carefully but find nothing. Free food. Yes. How long has it been since she's eaten? Since she has eaten? Maybe I should check over here as well? I go behind the cash register counter where I normally wouldn't be allowed to look. This is the stuffs. It is what you would call a back room. There are boxes full of products, a safe, and even employee uniforms. It looks similar to the staff room where the girl and I saw the diary, only this room is more narrow. Inside the back room, I find a door. Since this is a place for bringing in merchandise, it makes sense that there would be a passageway connecting it to somewhere else. I reach out to see for myself, but it's locked. No good, huh? As I turn back, thinking that this has been fruitless, I find something. A lanyard with an ID card. It's been thrown on the ground, so I pick it up and take a closer look. Save? Hiyoshi Kenji. It's Hiyoshi-san? This is Hiyoshi-san's. It's the same as the employee ID card that Hiyoshi-san had before we entered the mountain aquarium. There's no picture on it, so it's just words, but I remember it. The card is spotless. Unexpectedly, he's showing some propriety. So Hiyoshi-san has been here. Does that mean the one the girl saw was him? Could it be that he headed for somewhere else in this room? Somewhere else from this room? But he was able to lock the door. When I entered the souvenir shop, he was already on his way out. And I only came after he had locked the door. I only came in after he had locked the door. I had just missed him. I don't think there's anything else important here. I'll go back and tell that girl. I say that just as I realize it's almost been 5 minutes. I'm so glad this is a safe place. As if in reaction to the fact that I'm leaving, the sound of a dull thunk echoes. Kya! I let out a small scream. The sound is that of something falling. Even in the gloom, I can make out the outline of what fell. What? It's just a frog. Uh-oh. Not... What? There shouldn't be frogs in the souvenir shop. The proof of its identity is the shiny exterior that doesn't belong to an ornament or a toy. It's a large toad. I think it's the appropriately named giant toad. Oh, those are bad. The reason I know about it is because a TV show was talking about it recently. The story about how in Australia the toad has been imported for pest... See? Australia! It's an Australia thing. But before they realized it, its population had increased and was disrupting the ecosystem. Characteristic of this species is a gland on the back of its head that looks like a wart, from which it seems they can eject venom. This venom was cited as the cause for alligators and other native species being killed. Yes. Australia has some dangerous shit. That's right. Poison. What bad luck. I think as I clench my fist, but it's the only one. I put a little more space than necessary between us in order to avoid the giant toad. That way, even if there's another lurking nearby, I should be okay. The shelves become a wall for me. Even though frogs have the ability to jump, they shouldn't reach that height. It's really loud for just being one toad making a whap sound rather than the normal croak. Quack, 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 quack. Although it's poisonous, hearing its cry in a safe place like this makes me think of it as cute. Even though I think that, I can't be careless. A plopping sound resonates once more. The toad cries out, going from a death-like, rattle-like sound to thin breathing, and then finally a pause. It soon resumes with an even lower voice than before. What? I take a look where the toad was. Ah! It is nothing less than ghastly. The toad has been crushed by another frog that has fallen from the ceiling. Its forelegs are widespread, its internal organs leaking from its abdomen due to the fall. But that isn't all. The second frog has the white stripe pattern characteristic of a certain type, but I don't know its name. Oh, those are bad. You don't need to know. Usually white things that aren't cats or dogs. Bad, very bad. Escape. Very bad. Very bad. Poisonous. Very poisonous. When the other frog fell on the giant toad, it stimulated the gland, so naturally poison leaked out. At the edge of its right foot, its toes have begun melting. Melting? No way! The frog's poison isn't acid. Hello! Hey Mike, welcome back. The frog's poison isn't acid. It paralyzes or acts as a neurotoxin. If it gets in your eyes, you can lose your eyesight, but basically it's for catching prey by poisoning it to death. I have died 4 times, I think. I've died 4 times. I think it's 4 times. This poison is different and more brutal. However, the second frog is even more menacing, as if taking vengeance for the right leg. It lost to the poison. It secretes its own venom. The toad's corpse puts up no resistance. Its body is steadily melting away. I pinch my nose at the mixed stench of the dead body and the acid. Even as my spine grows cold. Your spine is doing a lot of things, lady. The room steadily becomes humid, most likely due to the breath of the living creatures in the room. The sight of the frog melting away from the poison is enough to cause bile to rise up in me for a moment. But there's no way I can look away from it, beyond the fact that I don't know what's going to happen next. I have to pay attention as I head for the exit. I look up at the ceiling, but there's no sign that I'm being followed by any frogs. It's as if they fell from nowhere. If one falls on me, it means this place isn't safe anymore. I speed up as I head for the exit. The reason I don't break into a full run is because I know I might trip or fall at a time like this. A nearby sound fills me with fear and despair. Ow. Frogs fall right in front of me. 3, 4. It becomes difficult to count them. Just as I panic in an attempt to turn back, I hear noises from behind me. What? They begin to speak in unison. The frogs are actually singing it around. But I hate that they sound so joyful. Hearing the frogs' croaks on either side of me leaves me with nothing but fear. If I step on one of them, the poison will probably dissolve my foot. That being said, there isn't enough room to leap over them. And if I do, one of them may jump up and touch me, as if preparing to attack me while I'm off guard. Their numbers increase even further. Crowded into such a small space, they are melting each other's bodies with their poison. I avert my eyes from the damaged frogs. As the danger increases, it's not a tragedy I can continue to watch. As the amount of bodily fluids on the floor increases, the frogs who step in the puddles of poison have their toes melted off. Then they secrete their own fluids, and the cycle repeats. On top of that, there are those whose bodies are melted by their own poison as well, somehow suppressing whatever is welling up inside me. I finalize my plan. Over here! I pull some merchandise off the shelf with my hand and make some space. The original 2 are still left, but it's better than being surrounded. I step out onto the floor and leave the shelf. To keep them reproducing anymore, quickly! No! Oh shit, it's the red ones. Uh-oh. As if they had been lying in wait, numerous frogs fall from every which way. There are some small creatures with shrill voices, red and yellow, green and striped and varied. These intense amount of color saturation is making me feel sick. I know this variety of frog well. Among poisonous frogs, it is the most infamous type. The poison dart frog. Even under normal circumstances, it carries deadly poison stronger than that used in blow darts. If the strength of that poison has been taken to intense levels like the other creatures here, it could probably instantaneously melt even my bones. What should I? There's still a distance between the door and I. 3 steps. No matter what, I can't take those 3 steps. There's no way for my feet to land. The floor is covered in the squishy bodies of the frogs, and their acidic, poisonous fluids, as well as the corpses of those frogs that had melted themselves. Not knowing where they're coming from, there is nothing I can do. Even the sweat falling from my forehead seems like venom to me, as if some kind of illusion. Shit. I don't want to see it as if nothing else can be done, but... You're slow. A light suddenly shines through the darkness. The soft breeze blowing in through the crack returns me to my senses. Cover your eyes. Whoa! Immediately after saying this, the girl pulls the pin from the fire extinguisher that she's holding. The entire inside of the souvenir shop is filled with the smoke from the fire extinguisher? A fire extinguisher, but now we can't jump over the frogs. I can see what's going on. This isn't all. Almost in sync with the girl's words, the sprinklers activate. A large amount of water immediately sprays us. A large amount of water immediately sprays us. An amount greater than the strongest rain striking my body. Yeah. When I open my eyes, the girl reaches out her hand with a firm expression. While the water's running, even if you get hit with a little venom, it'll wash right off. Don't be afraid, just run for it. If you fall, you'll die. The floor is soaked and might slip. Save. They're both red. One of these will probably kill me. Which one? Go round. I can't. It's no laughing matter if I fall, so I'll go that way. Do you doubt me? Huh? You get that you don't have time for that, right? The girl speaks in a cold voice and closes the door, as if recognizing my suddenly slowed heartbeat. The rain stops. The sprinklers have been turned off. What? No words will come out. Even as I come to understand my circumstances, I cannot say anything. Gruck, gruck, ribbit, quack, key, key. Sheesh! The frog's cannon continues as they hop freely about. They spray liquid all over. Of course, I intentionally picked the worst one. Ah! Frightened, I kick the bright red frog at my feet into the air. He is crushed with a splat, his venom wetting the tips of my toes. Hut! I scream this word reflexively. Actually, ouch would probably fit better than hut. Shaking, I look down at my feet. My right big toenail is slowly melting away. Ah! Spray from raising my foot so high scatters about, some of it getting in my left eye. My vision fades in sync with the instance of pain. Ruck. Wah. Sheesh. The stench of acid grows stronger once more. I have to get to the door. Enduring the pain, I take a step. I crush several frogs, leaving the sensation of slippery meat. The fluids that scatter about strike me around the knees. As I take my second step, I lose my balance. I can't balance on the leg that has melted. But it doesn't hurt. Why? I quickly get my answer. My nerves have already been paralyzed. As long as I can't feel the pain, at least not the intense pain of my flesh melting. I laugh naturally. Even though my body has begun to deteriorate, I feel no agonizing pain. Ah, how strange. In my fading consciousness, I keep thinking that I should at least try to laugh. I melted. That makes 5, 6 times something. On purpose, of course. Continue. Run straight through. Got it. I have no time for doubt. I run for it through the rain from the sprinklers. Gah! I try to run without looking at my feet. The sensation of squishing through the slippery meat continues. The liquid that gets scattered about with a squirting sound is washed off in the rain. Just 3 steps. That's just the moment. Idiot. With that one last step, I stumble. The girl grabs me with her extended hand and pulls me out. I collapse, but it's outside of the souvenir shop. The door is already closed, and there are no frogs anywhere. Thank you. It's already been more than 5 minutes, so why? As I catch my breath, I express my thanks to the girl. I just remembered that I owe you a debt. You're kind. I might have misjudged you a bit. You didn't misjudge me. If you had hesitated any further, I would have closed the door. True that. True that, you did do that. But you believed in me, right? That I could do it? You're gonna drive me nuts, so stop it with that stuff. Expressionlessly, the girl says this in a flat tone. Holding on to this gentle feeling, I prepared to move on. Speaking honestly, I want to rest here like this. My clothes are soaked, but I've used up a lot of my strength. However, it feels like if I were to really relax, I might never get up again. So, if I don't keep up my momentum, I can't save Himeno. Hime! I'm able to gain some relief from resting against the wall. The girl who rescued me seems to be resting just like I am. Huh? This gacha is... As we are resting against the wall, I realize that the type of gacha situated in front of the souvenir shop has changed. How ironic. 5 years ago. What do you mean? You said it yourself. That your sister went missing 5 years ago? You remembered? Of course. Inside the gacha machines, there are many keychains. They all have charms with various creatures attached to the droplets. The link between Mari and I. And now I have the item of my memories that links Himeno and I as well. My little sister, her name is Mari. I didn't ask. You see, 5 years ago we had an argument over keychains. Mari wanted my jellyfish one, but I wouldn't trade with her. She disappeared, sulking. Still didn't ask. I have this one. I take the keychain that I had received from Himeno out of my pocket. It's the one with the starfish attached to the droplet. Huh? As I hold it out to the girl, I realize there's something attached to the back. A picture printed on a sticker. It's a pretty old sticker at that. A small girl and a man embracing her. The two of them are smiling and seem to be having a lot of fun. The man, who is wearing a suit and seems to be quite serious, is probably her father. The words meant in Aquarium run along the picture's border. The souvenir shop had a sticker photo booth, so I'm sure they took this picture here. More than anything else, I'm disturbed by the fact that the girl in the picture looks like Mari. It's not just her face, but her long hair, and that smile too. As her big sister, this girl seems like she could be Mari's twin. Come on, man. Hey, that's... Pointing to the keychain, the girl speaks. My consciousness is yanked back from my memories. What is it? I ask the girl as she shows interest in the keychain, but I receive no response. Her averted eyes tell me, nothing. Your little sister, she went missing here, right? Huh? Yeah. The girl suddenly changes the subject back, leaving me a bit flustered. She doesn't press any further with questions. It's the same with my dad. Huh? But in my case, I know that he's dead, rather than missing, so it's different. I know that he was murdered. Your father was murdered? I can't grasp the detached way the girl is speaking. She's talking about her own family member, but the girl is completely apathetic. She has the calm of someone reading a newspaper article aloud. Well, I'm going now. But... I haven't heard all the girl's story yet, and if things get like they were before, it'll be better if there are two of us. Well, she's gotta be the daughter of the director, right? Which means that she's not Mari? Someone else. The words won't come out right, but the state of panic I'm in should be enough to express what I want to say. When I'm with you, you hold me back. Hold you back? What do you mean? If dying is what it takes for me to learn the truth, then that's fine. You could never resolve yourself to that. Fine with dying? You can't let yourself die. Shut up. Shut up? You're awful. You have that friend Himeno, right? If you die, what happens to her? I have no idea whether or not this is her way of trying to encourage me. However, I understand what she's trying to say. She's trying to say that each of us is on our own. Skip. Ooh, 4:15 a.m. I need a mush. I pass in front of the souvenir shop and then end up standing in front of the door to the jellyfish booth. I wonder if the girl is already gone. If she ends up in a safe place, she's probably already passed through it. If nothing happens, it takes less than a minute to pass through the jellyfish booth. If by any chance she is still there, we'll surely meet in passing. The girl is determined to take a different path than I. I wonder what will happen to me. I may return to a point before the tank loss ruptured, or I may end up in a jellyfish booth sometime after the tank loss ruptured. I never know if I don't try going in. I become cautious, slowly opening the door. Huh? At that moment, the air becomes shaky. What is this? It's different. The field of view before me becomes red. The air becomes so cold it could freeze. This is no longer a matter of dimensions, of wondering what time period this is. Something is different. This jellyfish booth is distinctly in a different place from the aquarium. All the water in the tanks, it's red. In the jellyfish booth, I know, the transparent jellyfish are illuminated by various colors of lighting. The reds and purples are usually a pretty sight, but this place is different. All of the pillar-shaped tanks are bright red. It's a repulsive sight, as if all the water has been replaced with blood. I have to go. A bit confused, I take a step forward. Despite the fact that the floor at my feet should be solid, I stagger. My sense of equilibrium is off. I proceed 1, then 2 steps. At that point, I start to feel like I might fall. Even so, I head further inside. If I can pass through another door, I should be able to escape this bizarre phenomena. No matter what, I have to hurry. Suddenly I stumble and place my hand on a pillar tank. The temperature of the tank is slightly warmer than that of the cold air. Huh? Just as I am about to move forward using the tank to support myself, I peer into the red water. Where there should be jellyfish floating about, there is something completely different. Ah! Oh no, that's the actual scary thing. No! I am unable to stop the scream that bursts out from my mouth. An unbelievable sight stops me in my tracks. A face! A face! Kya! A human face floats about. Whatever is below the neck appears as if it has been assimilated into the blood, blending in with the contents of the tank. It isn't just one of them. Just as the previous jellyfish booth, there are more and more and more. I wobble and break away from the tank, landing on my backside. I don't know whose face it is. It's not as if it would be someone I know. But no matter which face it is, they all seem to be staring at me, here in the heart of the jellyfish booth. Taking a step back, I see that all of the tanks have human faces floating inside them. They have some differences, such as some faces being blank, some have their eyes bulging open, and some have bloodshot eyes. But they are all looking at me. What is this? The face over there's nose is twitching. What? The face over there's nose is twitching. This face's lips are trembling. And way over there, that one has a crease in its brow. Ba-dum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-dum. My heart beats faster. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. In rhythm with my heartbeat, I experience a hallucination that the faces in the tanks are drawing closer. No, this is... What? No! It isn't a hallucination. I am certain that all of these faces are getting closer to me. The fact that they are getting larger serves as proof. The boundary between the tanks and the air is gradually being removed. The room is becoming all water. The faces swimming in that water, drawing closer to me. As the faces draw closer, the sound within the water grows louder. Rather than someone's laughing voice, it is the sound of someone sobbing that grows louder instead. Either way is the same to me, wearing away at my mental state. Stop it! A voice unfamiliar to me is sneering at me. Little by little, these unfamiliar faces are closing in on me. Before I realize it, my feet can no longer confirm whether the floor is there or not. I have to go. So I put all my strength into my knees. I've already learned that time is of the essence. I have to take some sort of action before I use force. I should steady myself to move. Should I steady myself to move easier? If distance is the issue, then the way I came is just a bit closer. Uh-oh. Save. Move on, go back. Move on, go back. Move on, go back. Well, one thing. You should never go back. That's why I'm going back. My feet unsteady. I swiftly dodge and retrace my steps. One step at a time, feeling as if I'm walking on bubbles, I inch with certainty closer to the door. Oh right. Finally, I succeed in reaching for the door. Just like this. I throw open the door right away. Huh? At that moment, I am swallowed up in darkness. Whether it's darkness or water, at any rate, there is definitely no light. Plop. Something touches my back with a wet sensation. Before long, it spreads throughout my body. What? Without thinking, I spin around. Before me are a large number of fish. They say the fish with human faces swim about. I'm reminded of Himeno's words. Oh yeah, that happened. That's right, human-faced fish. Just like the faces I saw at the jellyfish booth, these are attached to the fish approaching me. I'm an idiot. If I go through the door, the time axis will change. If I do that, the way I came also changes. I have no idea whether or not it will be safe. Regardless, to avoid the immediate terror, I vigorously leap forward. The fish are biting off my clothes. They're fish! Yes, fish. No matter how much their white teeth are like humans, and no matter how much their teeth are arranged like humans, they're all fish. So it'll be fine. Before I realize it, the clothes enveloping me are disappearing. Blood leaks from the places I have been bitten by those large teeth. Look! Red water. The blood flowing from my body mixes with the red ocean. And then they become one. Me and this bright red world. Those dang fish. Six? 7? We're definitely dying a lot. Excellent. Continue. Move on. My resolution can... resolution? My resolve can no longer be shaken. Even if I go back, I don't know if it'll be safe. In that case, I'll have to choose the way with even a small chance. Unable to tell whether I'm floating or standing, I frantically move my arms and legs. The faces are closing in, but even as I look up, I'm not afraid. Persuading myself, I move forward a bit. Even if there's no feeling left in my legs, I get the feeling that I actually am drawing closer to the door. Just a little more. Suddenly, a loud sound interrupts my movements. The sound is familiar to me. It's a sound I've heard in this jellyfish booth before. The sound of the glass breaking resonates from behind me. Still, I won't give up. I refuse to turn around. If I were to see something bad right now, this time my heart may really break. In that case, it may be better for me not to know. On the heels of that thought, various voices, all laughing and crying, begin to resonate behind me. They're probably the voices of those faces floating in blood. In the blood. The voices steadily draw near, finally closing in on me. Fish with human faces. They say that fish with human faces swim about. It reminds me of an urban legend Hirano talked about. However, I don't have time to be in shock over a rumor being true. I won't falter. Human faces and shards of glass are passing by the edge of my field of vision. Occasionally they will touch my cheek or forehead, but I move forward. I drift as I move along. Grabbing the door with a clack, I encourage myself out loud so I don't lose focus. I have no idea what lies ahead. Almost at the same time as I pull on the door, I feel to begin heavy pressure against my back. It's heavy? Why? I can guess what has happened. Surely the fish are stopping me from moving on. This feeling of having my clothes pulled on is proof of that. Never thought fish could be this strong. I'm going so... I bite down on my lip and try to move forward. The harder I try to move forward, the stronger the fish's resistance becomes. Hirano is suffering even more. I shut my eyes and grind my back molars, then hurl myself at the door. The door flies open and I fall to the ground. Even so, I muster up my strength and shut the door. There is no longer any pressure against my back. Huh? Beyond the door is not the fish of the world booth. It's dark and narrow, similar to the stuffed passageway I passed through before. I need some water. Turning about and looking around, I realize that this is a passageway after all. So the jellyfish booth had at least 3 doors. The one I initially came in through, the one that leads me to the entrance, and this door that connects to the stuff-only passage. A closer inspection shows me that the wall is made of one-way gloss. It's been created using something stronger than acrylic fiber. There's water in the space between, serving as a border between the booth and the other side. Like a magic mirror, it's been made so that customers cannot see the staff members moving about. From here, I can see the Fish of the World booth. Somehow, this place feels safer when compared to the Jellyfish booth. It's very different from the first time I visited, with the offensive smell being completely gone. Inside, I can see familiar silhouettes. That's 2 females. One is an adult, the other is a girl. Good observation. The visibility is a bit dicey, making it hard to tell, but that looks like the girl from earlier and Saginuma Reiko-san. The female aquarium employee. The heartless one who said Himeno couldn't be saved. The two of them are in front of the tank. The two of them are in front of the tank I'm looking at. The fact that they haven't realized I'm there must mean this really is something of a one-way mirror. Both of them are facing each other, their expressions grim. The sound is cut off by all of the layers, but I can tell they are arguing over something. Ah! At that moment, the girl raises her right hand to Saginuma-san and follows through with all her might. She slaps her with such vigor that it surely resonates with with a loud dry smacking sound. Saginuma-san rubs her left cheek and grins widely. Seeing Saginuma-san grin with such composure after being struck gives me chills. Up the spine. The girl only deepens the crease in her brow. At this rate, things will only intensify. I realize I will have to stop them. Stop her? Observe. Observe. No, I don't want to get pulled into this. I reconsider my decision. The girl said it strongly herself, that she wanted to be alone. Surely she would hate it if I intervened. If things escalate, it's a different story, but for now I decide to watch over their actions. Their quarrel continues, the girl using hand gestures to get Saginuma-san's attention. In contrast, she merely looks down on the girl. From my perspective as an outsider, it doesn't look like she's even paying attention. What could have happened? What in the world could have happened to bring such a climax? I attempt to leave my safe place, but I cannot find a break in the wall. There should be a door somewhere. Even as I think this, I cannot find a doorknob in the darkness. As I keep my eyes on both of them, I decide to search the area connected to the Fish of the World booth. The quarrel continues, the girl using hand gestures to get the attention. Some of the same dialogue. We still don't get to find out, boo. A sad expression appears on the girl's face for a moment, then she looks away from Saginuma-san. At almost the same time, the composure leaves Saginuma-san's face. She creases her brow and opens her eyes wide, her nose twitching. Whoa, that's quite a face. Something has touched a nerve, getting her attention. Even without sound, that much is clear to her. Wait! Without thinking about it, I pound on the wall. However, this doesn't cause so much as a ripple, leaving me cut off from the two of them. This time, Saginuma-san hits the girl. Then she immediately grabs the nape of the girl's neck and throws her into the wall of the tank. There's no sign of the impact. Whoa! Whoa, bitch! No! Having hit the back of her head on the tank, the girl falters and Saginuma-san flips her body over. grabbing the back of her collar. The girl's face is turned in my direction, and I realize that she has fainted. She's unconscious! Oh no! A horrible premonition runs through me. With the girl's chest pressed against the wall of the tank, Saginuma-san grabs the back of her head and smashes it against the tank wall over and over again. I can't see Saginuma's face, as it bathed in light from behind, and has become a silhouette. The only thing I can see is her lips, which dangle in the shape of an anchor. No, at this rate she'll die! Without thinking, I scream. I have to help her! I can't stay quiet any longer. At any rate, I pound the wall before me. Come on, please let it get through! However, no matter how many times I strike it, Saginuma-san does not look this way, as if the sound isn't going through. Since the sound from the other side isn't coming through, then the sound from my side shouldn't go through either. Figures, I have no choice but to go out there. I grope about, trying to find a crack in the other side of the wall. In either side of the wall? From top to bottom, right to left, I go along the outer side of the tank and look to see if there's a way to get in from below. A handle of some sort would be great, or anything that could serve as a starting point. There's nothing. Nothing! I still can't find any way whatsoever to get to the other side. Panicking over what I should do, I frantically search for the door. During that moment, the girl continues to have her forehead bashed against the tank, right in front of my eyes. A gash is torn wide across her forehead, her blood clinging to the tank with each hit. The blood sticking to the tank makes a red line as if someone tried to wipe a brush across it. That one line of blood quickly becomes two, then two merge into one large flow of blood. No! No! Her eyes are white and wide open, the blood from the girl's forehead making them seem bright red. From those eyes, I can sense no signs of life. Saginuma's Reiko's lips are of course smiling. Stop this! Unable to stand anymore, I scream. However, it is pointless. Merely echoing back through the passageway I'm in. Stop! No movement is left in the girl, save for the shaking of her eyeballs. Not just blood from her forehead, but as her entire body goes limp, fluids from all over leak out. Huh? As the life fades from the girl, I can see a small amount of movement from her lips. I mimic that movement with my own mouth. The truth of the deep sea. As these words are unvoiced, I have no idea whether or not that's really what she said. However, to me, that's what it seemed like the girl was saying. Saginuma Reiko tosses the girl. She flops over as she hits the floor, having been reduced to a mere object. My mind goes blank and I sit down. Couldn't save her. She was right in front of me. At a distance short enough that I... maybe I should read that as her voice. She was right in front of me, at a distance short enough that I could have touched her by reaching out my hand, but I couldn't save her or do anything to help. Just in case, Saginuma Reiko kicks the girl over. Her heel strikes the hard floor, and that which was the girl's head flops over. Just like that, she leaves the fish of the world booth behind. At that moment, I see bright red. Without a moment's pause, the girl's corpse loses all traces of life. It decomposes and goes beyond that to completely dried out. Whoa. Some new phenomenon is starting, but I can't stand up as I am right now. I'm powerless. I can't do anything. Something hot wells up from behind my eyes. No, I don't want this. I don't want Himeno to die like this. What? But The image of that girl's expression was on the verge of death. It scorched into my mind. So hollow, yet so desperate. Her face is burning up with rage. That face keeps appearing within my bright red vision. The deep sea, the truth. Just before the flame of life was extinguished, I think those were the words the girl left me. Then what? I don't want to just sit here brooding like this. Murder! Big sister. Huh? That voice just now. Even though it feels easier just to break down and cry, hearing the voice of my little sister from somewhere brings me back. That was Mari's voice. Big sister, come this way. Mari, where are you? This way, over here. Where? Where? I said this way, over here. It is Mari. Mari's voice. It really is. But from where? Before I realize it, I'm on my feet. Mari's voice echoes about the room like an announcement from a loudspeaker, but I can't find the source. I don't want to lose the sight of this one strand of hope that has filled the hole left by my feelings of anxiety. Let's go. I cannot forget that girl's death. Stricken with grief and near the breaking point, I hold myself together. Thanks to Mari. This is... Recklessly coming out of the passageway, I end up right where the tunnel tank lets out. Big sister! Big sister, this way! Mari, is that you? I slowly turn the direction of the voice is coming from. Exiting the tunnel tank, I can see a wide wall before me. In front of it stands a girl wearing winter clothes. It's the same place I saw Mari the first time. Geez, big sister, did you get lost? Mari, I'm glad. Mari, are you really there? Really here? Am I here? The same color hair as mine. The same color eyes. We were often mistaken for twins. With the silhouette of a doll, she was wearing that warm-looking overcoat. Mari is right here, looking just as she did that day. Mari, why are you here? Did you forget? Jeez, you meanie. We came together to the aquarium. There's no way I could forget. None at all. It's just, why did you disappear? You're the one who got lost. I'm here. I've been here all along. Mari. Without hesitation, I embrace Mari. She must have caught a chill, as her body is cold to the touch. Big sister? What's wrong? This is embarrassing. That's fine, Mari. We're finally together again. Jeez, big sister, you're such a crybaby. That's right, I'm crying. After Mari points it out, I realize my cheeks are covered with tears. Just as I am about to stop, I cry again. Okay, let's go, big sister. Mari says this in a cheerful voice as she pats my head. It's a strange feeling having my little sister rub my head, but not a bad one. I feel my head being enveloped in a soft feeling, as if I am floating. Go? Where? We'll go somewhere higher up, together, you and I. Somewhere higher up? Higher? Softer? That place is eternity. Eternity? Grinning ear to ear, Mari points her right index finger toward the ceiling. The feeling that I've begun floating upwards grows even stronger. Yes, there's nothing, yet everything there. It's really fun, very soft, and a place where we can always be, a world of happiness. happiness? I don't really understand what Mari's trying to say. But if it were happiness... Meh. But if it's happiness, that might be okay. Yeah, time to go to heaven. Here we go! The fact that I'm able to reunite with Mari like this makes me extremely happy. My thoughts melt together in happiness at being with Mari. I smell something sweet, with a hint of lemon. If that's what the world will be like, we'll surely be happy. Let's go together, big sister! Mari... Don't get lost anymore! Okay. Mari reaches her hand out for me. I sit upright and reach for Mari's outstretched hand. I hear the sound of something falling down with a clatter. Let's go to heaven! They both red, so, stuff. I squeeze Mari's hand tight. For a moment, my vision becomes ultramarine. Huh? Without knowing why, I can no longer breathe. Like the ones I've experienced numerous times. It's one of the phenomena that happen at this aquarium. This isn't a situation that I can analyze calmly. Somehow I'm drowning again. As I think this, I flail my arms and legs about. My body is no longer standing on the floor of the aquarium. I'm in the ocean, or lake, or some kind of body of water. Mari! Where's Mari? Blah, 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 blah. Turning around and around, I search for her. Ow. As soon as I find Mari, her eyes are wide open, and she floats about lifelessly. Huh? In the depths of my heart, I feel as if I'm falling into despair. Just like the girl who was murdered. Mari is dead. She's dead. No! When I scream, I spew out the last of my oxygen. No! Causing it to bubble in the water. Mari. At the base of Mari's throat, there are red scars. Mari didn't just drown to death. Mari was... Even as I realize this, I'm losing consciousness. Mari murdered. Someone murdered a small girl. Ooh. Bright red. This place is a world of bright red. Within this bright red world, I wait for someone to come visit me. You've come. Yes, that's right. Someone has gotten lost. If the person is still living, we have to retrieve their soul. In that way, we maintain this deep red world. Oh, I see. And she's like, it's cool. You're in heaven now. Yep. Be cool. It's where you wanted to be. Continue. Wait. Drawn to the sound, I look down at my feet. The keychain with the droplet and the starfish. That precious memory for Mari and I. That unstable bridge connecting Hirano and I. This keychain has a sticker with a picture printed on it attached to its back, so it probably isn't Mari's, but has the same shape. Sorry, Mari. I've been regretting not trading you the jellyfish keychain this whole time. I got hung up on something so petty, so... No, that whole thing, it doesn't matter. Huh? At Mari's words, I withdraw the hand I hold out to her. Just now, Mari said, it doesn't matter. Not, don't worry about it, or it's not important. She declared it nonchalantly, with that smile she always wears. My heart resounds with a loud thump. At that moment, Hirano's words float through my mind. For argument's sake, even if this Mari girl's here, she would have grown in 5 years and her clothes wouldn't be the same. It's summer, so she wouldn't be wearing a coat, moreover. All of a sudden, that floating sensation disappears, and instead I feel the impact of falling to the ground. In reality, I had been sitting, so my fall was more like tipping over. This isn't right. Save. This isn't right. What's wrong, big sister? Come on, let's go. No. Hirano's words vividly rushed through my mind. Surely Hirano has saved me because now I can clearly see the form of that thing before me. You're not Mari. No matter what, Mari was never the type of girl to just say, it doesn't matter. Not to mention that the keychain had been so important to us. I can't see her declaring that something like that doesn't matter. What are you saying, big sister? I'm Mari. I'm Mari. When Mari refers to herself as I, she always drags it out. As I get up, I announce this to that thing before me. I'm Ma. Ooh. Slime girl. The girl's body begins to become blurry, like a sticky image. Sticky? I realize I can no longer look directly at her. I knew it. You're not Mari. I knew it. You're not Mari after all. Muddy is probably a fitting term here. Yeah, it probably would have given me the same ending if I chose to go with her. That thing that had Mari, the thing that had been Mari up to a short time ago begins to melt, transfiguring itself from one clump to countless fish. Those fish. The Trixies. The Trixie fish. The fish began swimming in the air without water. This pattern of behavior is bad. If I get caught up in this bizarre phenomenon, then I am sure to drown in this place with nothing. I have to get away. As I mumble this, I search for a door. If I can go through a door, I should be able to escape the phenomenon in front of me. Mari. Saying I wouldn't regret leaving them is a lie. But that thing isn't Mari. It's an exaggeration of... not exaggeration, it's an aggregation of fish. I can't be deceived by them and lose sight of my precious goal. I was so naive. Fine. Even so, it's fine. It happened somehow. If I have time to get down... Excuse me. Fine. Even so, it's fine. It happened somehow. If I have time to get down about it, then I just need to not let it happen next time. I will save her, no matter what. Finding a door as I run away, I throw it open with great force. I have played this game before, and I don't remember the girl dying. Strange. I think that was something that happened a while ago. About a year ago, it was something that happened in the summer. During a break, when I was looking over my notes for a quiz or something. Hey you! Keep this in mind. What? A girl from my class suddenly came up to my seat, kicking my desk as she yelled at me. She was unexpectedly strong, the notes and stationery on my desk scattering about. She was like a leader in our class, a part of the largest group. Having almost never spoken to her, I had no memory of ever making her mad. Unable to get mad, I was merely bewildered. Then Hirano showed up, and with her face downcast, I picked up my stationery. Sorry, it's all my fault. Your fault? A girl from that group invited me to round 1 this Saturday, but I turned her down. That was the day Hirano and I made plans to go to the movies. Indeed, I was able to more or less understand what had happened. Then she asked me why. When she asked me why, I told her I already had plans with you. Wait. When she asked me why, I told her I already had plans with you. Of course I hesitated to tell her that, you know. But she was persistent. But you could have gone. That girl's group was big. If there was an event or something, basically the whole class went along with them. But it wasn't strictly a good thing. Their group pride was as great as their group mentality. The girl that had come over a few minutes earlier was particularly striking. Like I'd go, Mayu. You should know you take priority. But if you turn them down, they won't invite you anymore, will they? If their pride was really that high, then that's how it would be. I had heard that except for that girl as the leader and 2 others, people were regularly being brought in and thrown out of the group. I'm just gonna skip this. Flashback. Friendship. That's all you need to know. Friendship. Once again, I've entered a passageway behind the tanks. I thought it would get me to the Fish of the World booth, but I was probably led astray while I was out of it. Anyway, I should get going. If another something borrows Mari's form and attacks me like earlier, I don't know if I can defend myself against it. It's 5 a.m. Just give me a break, okay? Safe no longer means anything, so I should speed through the passageway. Sunday, you say Saturday, kick. My bad. Upon looking at the map, I see that there appears to be a room at the end of the passage. Just as I expected, there are 3 doors before me. Save. The reference room, the storeroom, or the director's office? I think I remember briefly the director's office being pretty cool. This is the director's office? I mumble while looking up at the words written on the side above the door. This door's appearance differs greatly from the doors of the storeroom and reference room, with red ornaments decorating it. Even if there had been no sign, I would have known this room belonged to someone important on first glance. The atmosphere from out here also seems to have a heavy air to it. it is as if I'm standing before the door of a school principal. If I don't go in and see, I really won't learn anything from staring in from out here. Please excuse my intrusion. It's not as if anyone would be in here, but without thinking, the words came out. An elegant desk and chairs situated at the center of the director's office. The room is perfectly in order, giving me a sense of who the director is from far away. From the way that the room is perfectly in order, giving me a sense of who the director is from the way their desk is. Those need to be oiled. It's true. There doesn't seem to be anything particularly strange, does there? Just as I muttered this, I noticed a map on top of the desk. In this neat and tidy room, only the top of the desk appears to be a work in progress. This is... After moving aside a book that seems to be in use as a weight, I find a map of the aquarium. This one is different from the one I picked up back at the stage. The design seems older, and the publication date is from 5 years ago. 5 years ago? It's not as if I can ignore that number. It's when everything started for Manton Aquarium and for me. Inside the map, I discovered one defining difference. The deep-sea fish booth. That place that was closed down 5 years ago is recorded on this map. Could this be? It seems that the deep-sea fish booth was just after coming out of the tunnel. However, it's strange. I've been to that area several times, but there's only been a long wall. There's no trace of anything else. It seems that when it was closed down, they filled in the wall. It wasn't like that from the start. Questions rise within me as I consider this. If where I am now is 5 years in the past, then I should be able to get to the deep-sea fish booth. Huh? This line. As I repeatedly look over the map, I spot one red line. The line extends from the deep-sea fish booth all the way up to a circle at the top of the map where there is nothing else. The staff passageway connects to the deep-sea fish booth. Oof. The idea seemingly confirmed, I nod without realizing it. The deep-sea fish booth is the only place in this aquarium I haven't seen yet. Surely Banten's aquarium secrets will be there. Just a little further, I can finally reach it. This is... As I trace my finger along the map, I mentally position the booths in the aquarium on it. Come out of the tunnel tank and turn right, and the fish of the world booth should be there. Go in a straight line immediately after turning left at the passageway. Behind that, take another left, and there's the director's office. In other words, if going straight through as the map says, this office is just a part of the tunnel tank. And between the tunnel tank and the director's office is situated the deep-sea fish booth. So then this room is the red circle. So the room with the red circle is here? The director's office is directly connected to the deep-sea fish booth, since there's nothing written in the map's blank spaces, save for the red circle. I think it's safe to say it's the room I'm in right now. Oh shit. I stop looking at the map and begin to glance around the room. There's nothing but bookshelves along the walls, even though there should be something leading to the deep-sea fish booth. The tank. Looking at the tank on the interior of the room, I mutter, surely there should be something within the tank. I can't swim through the tank and reach the deep-sea fish booth. I'll have to look around the room again more thoroughly. There's a bunny here. Just as I was about to look around the room, I spot a picture frame on the desk. It is of two people standing side by side. It has probably been stretched from its original resolution, making it hard to clearly distinguish the faces. However, they are familiar. As I am exploring the desk, I discover something of a metal frame below it, about 50 centimeters all around. The parts and materials on the inside are different. On one side of it, I find a collapsible handle. I put my hand on the thing that looks like a handle with the intent to pull it out. Stop. Without thinking, I look over my shoulder for the voice that seems to come out of nowhere. That was my imagination, right? Even if it's not just my imagination, it wouldn't be the first time here at Mountain Aquarium. As if mocking me, as I try to find an explanation for it, the voice continues even louder with, "Stop it." I have to ignore it. If I want to get away from this voice, I have to keep going. I shut my eyes and pull harder. At the same time, the ground trembles with a clatter. I can hear the sound of the room creaking. I open my eyes and look at one of the legs on the desk. It's shaking. An earthquake? In a normal earthquake, I would just stay under the desk. But right now, I chose not to. I poke my head out to check on the rest of the room. The bookshelves, everything on top of the desk, even the water in the tank is shaking. I become aware of one strange fact. This shaking isn't a normal phenomena, because the place where I'm standing isn't shaking at all. Leave! As the voice echoes, the shaking of the furniture grows stronger. Leave now! The frequency of the voice echoing from out of nowhere is steadily increasing as well. I can't leave yet. Leave! I don't know if my words are getting through. As if in agreement, the vibration of the furniture grows more violent. And the voice strength increases. I'll leave. I'm leaving. But I'll only leave with Himeno. Instinctively, I give voice to my determination. I have no choice but to move on. I sit down once again and reach for the handle under the desk. Kya! At that moment, my body is suddenly flipped backwards. It's not that I tumbled on my own. It felt more like I was pulled back by an invisible hand. I won't give up. I won't give up. Leave! 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 No, I won't! Once more, my face is pushed close to the floor. My vision is concentrated on the small handle. My hand could easily reach it, but... Kya! My body is once again knocked back by this unknown force. It doesn't matter how many times It doesn't matter how many bad experiences I've had up to this point. Surely with just one more step, I can reach this unknown territory. What if there's nothing there? No, there has to be. This force trying to stop me is proof of that. Even if there's nothing there, I will leave here together with Himeno. I'm no longer the me who knew nothing. Even if I have to drag Himeno behind me, I'll find a safe way out and leave this place no matter what. So I absolutely must keep going. At that moment, there is a pulsation. It isn't my heartbeat, but the entire room pulsating with a loud thump. What? Is something else happening right now? At that moment, the shaking of the furniture stops. In exchange, my own heart is pumping blood rapidly through my body with a ba-thump, ba-thump. All the lights in the room go out, and it becomes pitch black. I use my hands to feel for the handle on the floor, but I can't seem to find it. Rao. This light. A phosphorescent light begins to shine through the tank inside the director's office. The water inside the tank becomes illuminated with that red color, faintly lighting the whole room. The light seems to be corroding the entire room, little by little. Fish? How? The fish swimming in the air began to penetrate the room. They seem to be riding the flow of the light from the tank, swimming inside of the red light. Fish swimming where there is no water. Probably a major misunderstanding I've had here in Mountain Aquarium. This red light is water? The room quickly fills with light. The room fills with water. If the room fills with water, I'll drown. Staying in this room in this state is dangerous. But I want to stick around. I can't give up. Courage springs up from within me. If I'm going to escape from this mountain aquarium with Himeno, I have to overcome this obstacle. Going from midair to underwater, I have to overcome this nightmare trying to force me to drown to death. I've escaped so many times and had been rescued from the brink of death. However, I won't lose anymore. The red light is eroding the room, and numerous fish are swimming. When I saved that girl, I overcame a similar obstacle. By knowing something by chance about a creature's habitat, I was able to do something about the situation. However, I can't use the same method here. There are no machines, and there are too many varieties of fish to know anything about them. Moreover, I need to find a more basic solution. That girl, whose name I don't even know, she talked about a grudge. There were two cases, a murder investigation and a mass culling involving this malice. By murder, could she have meant... Didn't they both get murdered? Because Mari had red marks around her neck. And and Mari, or the girl, said that her father got murdered. A couple of other people also said that the director got murdered. Let's try the first one. The director's accidental death was caused by the error in deep sea fish booth that also caused all those other deaths. Either way, if it wasn't an accident, what if the whole thing was targeted at someone? I could see what caused the closing down of Mountain Aquarium, the bitter intent against the one who killed them. In other words, regret and a grudge. I bore great fear and anxiety towards Mountain Aquarium, but if my way of thinking is correct, then what should I be afraid of isn't the aquarium, but the deceased who have taken its form. The director, you! As if agreeing with my conjecture, the red light grows more dense, and it becomes hard for me to breathe. I don't have time. With just one more step, I should be able to overcome this phenomena. Ruh-oh. Ruh-oh. There's 4 choices. Ooh boy. Let's try the pendant. If that is in the pocket. Pendant. My own body has taken buoyancy and is floating around. This entire room is now underwater. It doesn't just have water in it, but is in water. As I try to control my wavering body, I search my pocket. My fingers feel something and I pull it out. It is the keychain with the starfish charm. A sticker photo is attached to the back. Director, if you can hear me from somewhere, watch this. A bubble as big as my mouth leaps out. The red bubble rises up through the interval between the air and the water. Excuse me. I cover my nose and mouth with my left hand and hoist the keychain up high. My lungs are at their limits. The results of my defiance will be life or death. If my conviction is nothing more than a mistake, I die by suffocation. However, this is the last bit of air in my lungs. The last bit of air in my lungs. I hate how it does that. How it just tacks on more sentence to what I've already read. But it looks like the whole text is left. God damn it. This little red bubble climbing to the heavens. Along with my memories, the inside of my head is becoming murky. There isn't enough oxygen. I'll die. In a matter of seconds, I'll drown to death. Stop this, father. In time with a girl's voice, I feel the pain of my body crashing into the ground. Yeah. With a thud, my butt begins to hurt. However, the pain is proof that the director's office has returned to normal. Without hesitation, I feel grateful for gravity. It's all right now, father. Sayo. Sayo. Sayo? Just like when I tried to open the door, a voice echoes through the room. As I steady my breathing, I look around me and survey the room. As expected, I cannot find the source of the voice. I've heard this voice before. It is a voice I've heard many times in Mountain Aquarium. A hollow voice, one that projects well. This isn't a mistake. It's the voice of the girl, the one killed by Saginuma Reiko. I take another look at the picture on the keychain in my hand. By father, do you mean that this is... It sounds like she must be his daughter. In other words, that girl was the daughter of the director? She is, so then that's why... I realize that she is the daughter of the director, whose murder was made to look accidental. Which is why she has so tenaciously pursued the secrets of Mountain Aquarium. Along with surprise, I feel understanding. A blue light shines through the translucent tank. The ominous red light from earlier is no longer there. In the spaces between the blue light, I can see two silhouettes, like images projected on a screen. They are a bit vague, but I can easily identify them. A middle-aged man and a girl. The two of them face each other in a pleasant manner. Sayo, you've gotten so big. The silhouette that appears to be the director says in a kind voice. I decide to watch the pair's conversation quietly for a bit as to not interrupt. You're making such a big deal out of it. More importantly, I found her, the criminal who killed you. Sayo, you... Saginuma Reiko. I was killed by her as well. But after coming to Mountain Aquarium so many times, I was finally able to confirm it on my own. So I am more or less satisfied. Because of me, even you were. Sayo, don't say anymore. I have no regrets. If you keep going, all of my efforts will be in vain. I lived and died solely for my objective. Sayo says that in a cool voice, talking about her objective even after her own death. What a tragic thing. Listening to Sayo's words, the director's mouth becomes a straight line as he looks down, holding back his regrets. Your face has changed so much in the last few hours. Me? Sayo shifts her gaze from the director to me. She turns her attention from the director and continues. The fact that you're not surprised to see a ghost really isn't normal, but I understand how you feel. Yeah, that's right. I suppose you could say I've gotten used to it. I wish I could have gotten to know your name. You never would tell me. It doesn't matter now. Since I'm dead anyway. Even now, Saya talks like it's someone else's problem. The director at her side responds to the question about her name. Sakuragi Sayo. That's this girl's full name. I am Sakuragi Isao, Sayo's father and the director of Mountain Aquarium. So you were the director after all? You would probably be more accurate to say former. But it seems I lost my sense of reason for a long time. Voice is breaking a little bit. I wonder why it's only now that I've regained my senses. Lost his sense of reason, he says. As if that's no longer the case. Nevertheless, his story seems to substantiate the theory that Mountain Aquarium gives form to grudges. Having returned to his senses, no strange phenomena should take place. On the contrary, I could say that the earlier poltergeist phenomenon the director caused would also serve as proof. But I don't see any need to blame him. Wasn't it seeing Sayu-chan that returned you to your senses? Hey, stop adding Chan. I have a name too. I don't like it. Then it's Sayo. I have a name too, Mayumi, so stop with the hate and the you stuff. Sayo breathes an affected sigh, then continues talking. She looks listless, but somehow it seems like she's smiling. If your conjecture is right, Mayumi, then I'll probably be glad. Conjecture? That my father has returned to his senses. Fool, is there anything to be happy about? If you hadn't died, you wouldn't have met me, my beloved daughter, dead because of me. Is there really anything to be happy about? Happy about? Father, calm down. You'll make the aquarium get weird again. I misjudged you, Sayo. I thought you were amazing because you were steadfast in your determination and your resolve. But I labeled you as a cold girl. Really, you were kind. Tears faintly gather in the director's eyes. If demons can have tears in their eyes, then ghosts can cry. That's why they call it infectious crying, I suppose. Even as I watch the two of them, the corner of my eye becomes hot. The exchange between the two of them is so natural. It has the rhythm of conversation between parent and child. It's something that won't happen again for them. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I saw you, Sayo. At the moment you got killed, I couldn't save you. Don't worry about it. This is the result of my own faltering. It wasn't your fault, Mayumi. But... Don't you have someone else? Don't you have someone you need to save? If so, you can't waver. Sayo, you've matured. You've become able to encourage others. Be quiet, father. Well, I'm glad you weren't killed by my father. You've grown up, Sayo. The air surrounding them warms my heart, but the realization that there is nothing more But the realization that this is nothing more than a transient moment causes my chest to tighten. You too. Suddenly, the blue light changes to white. It floods the room like a fluorescent bulb, gradually growing stronger. Without realizing it, I narrow my eyes. What's happened all of a sudden? Who knows? Maybe we're crossing over? I'm satisfied knowing who the killer is. What? But wait, just a bit. Crossing over? No longer having any attachment to this world? Sayo has achieved her goal, and she and the director have miraculously reunited after overcoming space and time. No. I cry out from the bottom of my heart. However, I can't give that scream voice, because Sayo knows my resolve. I don't want her to see me acting uncool, because even though Sayo is dead, she is cheering me on. Mayumi-kun, was it? Before I disappear, I will tell you what I know. Even so, many events right before and after my death are vague. This is much too soon. Will you really disappear? My soul was originally supposed to cross over 5 years ago. Being able to cross over in and of itself is something to be happy about. Director, I don't want to cause anyone trouble like my father did. I just want to go right away. Before our souls are taken. Before. It's cracking bad. The two have completely reconciled their lives. Souls being taken, it's something I only barely understand. If it happens, just as it did before with the director, then only their grudge and malice will continue to be expressed in this world. When it's time to die, one crosses over. It's probably best to see it from a spirit's position. But then they can't be happy together. I stiffly endured those words. Unconcerned with my own thoughts, the director begins to speak. 5 years... Hang on. Five years ago. I can't do deep voice anymore. My voice is going. 5 years ago, Manton Aquarium experienced financial hardship. With diverse options for entertainment and a more direct subway system, customer traffic decreased as people were flocking to towns other than Manton. The management of the aquarium was seeing large costs from the purchase of exhibits, the large amount of feed required, and the cost of paying for the employees. Also, due to the location of Manton Aquarium, the cost of transporting seawater is high. In addition, the deep-sea fish booth that served as the centerpiece at that time used the latest technology and required enormous maintenance costs due to its size. I was being pressed by many decisions: letting go of employees, reducing display space, the widening of the target demographic, and the closing of the deep-sea fish booth. I couldn't bring myself to cast aside anything from my beloved aquarium. I tried to do the impossible in the hopes of producing results, but in the end, it boiled down to a confrontation with Sagino Moreko and those who stood with her. I was eliminated in the most rational way possible. In other words, I was killed. It was made to look like an on-the-job accident. The director continues, unperturbed by my trembling. I rise to my feet and reach out a hand to Sayo. She was also listening quietly to the director's matter-of-fact way of speaking. Her form seems so fragile, and I am unable to touch the image she is projecting into the light. Despite my position amongst management, I let her know, in not so subtle terms, how I felt about her. This gave her all the motive she needed. I have no doubt that my murder was, in some part, because I pushed her too far. Beside me, Sayo lowers her head. However, she listens carefully. Blah. Then Saginuma Reiko sent all of the fish in the deep-sea fish booth to their deaths. There were 1,217 of them in all. Whoa! There were probably those employees who had their doubts in regards to the reoccurrence of unlikely accidents. Those that knew even the slightest bit of our management stuck their heads in the sand and just dismissed it as cost-cutting in some way. That's awful. By all rights, it is something father should consider as manager. Yes, at times such a thing becomes necessary. Saginuma Reiko had held neither reverence nor regret towards the fish she, a human, killed. She probably smiled while killing them, forcing them to bear the brunt of her rage and grudge against me. My soul was already here. It's hard to put into words, but I'm what you might call a jibakure. A spirit bound to this place. Sympathizing with the souls of all those fish, I offered up my soul to mend an aquarium. So then the grudge you and the fish bore created the world I'm in now? The director nods with a serious face. I instinctively swallow. The Red Mountain Aquarium. I've taken to calling it that. Without regard for when, they took vengeance to dispel their regrets. It didn't matter if it involved people or fish. They merely turned to anger. There was nothing I could do. As a human with an independent will and emotions, my soul was the cornerstone, but the fish were the ones to rule Mountain Aquarium. There was no distinction for the value of life. The thousands of fish spirits overpowered my own sense of reasoning. Then why no? I am sorry, but I don't clearly understand it either. I may be ambiguous throughout this Red Mountain Aquarium, but I am merely a core that bore its grudge, nothing more. There are far too many things I cannot explain. Ubiquitous. Thank you, Sushi. But if I were to venture a guess, I would think that my reunion with Sayo has led my soul to stop producing negative emotions. Upon becoming useless, I was probably ejected from the Red Mountain Aquarium. Theories and such probably don't matter. Mayumi-kun, it is thanks to you bringing Sayo and I together that this miracle occurred. I don't need any further explanation than that. The director smiles peacefully. He probably doesn't remember the details of what he put us through. If he did, he wouldn't be smiling. Still, it isn't like the director is directly responsible for his sins. Sins are born from person's ill will. I trust the director's words. Then that isn't the case here. It isn't in me to bear hatred for something with no form. A cornerstone. Having lost me, the one directing their malice, the fish spirit should also disappear. They should cross over. The director says in a relaxed tone after some thought. In other words, the red mountain aquarium will disappear? If my theory is correct, that is what should happen. In turn, with my soul's disappearance, the red mountain aquarium should begin to crumble. This isn't something I know for sure, merely a hunch, but it seems I am a part of Mountain Aquarium after all. Please don't lament the fact that I will disappear. It was your courage that rescued us from this place. This red mountain aquarium. I didn't save you. My words of denial won't come out. This keychain. Sayo hands me a keychain. It is a droplet-shaped keychain, one with a jellyfish attached. It is unmistakably the keychain from my memories. Why, Sayo? You were running without watching where you were going, and you ran into me, don't you remember? When I was chasing Mari, I ran into someone, that's right. Hirano picked it up in all of the confusion. It was something incredibly precious to me. It never seemed like something someone could mistake. Even now, I still don't understand the mix-up. I finally realized that you had my keychain when I looked at it, and that the one I picked up was yours, Mayumi. Thank you. So it wasn't that Hirano lied. The mix-up was because there were two lookalikes. I hand the keychain with the starfish charm to Sayo. The father and daughter smile at me from within the sticker picture. This piece of their lost past leaves my hand. As I hand it to her, I am unable to touch her. However, the treasure safely lands in Sayo's hand. Why didn't you tell me back then? Oh, probably. What do you mean? I won't say any more than that. You know, I'm a bit jealous of that Hirano girl. Why? Think about it yourself. You're so mean. Saya grips the keychain tightly and shuts her eyes. She takes a small breath and nods. You walked a different path than I, Mayumi. Even now, I think so. Yeah. Mayumi, what you've done is resolve yourself to save both of us. What you've done is resolve yourself to save the both of you. I don't want to think that I'm wrong, however. You aren't wrong either, Mayumi. The world is a place with few answers. Let's just skip a little bit of this. They're just what do you call I don't know, what do you call this? I guess saying thank you in their own way. That's not what I mean, but there is a word for this. Bye bye. Yes, bye bye. I won't say see you later or anything. If you find your way here after 100 years, I'll just turn you away. There's no way I could live that long. Well, they're both like, yeah. Hang on, let me think about this a bit more. I don't know, man. It's 6 a.m. I'm losing brain cells. By the time I've wiped away my tears, Sayo's light has already vanished. The director closes his eyes and begins to pray. Seeing me stand up, he quietly opens his mouth. It's like the no you. I think that's what I mean. The no you kind of situation. So someone is like, no you, and then the other person's like, no you, and then the other person's like, no you, and the other person's like, no you, and the other person's like, no you, and it just keeps going. Like that. And it doesn't really go anywhere, it just keeps going. I don't know exactly what will happen when this place crumbles. Before it happens, I think it's best that you get out of Mountain Aquarium. I want to ask you about Saginuma Reiko-san. She's still alive in this aquarium, isn't she? The woman who killed not just the director, but his daughter too. Her insane smile is etched in my mind and won't disappear. She shouldn't be living. I can't remember it clearly, but I do know this Mountain Aquarium did exact its vengeance on her. She's still alive? If she's still here in the aquarium, then she's nothing other than a ghost. She's a captive soul, bound here by the grudge and malice that pervades this place. If so, when this place crumbles, she'll disappear as well. You needn't worry. She was a ghost this whole time? Whoa. I don't need to worry, is that true? Those things left behind in time will not change. Understand that and... You didn't see a girl called Mari anywhere, did you? She looks like Sayo when she was a child. Perhaps, like you, she became a spirit and is in this mountain aquarium? I have asked the disappearing director something that has caught his attention. If he is one with Mountain Aquarium, then perhaps he does know something. However, that hope is quickly dashed. I do not know. Ever since my death, my mind has become rather vague and fragmented. Is that so? However, as it is vague, I cannot definitively say that she isn't here. In the deep sea fish booth where I lost my life, there may be some truth even I don't know. Speaking of which, Director, when you were under the influence of the grudge, you told me to leave. Did you understand somewhere deep down the danger of the place where you were killed? I wonder. Honestly, I do not know. Well then, it seems the time has come. Director! I can no longer stay here. Please wait! If I wait too much longer, I won't be able to follow Sayo. When I reach the other side, I will pray for you, that you may be saved and blessed. Please, find peace. Before I realize it, I'm alone again, but it's alright. Well then, I have to walk on. Return to Himano's side, head for the deep sea fish booth. Isn't that where the murder is? I could go to the deep sea fish booth. Hang on a minute, I want to see this. The closed down deep sea fish booth, everything will be settled there. There has to be an end to the Red Mountain Aquarium. I pull open the small door. I descend the ladder leading from the director's office, walk along the dark underground passageway for several meters, and reach another ladder. Causing a dull sound to echo, I climb the ladder. As I approach the door overhead, cold air flows through. Oof. Pushing the door up with my head, I've reached the top of the ladder. This is the deep sea fish booth, I mutter, closing the door I came up through. Inside, it's pitch black. As if to match the real deep sea, it's a world with no light. My unease in the dark comes from deep down in my heart. However, at this moment, I am able to suppress that feeling. Stretching my arms out to the left and right, I carefully walk on. There must be something here, I'm absolutely sure of it. Huh? That light. After walking for a bit, I find a light floating in my path. It's neither the red light nor the blue one I saw in the director's office, but rather a golden light like that of the morning sun. Oh no, it quick saved! No! I suddenly begin walking towards that light. There may be nothing here, but I don't even consider that possibility. The light? Called by the light, I move forward. But I know, having gotten close to the touch of the light, my movements seem to be off. The ball of light before my eyes has begun dodging me. A deep-sea fish, eh? That much I can understand. A football fish, perhaps the most famous of the deep-sea fish. It emits light even in the depths of the dark sea, slyly awaiting its prey. But I am no longer prey. Passing the light, it's as if something has been blown open as things begin to flicker throughout the room. Yellow lights, blue lights, even red lights, they all rush about the room like fibers. All the lights waver like the surface of the water. Thanks to the intermittent light, I begin to grasp the full form of the deep-sea fish booth. Fish are swimming all throughout the room. The light itself is the fish's habitat. This is the sea to the fish spirits that have lost the malice that once guided them. I'm not afraid anymore. The director himself said that they all had been freed from their malice. Just as he said, the fish no longer have any aggression. The oarfish, the monkfish, the hagfish. There are also ones with scary faces, transparent fish, and fish that glow beautifully, though differently from the football fish. This room filled with several deep-sea fish is more realistic and more magnificent than any other display space. I'm no longer afraid, so come on out. Weaving through all of the fish, I touch a wall on the inside of the deep-sea fish booth. Marie? Just as I call her name, I feel my legs slam close together. Huh. I suppose this is what you'd call carelessness. My legs have been grabbed by a large tentacle. It has white skin and pale pink suckers. Oh no! Did the octopus get us again? At my feet is the deep sea. I can see a black shadow, far closer to me than the bottom of the sea. I've seen this creature on the news on TV. It's the largest creature on the planet Earth. A giant squid. My impatience is greater than my fear. Before it can pull me in, I have to escape. But the suction pads are strong, and as I struggle, another tentacle approaches. Dummy! Huh? That is the voice of hope. Iris? The small hand reaches down from above as I am pulled farther into the deep sea. A hand of salvation for me as I writhe against imminent death in the darkness. Big sister, if you go away before we get to make up, I really will hate you. I'm not going anywhere. First, I grasp her hand tightly with my right hand. At such a miracle, I begin to feel my zeal returning. Next, I grab that little hand with my left hand. I can feel my energy growing stronger. I am pulled up with a great amount of power. It isn't just the owner of the voice's strength either. I can feel the intervention of a miraculous amount of power. With just that, the tentacles that hold my legs have refused to let go are easily peeled away. Ow. Pulled from the darkness, I land on my backside. I don't know how many times today I've fallen down. Please cut it out. The bones in my butt feel like they'll break. This is no time for such carefree thoughts. I've ended up in the deep-sea fish booth once more. This room with so many types of fish just swimming about. She is here. I puff out my cheeks, place my hands on my hips, and push myself forward with my palms. Mari, really, Huh? Who are you? I thought you were my big sister, but you're grown up? Looking at me as I lift my head is a girl with long hair. Mari is looking down at me. It's me, Nakanobe Yumi, your big sister. Yep, I'm not wrong after all. You're a grown-up, but you're my big sister. It wouldn't be surprising for her not to recognize me. In the 5 years that have passed, as I have been going through a growth spurt, I've grown quite noticeably. Cut my hair that was at the time as long as Mari's, and my looks and my body have become a little more mature. But Mari is laughing and nodding. She called me big sister. I've been looking for you this whole time, big sister. Since you got lost, I thought I should find you, big sister. The whole time. I realized that Mari's voice has an echo to it. It isn't because of the room that we're in. It's probably due to the light shining through Mari's silhouette. I saw something scary. A lady with a scary face wouldn't let the man who looked worried get out of the water. She was drowning him. Oh, she saw the murder and then got murdered. A lady? A man? Could that be the director and Saginuma Reiko? I got so scared and I ran away, but this lady chased after me. The lady chased after me. Saginuma Reiko, Mari. I ran and ran. I hid myself in some sort of box. I thought of how I wanted to see you and stayed there the whole time. Then suddenly the whole place filled with water, and I went to sleep. Mari, I'm sorry, I couldn't save you. Having witnessed the scene of a murder, Mari ran away within Mountain Aquarium as Saginuma Reiko pursued her. Then she ended up in some empty tank that was filled with water, and then she... Was it an accident? Saginuma Reiko's doing? Or could it have possibly been that she slipped into the Red Mountain Aquarium? In this world of strange phenomena, Mari herself probably doesn't even know. The one truth is that Mari's life was brought to an end. After that, why did you come back here? I don't know. I drifted, sleeping the whole time. Then I thought that you had come, so I woke myself up. Mari, you're dead, aren't you? I say these words, enduring the pain in my heart. It feels like I have no choice but to say them. Yes. Sorry, big sister. The one who should apologize is me. I had no idea you faced something so terrible, and I wasn't able to save you. Even though you waited here for me, I couldn't save you. That's right, jeez. Because you always get lost. Big sister, are you crying? Mari says this to me in an innocent voice. I'm not crying. I can't let her see me do something as uncool as crying. Finally, I was able to see Mari. Finally, I was able to reunite with Mari. No matter what form she takes, this isn't supposed to be a sad thing, is it? Well, I'm going now. To where? I don't know, but this cradle where I've been sleeping feels as if it's slowly disappearing. That's why I feel somehow that I'm not supposed to be here anymore. Mari, thank you for saving me. I was unable to save Mari, but even so, Mari brought me through my own crisis. I'm pretty pathetic for a big sister, huh? No, after all you came to see me, didn't you? Yeah. Mountain Aquarium's final truth. For me, that would be Mari's death. I realized this a long time ago, but honestly I was unable to accept it and let go so easily. Little by little, the light enveloping Mari grows stronger. If the director was like a shelf for the Red Mountain Aquarium, then Mari, surely being one drop amongst the collective, was being released. The thing that held her here is now gone. All around me, numerous other lights are climbing towards heaven, as if the ceiling is no obstacle. Pillars of light fill the deep-sea fish booth. This other mountain aquarium is vanishing. Big sister, I love you. How about you? It's the same for me, as it should be. Well, I'm going then. Pull Mari back. What? Wait, Mari. What is it, big sister? This keychain. It's my treasure, so... I pulled the keychain bearing all of my memories from my pocket. I dropped it once, but it came back, as if guided by destiny. A true treasure. Just as if she was seeing it for the first time, Mari makes a sad face. No fair. After all, back then you told me how important it was. It is important and precious, so I'll give it to you, Mari. I'm your big sister, Mari. It was such a trivial thing that I regret from that day. I won't make that same mistake again. But what it is that's important to me. What it is that's important to me. I feel like I understand that a little better now than back then. Thank you, but sorry. Give my keychain to a girl that looks just like me. I gave my keychain to a girl that looks just like me, so I can't trade with you. Oh. A faint band of light appears in Mari's eyes. Illuminated by the numerous twinkling lights, Mari is so pretty. It's alright. In sync with my words, I rub Mari's head. I cannot touch her long hair, but even so, I embrace Mari. I know that girl. She's a friend of mine. Well then, I'll treasure it no matter what. Okay. The light envelops even me. The warmth is like Mari's own body temperature. In this way, Mari will probably go to heaven. I believe that Mari will definitely go on to a happier world. Because Mari is a kind girl. Oh. Do not toy with me. Huh? Yeah! As if an arrow had been shot through the room, all of the twinkling lights stop in sync with the voice. As soon as I hear the voice, the light surrounding Mari disappears. And it is as if time has stopped, leaving me wide-eyed at the small voice that screams hard enough to burn itself out. No? No, this shouldn't be. I deny the truth in front of me. The owner of that voice. Don't go deciding it's all over on your own, Sakuragi. Going and destroying this place because you say your objective is complete? How convenient. I'll kill that brat. I'll kill anyone who saw what I did. Then I'll return to Mountain Aquarium. The wall of deep-sea fish booth is thrown open, and inside I can faintly see the tunnel tank. Himeno is standing there, lit from behind by the red light leaking out from the entrance. Her face is covered in a distinct shadow. This isn't the appearance of the weakened Himeno. Nor is it the Himeno I know. Her breathing rough and her expression furious, she takes a stance like a model would. No, why? Mari's gentle expression has changed to one of fear in an instant. Everything is bathed in a red light, and my pulse quickens and grows stronger. My. As she says this, the corners of Himeno's mouth bend. Even though I recognize that expression as a smile, it takes some time. Found you. You're that... No! Letting out a sudden scream, Mari takes off running. In order to reach the one and only exit in the basement, Mari uses her small body to slide past Himeno's thigh. Himeno, why? Hey, answer me! Himeno! Why? My name isn't Himeno. Himeno? Huh? What do I do? Isn't that... Could she be? There's no mistaking that Himeno's face and voice. However, it isn't the first time I've heard that way Himeno is speaking right now. I remember it. It's someone I know. Sagino Mareko. You have the guts to address a lady older than you without respect. So you were a spirit after all. So you're a spirit after all. Then how did you get Himeno's body? Through possession? Himeno. This vessel. This girl was shaken, and at the bottom of her heart she bore resentment. Resentment? Yes. As the one who left her all alone. That would be you, Nakanome Mayumi-san. Himeno resented? Himeno gives a sly grin. No, the one in front of me isn't Himeno, isn't it? But... I came all the way here for Himeno. I followed that brat to kill her. But I slipped from a machine and died, so I was unable to finish the job. If I can't get rid of my worries, I cannot rest easy. Sleep deprivation is the enemy of a woman's complexion. What? But you're already dead, aren't you? If she weren't dead, she couldn't possess Himeno like this. It does not matter. I will use this girl's soul and this time create my version of Benten Aquarium. There, I will resume my peaceful existence. If you're dragging Himeno into it, then it's all wrong, isn't it? My soul is nothing more than a droplet within Benten Aquarium. Just as I am released, I am pulled back in. My soul alone can't create Benten Aquarium. I need something not linked to this world, to this place or the other souls. So I'll use this girl's soul. Then, isn't that enough? Mari is already... It does not matter. I'll kill that child. If I don't, I cannot move forward. There's nothing more for you to... move forward to. With a twisted expression, Himeno clicks her tongue with a ch. No, that's not Himeno. Himeno would never make that face. Go ahead. I'll go ahead and say this, because this vessel has its own will that I am like this. The reason I hate you is because the vector of malice from within. That's a lie. Mayu, I hate you. What? Words said on the spur of the moment, words that don't even fill up a second. Those words definitely originated from Himeno's mouth, in Himeno's voice, in the same way of speaking that Himeno uses. Sagino Mareko spins her body around, and with the sound of her heels going clack clack clack, leaves the deep-sea fish booth behind. She begins walking into the Benten Aquarium that is now corroded with red. stupid Himeno, you idiot. Feeling nauseated, I say this over and over. That's why I'll save you, no matter what. I don't care if Himeno does hate me, because I love her. It's still going. All throughout the red aquarium, the fish swim about. Rushing out of the tanks that served as containers, they literally migrate into every inch of the area. It has become a big ocean, far greater than just the deep-sea fish booth. The cutlass fish that was hopping around the tunnel tank is now just a school of fish swimming about. Occasionally, a manta ray passes at my feet, and a small shark swims overhead. The fish's understanding of this space is probably different from mine. The walls, floors, and ceiling are definitely there, but any concept of up and down, left or right is irrelevant to them. The two preconceptions perceptions of the world are merging together. Neither version of the world seems to be changing into a malicious aquarium that existed up until now. All of it blends together. The world on the threshold. If what Saginuma Reiko said is true, at the moment Mari and I touched hands, a new red mountain aquarium was completed. I won't let you. This is something I definitely will not allow. I can guess where she's heading. I will double my speed and head for that place as well. She said that she fell from a machine. If there's a machine high enough to die from falling off of, there's no place that it could be except for the machine room. There was a ladder leading to it from the passageway where Hiyoshi-san went crazy. So that's the way I head. Weaving through the fish, I move along. I'm going to save the people who are important to me. Let's go. There is a door combined with a panel on the wall just after exiting the tunnel tank. Upon closer inspection, the words "staff only" are written on it. I open it and see that there is a staff passageway that goes to the stage. There are many hidden passageways besides this one in the aquarium. Before I realize it, I've become so knowledgeable about this place. I have no time to get caught up in sentimentality. Stopping Saginuma Reiko takes priority. There's no sign of Hiyoshi. Himeno! I call out in a loud voice. I get no response. Himeno, Mari, where are you? As I move further into the passageway, I call out several times, but there's no response. Being above the tunnel tank puts me about 3 stories high. Looking up from below, it's hard to tell how high up this goes thanks to the water. Physically, I get the sense that that's how high I've climbed. It's so deep I can't see the bottom. Even if I fell into the water from here, it would still be dangerous. With my clothes, I'd easily sink to the bottom. Blah, 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 blah. I've heard those footsteps before. They are Himeno's boots. My, you know this place well. From her head down, Himeno's body appears clearly. Directly across from me on the walkway where I currently stand, Himeno Saginuma Reiko is standing there. She's holding the captured Mari. Mari! Do not move. You know what will happen if you do, right? Big sister, I got caught. Saginuma Reiko has Mari by the collar, tightly restraining her. It goes without saying that there is a major difference in stature between Mari and Himeno. She holds her as if she intends to enact violence on her captive. Mari puts a smile on her pained face. The fact that she is forcing her smile is as clear as day. The order in which one does things is important. After I kill this brat, I'll cast aside the flesh of this vessel and assimilate myself into the aquarium. Once my mountain aquarium is complete, I'll curse you and the end of your life. So keep quiet and observe. Stop calling Mari a brat already, and stop calling Himeno a vessel. Is there any meaning whatsoever in all of that? For me, the role one plays takes precedence, and in my world, I am at the center. How awful. Sagino Moreko isn't taking her eyes off me. At the same time, the moment I become aware of her stare, she laughs boldly. Mayu, you're the one who's awful. What? With that brief phrase, she's halted my thoughts. Just like the bizarre phenomenon at the deep-sea fish booth, her voice and tone are unmistakably Himeno's. Leaving me in that terrifying place, it's your fault that I've ended up like this, Mayu. If you had just told me the truth about yourself, we wouldn't have gotten into a fight. If you had just told me about things like your sister going missing, or that she was here instead of deciding everything on your own, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Himeno, so that's how you saw it. Even though Sagino Moreko was possessing her, those words just now were none other than Himeno's. Sorry. Himeno, I'm sorry. Don't give up again, big sister. As I start to look down, Mari's voice calls me back. Mari? When I've been in an argument, I've lied too. Even though I love you, I said I hated you. This lady is making the same face I made at those times. Didn't I tell you not to speak? Sagino Moreko squeezes the base of Mari's neck even tighter. Mari instantly shuts her eyes and then looks at me through thin slits. Mari! Yep, I'm alright, big sister. With a pained expression, Mari continues to smile. I love you, big sister, just the way you are. I told you to shut up, didn't I, you little brat? Bye-bye, big sister. Just as she hinted at with her tone, Sagino Moreko tosses Mari into the tank water. Even at that last moment, Mari's face was smiling. Mari! It's almost a reflex. I dive into the tank. Ha 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 ha! Serves you right. I hate juvenile ways of thinking. Sagino Moreko's shrill laughter resonates from overhead. I swim after Mari as she sinks to the bottom of the tank. Swimming isn't exactly my forte, but no matter what, I want to save her. Die! 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 This way I'll finally be free. My soul will finally become one with this mountain aquarium. I swim. I notice that Mari's body is beginning to float up little by little. The tanks here in the aquarium contain a great deal of salt. Much like seawater, the force with which something is thrown in disappears against the water resistance, causing it to float. I will save Mari. I reach out my hand and grab Mari's. Mari's a ghost. Like, whatever. I don't know if I actually touched Mari's hand, but I definitely have the sensation that I grabbed something. Just like that, the two of us float upward. Blah! This time I was able to save you, Mari. I was able to save you. Thank you, big sister. I don't think I can consider it saving her if she's already dead. This time I was able to hold the hand of my one and only little sister, whom I was unable to save 5 years ago. I am unbelievably happy. My, what a pity. Huh? The transient joy is smashed away in a blink of an eye. Sagino Moreko has also leapt into the tank. Riding the force of her dive, she grabs hold of us and pulls us towards the bottom of the tank. Her strength is so great, it's impossible to think of it as human. No matter how great Himeno's reflexes are, there should be no way for her to drag two people underwater. What's a ghost? This is the manifestation of Saginuma's Reiko's grudge. I thought I would probably curse you to death, but I've changed my mind. You can die here with your best friend. I can hear Saginuma Reiko so clearly. Her voice seems to be echoing right through my mind. Despite the fact that we're underwater, it rattles my brain like the clanging of a bell. Clanging, clink, clink, clangy, clink, clangy. Reiko. Why? And become a piece of my grudge, giving shape to my mountain aquarium. I'm tired for laughs. This old lady is so annoying. What did you say? Mari's faint voice mixes with Saginuma Reiko's reverberating shrill laugh. Big sister, I'm so glad you saved me in the end. Mari is enveloped by a white light spreading out from her chest. The light gradually grows larger, quickly spreading throughout the entire tank. Take good care of your friend. Yeah. The light mixes with the water, becoming a faint blue light. Within it, numerous fish swim about. What is this light? This brat shouldn't be able to. All of them hate you, lady. What are you trying to do? I'm only trying to get my tranquility. No, stop! Even within the bright light, I can still clearly see what's going on. Several fish are opening and closing their mouths, pulling on Himeno's body. No, they're pulling something out of Himeno's body. Stop! Stop this! Himeno's body is becoming double-layered. One is Himeno, the other is Saginuma Reiko's body. Her soul is, little by little, being torn away from the body by the fish. You all, stop this! You won't stop! This time it's my turn to save my big sister! Oddly, even though I'm underwater, I don't feel as if I'm suffocating. There have been various strange phenomena within Mountain Aquarium. I've seen so many odd things. However, the sight of the fish's counterattack unfolding before my eyes is by far the most fierce. They're filled with the energy of lives just freed from so much hatred and resentment. I'll curse you! Even if I die, I'll curse you! Impossible! The fish here are going to eat every last bit of your soul. What on earth is Mari? I don't get it, but this is what I decided to do, so I've done it. Could it be that you've become one with the aquarium before I could? Don't toy with me! Stop this! Saginuma Reiko's body... Reiko's body has already become completely detached from Himeno's, with a look of anguish on her face. Her body is quickly picked at by the fish. The contours of her flesh are gradually becoming distorted as she sinks away. In contrast, I am floating. Orca, sea lions, and various other sea mammals are pushing Himeno and I up. You did all! This is all I can do. From within the light, I hear Mari's voice. Mari's body is no longer next to us. So just hang in a little longer, big sister. Ugh. See you! Bye! As the light fades, my breathing begins to steady. As for how much time has passed, it hasn't been more than a matter of minutes. I had lost consciousness. We've returned to the walkway on top of the tunnel tank. Next to me, Himeno is sleeping. Oi! Himeno! She's fine! Ta-da! I was actually awake! Yeah, I thought so. We're going. It's all good. Misunderstanding. But this doesn't seem to be a natural phenomenon. I grab Hirano's hand and motion for her to climb down the ladder. No. It's begun to crumble. Crumble? I forcefully bring Hirano, who looks like she wants to tell me she doesn't understand this at all, along with me. The ending has begun for everything that this red mountain aquarium held. We should go! Let's go! I think it'd be pretty bad if you fell into one of the holes. Be careful. Let's go. Given the circumstances, our steps speed up. Before I know it, we've reached the Tokyo Bay fish booth, the booth closest to the exit. Passing through the place we came to first, the gate is right before our eyes. We can see everything on the opposite side. My voice. A strange mist hangs in the spaces between the numerous automatic turnstiles. From all throughout the mist comes a bright light. It's all right. I'm sure this is it. My instinct tells me so. Finally, we made it here. Yuna told me straight out her true feelings, her dissatisfaction without height. Do it outside the gate. I mean, it's all good, man. Safe. I hear the sound of Hirano weeping. It's rare for her to cry. To cry. Mayu! Hirano lifts her head, tears accumulating in her eyes, and rushes over to me. The two of us together pass through the gate. Thank you. Huh, this is staggering. We come out of the gate. Everywhere we look, people, people, people. Mayu, this is it, isn't it? Yes, we've come back. We are exhausted. And we start crying. The people around us have no way of knowing what we have been through. Wanna find some place on the edge of the room? I'll go buy some cocoa. No, let's be together. I don't want to be apart. Okay, you're such a baby. You idiot. Say, Mayu. What's up, Hirano? I love you. Saying this in a conspicuously loud voice, Hirano winks at me. Hey, that's a bit sudden. Averting my eyes, I push Hirano away, but I can't keep a smile off my face. I don't know which of us is more embarrassed. I wanted to protect this smile, and I did. Having pulled my hand away from Hirano, I board the elevator. The me up to this point would probably have gone on home. But now they are going shopping. That place that takes up no more than one corner of Banten East Building is somewhere I can never forget. A sea of stars, a river of lights. Everyone is everyone, just one of those lights. Twinkling frantically, the light of life. Meetings and farewells, blah 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 blah. Oh no, copyright. Nope. Bad. Quiet rain, pitter pat, it still keeps going. Menu. Title screen. Yes. I'm sorry, but that's a pretty good place for story end. And it's 6:30 a.m. I want to go to bed. So yeah, that took forever. that ending. Oh my god. So thank you very much for sticking around, Sushi. Like, damn. Who else is here? I see maple syrup. Possibly Swimming Link. Egg Rubs, Business Daddy, Commander Root. Thank you for sticking around. Or coming. And I think today's Friday. My concept of days is blurred. It is. It's Friday. So today is my day off. Which is good. Thank goodness. That means I can sleep in. And rest my voice. So on Saturday, I'll be having a collab with FS Sketches again. We'll be doing the second half of Overcooked. Overcooked 2? So, yeah, that's Saturday. It's a collab doing Overcooked 2. So, yeah. That's it. See you next time. Thank you for coming. You can tell me how the story was for you in the Discord. Good night. Bye.